All right, welcome to this epic, almost infinite masterclass. This is going to be very long, but I'll make sure you get chapters so you can browse straight to whatever is interesting for you. Slides are in English, audio will be in English, and audio subtitles will be generated ASAP. So first of all, before we go down the rabbit hole, a couple of words about me so that you know what to find me after this talk. My name is William Pinault. I'm what you would call a ninja, in the sense that I'm a web architect, a lead developer, an agile coach, a solutions architect, etc. I got 15 years experience in IT, mostly with web development and architecture. I'm currently working in a digital company named Neosoft in a city called Limoges. If you're into voodooism and you put a pin on the map right in the middle of metropolitan France, you have a chance to destroy my city, so you just know where it is. And I'm also a university teacher for backend development, general computer science knowledge, PHP, Symfony, and big data through Apache Cassandra. And sometimes I go online and do some stuff, so you can find my digital footprints online, so you can catch me on GitHub, GitLab, Twitter. I slightly contributed to some open source projects like PHP CS Fixer, Symfony documentation, Drupal modules, PHP documentation, Composer, or PHP FIG. And I'm also a spare musician, composer, and photographer, so you can find me on many artistic networks. I also do some technical conferences on YouTube in English and French, like this one. I intend to add more of them. And I'm also playing a lot, like way too much, which means you can sometimes find me on Twitch and many other places. So today, and maybe tomorrow, depending on the length of this talk, why are we here? Why have you been summoned among the council? Well, I designed this masterclass to be a helper for all beginners to CTOs worldwide, sharing as much data and insight as I could. The purpose here is to discuss a lot what it is to be a software developer in 2023. For that, we're going to browse a lot of factual data from surveys, investigations, official sources, governments, private consulting firms, state experts, and general purpose services. There'll be a lot of personal thoughts added on top of that, so that I can try to describe everything through my silly point of view. And also, I wanted this to be a good compliment to anyone who feels or thinks that software development is vastly changing at the moment, faster than it did ever. So, first of all, there is going to be a massive amount of data provided here. As much as I could always give the source, provided most of the time with a published year of publishing. So I did not include all URLs all this time, as there are way too many URLs to include, but I encourage you to search for the provided data plus the sources, and you'll find out pretty fast what I found. I do not represent anyone else but me here and the sources I've given. I only pulled quotes, number, and graphs from the official sources. All of them are normally thanked in the very end of this masterclass, for there wouldn't be too much to say without them. If anything ever was to be wrong or badly, partially, unethically quoted here, I'll drop corrections in the description, in the comments, if I find any. If you find any too, please understand this represents hundreds of pages, documents, and data sources read, so I might have made mistakes, and even though I triple-checked everything. Alright, so this masterclass will be divided into major parts like this one. Every time you'll see this slide template here, you know this is a new part. Some are 100 slides long, some are only 2 or 3. So first I wanted to share a little about the digital market, about its size. According to Hootsuite stats from 2021, where 60% people having internet access to the internet, 54% were social media users, and as you can see, the population here keeps on growing. Right now, at the making of this content, it has slightly expanded in 2022 to 2023. Within 2 years, barely, it's reaching 65% population, and we just estimated reaching finally, or maybe not finally, but 8 billion people on Earth. In 2021, we were reaching around 7% growth to internet access, which is about the growth of digital market value worldwide as well. And last year, mobile users kept bumping around 3%, but internet usage bumped 2% only, Remember, 2% is already huge when applied to the whole population. It's around 100 million people. So far, digital access and main usage is still growing faster than population, catching up on developing countries. And from the looks of it, the digital market is still an Eldorado. We haven't found all the possible uses we can make out of it. The latest trends are without a doubt extended reality, live streaming, and video on demand. The latter represents approximately 80% of the global bandwidth. And as you can see, we are catching up on worldwide population, following classic normal distribution, a bell curvation of human demographic transitions. That's what it would look like. Now, the reason why we use the internet are mirroring non-virtual life. As I always say, there's nothing virtual. Internet is physical. It's all physical. Everything's physical, always. Everything you do requires matters and energy. We're going to see that in a short moment. So we mostly use internet for social reasons, as we are social beings. We also need services to better live through the days. And services are heavily tied to information. As you can see here, the most reason why people use internet. That's exactly the same in 2023, so 2 years later, barely any changes in the order of priorities of people, information, being social, entertainment, and services. The reason why this is happening more and more is simple. The IT sector has been growing steadily since 1970. As you can see here, the spread of spendings in billion US dollars converted is really large. It has never been impacted by the crisis to the point of actually being in recession. Not even in 2022, the dot-com bubble explosion following the inflation of speculation on digital companies and startups. Not even in 2007, the 2007-2008 crisis, and consequences of subprime mortgages in USA, and a slight oil crisis too. We see around 5% growth in 2021 for France, for our sector, for instance. Exponentially, Bob Martin, a software guru, said there were like 10,000 people in the 60s at the beginning, and then it grew up very fast to an order of magnitude of the hundreds of thousands, and then the tens of millions of people working in software development around the 80s, 90s, and reaches probably 10 million in 2010. And as you see right now, the latest studies indicate that probably we are, because I'm part of it, I say we, probably between 25 to 28 million people right now working in software development. It's quite a lot. The estimates from the Gartner Consulting are about $3,900 billion per year when it comes to evaluating the digital market size. That is what we are playing with. So now it's not a little meaningless thing. We'll be coming back to this in a moment. But before that, let's just dive into some facts and statistics when it comes to digital workers all around the world. Let's pay a little attention to the appropriate and meaningful metrics that can cleverly qualify the world of digital employment. So what is it? What is it to be a developer in 2023, and what does the software development population look like? According to JetBrains' annual study, 64 people are fully employed at the moment among the respondents to their annual survey. 21% were students. You can see that a quarter of students are also working at the same time, whether this is integrated or not in their educational course. And you can also see that people working from themselves, regardless of their administrative status, were about 10%. Here. As we're going to look at numbers from the study a lot, please remember that for all subsequent slides. With Statista current charts, we can see that the desired level of experience is around 5 years of experience here. As for any modern sector, it's a moment perceived as ideal for it being too young to have children, too young to be engaged, still not enough to defend themselves too easily thanks to experience, still young enough so their profiles can be remodeled into new skills without fear of legacy burden or difficulties to learn, and not asking too much salary. So yeah. Please note, as most of the skills are recent and appeared within the last 10, 50 years, it's quite hard to talk about senior stuff. Think about the rise of JS ES5 in 2009, Node in 2009, Python 3 in 2008, AngularJS in 2010, HTML5 in 2008. It's quite hard actually to be more experienced than this in some sectors. So now, when it comes to skills that are the top most looked for, according to Statista again, this is the core of IT, problem solving. That's basically what IT is about, services. So that you need to understand what people need and transcript that in code correctly, which explains the UX needs and teamwork capabilities that are also asked as a consequence of the most searched and looked for skills. When it comes to particular cybersecurity, the ability to analyze IT systems and perform analysis on them is of course the top most sought after skill. Automated threat intelligence, proactive incident detection, or improved forensic incident investigation can be some keys to getting a job into cybersecurity. According to I.N.V.E.S.T, it's still expected to go 22% higher over 10 years, up to 2029. The industry is expected to experience a significant growth in the coming years when it comes to employment. And according to I.N.V.E.S.T, 3/4 of professional developers have a bachelor's degree or higher. This is approximately 4 years study in the US, about 3 worldwide, depending on the country, translation of what a bachelor degree is and where you live. When asked on Stack Overflow annual survey this year, this is what the people answered. And when it comes to that professional profile and job titles, as you can see, though people could expect multiple answers, they could check multiple answers, developer was still the topmost choice. So the studies we're going to look at are mostly about developers, broken down into full stack, backend, and frontend as usual. Remember, the Stack Exchange audience is mostly connected on shared answers, hence mostly on open source, and usually they're for code concerns. Even though the whole Stack Overflow network is broader than this, from maths to crypto, from photography to poetry, etc. But the survey was conducted on Stack Overflow, the developer part, and incited a little of anything IT related to answer as well. Which leads to the average experience of their survey results. The color reflects the number of people. Remember, the darker, the closer to red, the more respondents you get. You can see the trendy stuff on the top left quadrant here. The established stuff with fewer people on the top right quadrant. The established stuff with the most people on the bottom left quadrant. You can see that being a developer among the top job categories is also the lowest salary to average experience spread. Teachers are the least paid, and anything, let's say, that bears the senior title goes to the top. And as usual, what's the least coding and the least technical in everyday tasks takes the right part with most experience and best salaries, even though this is quite complex to say. Let's just say this is mostly about coding and this is not mostly about coding, all right? This is partially about it. As for the average respondent of our studies is often quite young, and the IT population is actually quite young. So the average age is about 30 to 35 years old, which indicates about 10 years of experience. IT really exploded, especially the online community users of this server, which explained the bias around the year 2002. It's quite hard to find people with more than 20 years of experience, meaning people above, let's say, 45 years old. This is very specific to the whole digital population. Doesn't mean people only like it when they're young. It means it's quite hard because the technology itself is quite young, and the boom in recruiting, training, education, diplomas, etc. is really recent. According to I.N.V.E.S.T, only 20% of developers have over 20 years of experience within their domain. That sums up everything. And according to Next, still 3/4 of professional developers have a bachelor's degree, remember, and also the average, according to these diplomas, we just saw a few slides earlier, is 32 years old. That's what the average of software developer is. As many studies have already proved, working from home is a chance to get better that digital should seize. It improves the employee life quality, productivity, reactivity, and it's generally good to be from good to amazing for the planet. But this also means a lot of more or less helpful people should get a new job, especially the close managers and office managers, as this goes against the secular panopticon safe feel and control freakness of old school C-levels, and this is not entirely adopted yet. As ecological concerns grow, and as this also requires more security and a change of habits, it's easy to understand why the old world is still reluctant to such change. The result, about 33% people already work fully remote, and 43% adopted these working conditions partially. Only 15% people still work totally in person, as you can see. Of course, I would just say this is greatly supposing to deprecate management, so the smaller your company is, the more working it is. Solo workers often have no specific offices, and the larger your company is, the more expensive the structural cost of people having to be on site are. Also, cybersecurity is better handled in larger companies, which greatly helps adopting remote working. These are the most common reasons why larger companies have a little less full in-person working here. Let's talk about money. We just had a glimpse from this year's study at Stack Overflow, but let's dive in details. Remember, this is converted into United States dollar, but also remember, depending on your countries, the way of expressing one's salary means very different things. Regardless, you can get an order of magnitude telling you that the more critical your job is, the higher you get paid. The more likely you are to be a singleton in your structure, the harder you are to be replaced, the higher you get paid. Front-end and mobile are always perceived as, decorators by people who don't understand what they do, so their jobs suffer from a lot of deprecation. This is something I have seen in real life surrounding my communities, and I can confirm my experience goes that way, unfortunately. Structural systems and operational profiles are paid better. No wonder why XOps is popular. Again, these profiles are on a very low ratio compared to other jobs. I chose to let this slide here as the crossover between salary and main programming language, which we'll dive more into in a couple of minutes. As for previous years, older languages which systems are hard to drop replace are paid the highest. And as they become rarer and rarer, of course, they have the oldest populations, hence the experience. Web is still paid less than the rest and has younger populations. And some niche languages are paid better, as they're already rare and not really on the rise, with maybe the exception of Rust here. When it comes to the what and the what for, the answers are pretty straightforward. You can find more or less the same results on all stats. Web is the dominant platform. I've done many conferences, of course, on that precise aspect of web development and technology. It's open, it's free, it's international, it's inclusive, etc. So again, a couple interesting facts about JetBrains study. You get an abnormal level of people working on libraries and frameworks, as a lot of the open source communities are using JetBrains products. Data seems to be very little present from the survey. The rest goes on database systems and some niche subsectors like security of gaming. Blockchain is, as expected, a mirage buzzword. IoT is on the rise though, as the IoT global market is. According to Next again, about 60% people identify themselves as full-stack developers. This is another study that more or less confirms what we just said. This shows the importance of web development worldwide. And here's a zoom on JS. From the State of JavaScript survey last year, not only does this confirm data from the last slide, but it shows the everlasting bell curve with a peak around 60K United States dollars per year when it comes to salary. And you'll see the same average salary with Stack Overflow. I'll let you pause on the slides if needed, or go directly to the website to get more insight. Overall, these are pretty high salaries compared to the world's average salary. Remember, it's about 55K United States dollars worldwide in 2021. So it's somewhere around here, the average worldwide salaries here. So digital seems to be paid a little more. And now, looking at the salaries on the Landing.Jobs survey, it seems that the changes are growing for most of them. About 7% respondents saw their salary decrease in 2022. A third kept the same, and about 60% saw it rise. This follows as expecting a few things. One, the illusory and temporary growth of physical extraction from our civilization, we're going to come to that in a few minutes, which gives us the economic growth at the moment. Two, the fact that digital and IT sector is newly born and still growing. Three, the fact that it's not yet automated. We're going to see that in a couple of minutes. This is going to change. And four, the fact that the market is still in need for qualified people, hence closing the loop of all this. Now, JetBrains asked the same net salary questions, and we got this. It's quite amazing that this always gives more or less a bell curve, with the culminating point at up to 36K United States dollar. And this time it's after tax. Remember, there's a huge difference. So there's a little tricky thing that I did. I put the answers from JetBrains on the left, broken down by country, or groups of countries, and the GDP calculation from Wikipedia on the right. The GDP itself is a whole thing that is subject to debate, okay? The calculation method for GDP is more or less globally adopted for over 50 years and really debatable. But this is a whole mess to analyze, so I'll let you pause on the slide again if you want to, just no more. Globally, it seems that Europe countries have higher averages compared to their GDPs, while countries that are called, quote, and developing, this term is highly controversial, show the opposite, like you see here, which would indicate that digital pierced through their economy faster than the rest. That's what it should mean according to this small slide here. And a little word, of course, after the special year of 2022 for our fellow people and friends in Russia and Ukraine. As you can see, when people asked by JetBrains gave their current moving status between countries, there are the top countries left by those populations. There are other conflicts on the planet, but this one is strongly marking everyone at the moment right now and having everyone focused on it. Canada, Northern Europe, and UK still hold the best emblem for migratory concerns as for general population migrations. This is just not really specific to digital though. Let's all share a positive thought for all of these people, and I do personally hope peace comes back to Russia and Ukraine as fast and as soon as possible. Now, about the orders of magnitude, the study from Landing.Jobs gives us a salary ratio, where the lowest, here is Visual Basic 6, and the ratio of salary compared to the lowest one. Again, the niche languages that are hard to drop still hold the top places here. You just find more or less the same one we just saw a few slides ago. And web is quite to the bottom again here. We get pretty much same results, and I'll let you compare between slides, but you can see a pattern emerge. As we saw before, there's no surprise when matching salaries against continental average GDP per capita. Remember that it can be a huge difference between liberal countries and state-driven countries, which applies to both richest and poorest countries. Looking at this result here, we can see that the salaries are almost the same in Africa and Asia, close to the same in South America, and that they double in Europe and then gain another half in North America. And a couple miscellaneous facts to conclude this part. First, about the operating systems people work on, not the targeted product platform, okay? What they use to work, not the same thing. People seem to be working with Windows, as expected, or with or without Linux WSL, and followed by Linux. And Mac OS is a little on the rise, actually. Side projects, they're pretty common. As I already told in different talks, it's almost impossible for employers to keep employees trained in IT. It's just basically impossible. The other ways people can learn are customer dynamics, like when your customer is changing its ecosystem, so do you. New missions, like getting new missions, new developer missions gives you more opportunities to train, to learn new things. And self-training, which is what this is about. So when it comes to self-training, most people try their own side projects, even though they'll never be complete. We all know what this is about. It still maintains research and knowledge acquisition. Again, the best way to become strong on the technology is to work directly on its components. So no surprise people contribute to open source that much. Only 12.5% people say they don't code outside of work in the end, but again, this is a really biased result as people were already involved in using Stack Exchange platforms. And not everyone is working, by the way, when it comes to respondents. So this is filtered, I think, among respondents who say they worked, but it's not a shame. Some people already work a lot and don't really want to code outside. It's just totally fine, okay? No condemning people here. Really, it's not something you have to do. I don't do that all the time. Expect reality to be a little more than this, actually. Zooming on self-training, how do people acquire new info, courses, lessons, etc.? Well, again, on specialized platforms. And free courses on YouTube or any platform podcasts are still the rule, like maybe this video, actually. And when it comes to social activity, the tech communities, of course, use social networks, tech networks. GitHub is still the king here, as people use it for many reasons, including work in itself, so does Stack Overflow. Twitter is still the best tool to create technology watch. And as we're talking about people following tech influencers, they also use LinkedIn a lot. The rest goes to classic social network storage with a little accent on Reddit though, as it has many tech-related subreddits. So how do people sleep? Like most human beings, but a little less due to their activities. Human people sleep less and less in general, which is becoming a global health concern. We lost about an hour of sleep since 1942. The average sleep in the United States, for instance, is 6.8 hours. Many causes are given, possible reasons, less mechanizations and less physical work, the attention economy that says you still need to be on social networks before sleeping, the invasion of digital, as I just say, and more diversity in brain activity stimulation. But as you can see, when it comes to digital people, according to JetBrains study, most people sleep between 6 and 8 hours here. And while discussing about work and life, the balance between both is getting a little better. As we saw before, people work more and more from home. No need to get back on this. This time, JetBrains study confirms the previous one. When it comes to schedule, people start and stop working at office hours. And the average work rate seems to be related to most other office jobs. As for vacation, the average worldwide stands between 15 and 12 days off. So no surprise, IT follows the same route. According to GitNux, 4 out of 5 people work in teams of 2 to 9 people. That's quite common, as extreme programming recommends staying between 2 to 12 and Scrum generally recommends staying under 10 people. So that's for every method or very famous analysis of working methodology, it's generally recommended to remain under 10 people per team. About your job, how satisfied are you? Well, most people, about 70% according to JetBrains survey, seem to be more or less okay with it. And about 10% want to change. As now following the trends of the last years, the general business trends, people want to self-achieve through their jobs. Working for shit doesn't do anymore. Doesn't do it. Really, it's over. Responsibility first appears over 20% in those results, and no doubt, ecological and system-wide considerations are on the rise. So there's a high chance if you produce something very unpopular, you'll have to compensate with other aspects like work-life balance and salaries. But yeah, it's not going to be doing so in the end. Working conditions are also the top priorities. Then being paid correctly starts appearing only at the third position, despite what people might think. So where and how do people get a job? Most of the time through people paid to recruit, one way or another. Then through people they know personally. Then in third position, self-search seems to be rewarding. Note that respondents to this study are pretty young, so the average employer they had in their careers peak out at 3 here. For about 3 to 5 interviews, which indicate a very successful conversion rate. And again, this indicates a very rationalized and criterized sector with more needs than offers. According to GitNux, about half people learn through online resources only. It's crazy, just like this course right now. People don't even want to undergo a diploma, to follow a university course or anything. That's something that's very singular to our sector. You don't need anything better than a computer, than electricity, and access to the internet to start learning and even work and get money. So, if you were to worry about some buzzwords or really useful words, here's about some concepts people responded to Stack Overflow survey that they really used at work. As you can see, CI/CD is a thing. Automated testing, DevOps in general, they're not myths, this is reality. And in general, this is globally developer operations. It's also a job. Microservices barely reach for 50% of jobs, and 14% of people didn't use any of this. And it's fine. Mostly because their profiles were not technical or simply working alone on quick win projects, and it's completely fine. You don't have to follow the trends of everything just to pretend you're working seriously. To conclude this part, it's quite interesting to see which global trends people have interest or trust into. As I already said in other conferences, machine learning and generally artificial intelligence are the top considerations right now, and it's very unlikely that's going to go away. That encompasses data for me, which should have been on the top concerns is like 10 years ago if this survey existed back then. Web3, more semantical, social and human-oriented things, though, is still mostly being a buzzword with no consensual definition. It doesn't seem to hit developer populations at all. As for languages, the one being pushed by major companies like the MAMA, remember the MAMA is Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Apple, and Meta. Marketing plans are found as the top ones, which is no surprise considering how influent they can be over the developer world. This explains at least Go, Kotlin, Python, Flutter, and JS and TS presence here, among others. And finally, you can see that the number of people working on open source is actually visible and greater than 0. And this, on this JetBrains study, barely half people do not venture into open source at all. So this is fine, but I think just reading it or reading like conversations, just watching repositories, issues and stuff can very, very, very likely help you. All right, now moving on to the longest and most complex and abstract part of this talk. This is going to be quite painful, for which I do apologize. This is a trap I laid to draw you into pure statistics and just to something a little less empirical, though we're going to see will be very empirical on this part. I wanted to give you some hints and insights on where IT is going, based on 3 reasons that you're going to see. 1, the Earth systemics. Yep, we're going to talk about physics and ecology a little. 2, the rise of automation. And 3, the current employment paradoxes and fluctuations about the IT jobs. So this is going to be a fast roundabout. I mean it, about 80 slides to give you the big picture. If you're interested, and trust me, you have to be interested about that. I made a 3-hour summary of the situation in another conference on this same channel. I'll put the link. Reason number 1 on the IT decline. The Earth system's limits we're reaching. I'll try to give you a 10-hour long content in 10 minutes. So get ready, let's go. So in short, in our universe, everything that counts is either matter or energy. That's what we're made of. In short, that's what everything you can consider is made of. On the left, you got the 12 fermions of matter. On the right, you got the 4 bosons of energy. More or less, this is a super short version. You take quarks up and down, you get neutrons and protons. You add electrons and boom, you get atoms. Energy binds them as a whole and binds them together to create complex associations, pure or compound chemical bodies. Alright? So first, energy. Energy doesn't exist as something you can hold. It's what makes our systems like matter transform. Our use of energy contained in these atoms, nuclear for nucleus, and in these associations of atoms, molecular like oxidation reduction with wood, oil, or natural gas, is absolutely phenomenally growing. Here, you see the primary energy consumption, meaning the energy taken from the environment and its distribution over time. Biomass, mostly wood burning, then coal, then oil, then natural gas, and at the very top in small is nuclear energy, hydroelectric, solar in the thermal sense, and finally the renewable energies that are the latest, like photovoltaic, wind power in the lead, and biofuels. 77% fossil, 84% high carbon, and 83% strictly non-renewable. Basically, we make electricity from it, from moving stuff, then heating, then a bunch of other things. And funny thing, if you look at measuring a country's activity against its energy use, the correlation is phenomenal. Note this is a logarithmic scale on both sides. Otherwise, it would be a straight line. Basically, the GDP per capita is a direct consequence of energy consumption. Then, since the borders are useless, it's just a stupid human invention, on a macro scale and over time, this is what happens. I think it's clear now that the nature of direct relationships between energy and GDP. And energy, when it comes to mechanization, robotization, and anything that's automation, replaces humans. So right now we have more and more people working in services and less as laborers, peasants, or anyone involved in any industry or mining. Primary and secondary economic sectors are totally on the decline thanks to that. This is the graph of worldwide unemployment. As you can see, anytime energy is on the decline, any time the world has to adapt, we have more unemployment of a sudden, because we cannot recover those 200 years of thermo-industrial civilization in one. So these are called subprime crises, which started from an energy crisis, and the COVID crisis, where we just willingly stopped using our energy. All right? If you look at any developed country, like mine, France, you'll see the same patterns, a phenomenal correlation between energy consumption worldwide because of globalization and your country unemployment or employment changes, whatever. As for 2008 and 2020, those dates are exactly the same phenomenon, except the first one is undergone and the second one was willingly decided to prevent the pandemic from spreading. All right? And this is the same with GDP. Any inflection on one curve is an immediate correlation with the other. All right? You see the same changes here on the graphs. Unemployment and same thing in the country. So now look at this. This is our final worldwide energy mix. That's the one. The energy mix, the final energy, is the one that is ready to use to us, all right? The one that you basically have on your electrical wall plug, okay? Or when you start your car. The same stats we just saw, but on a pie chart, all right? I did this one from 2 years ago. Or if I just simplify them, this is what we call renewable green energy versus non-renewable source, red. Right, is the source, not the extraction. The problem is that you don't eat sunlight. Even though your body uses sunlight less than plants though, you don't eat coal either as a person, as a human. Nor can you rely on water to survive. You'll need much more than water. You need water, but you need much more. Well, guess what? It's the same for civil energy. You don't make windmills with windmills. You need oil for transportation, coal for cement, and a whole industrial process, including thousands of factories that rely on electricity produced mostly by coal. So here is why we mention that's the vector of energy, what transports it. In short, it's photons on one side versus chemical bonds or atomic bonds on the other. About 81% is strictly non-renewable sources. Now, if you look closely, what we use for them, as I say, you just get this from top to bottom, left to right. I forgot to remove the title here. Coal is mostly used for industrial processes, like iron, cement, and many others, through mostly burning coke, not cocaine, okay, not Coca-Cola, it's coke, the coal, okay, that's the name of the best quality coal you can burn. Then oil, as you can guess, transportation, chemicals, petrochemicals, like anything around you, from your clothes to the painting on walls, the insulation inside the walls, your packaging, your desk, your computer, everything around you is made of oil. Then fossil gas, mostly used in industry and building heating, as the best controllable, flammable way of getting quick heat. And finally, electricity from all sources, again, mostly used in industry, and your everyday life goes second, and your workplace takes the rest. So now if you break down all the sources in details, we get this bar, the second one. Same colors, green and red. Remember the bottom graph we saw before? Everything is super high, and the demand is growing fast. So now we isolate the industrial process that cannot be replaced with non-fossil. And since I'm a nice person, I'll let you dream that transport can be fully electrified. From bikes, you dream that the world can rely on bikes, to planes, you dream that planes can be electric and replace the gigantic fossil ones we use at the moment. So if we cross this data, we now have the bottom bar, right? What goes to what? And now we isolate the blue processes that still requires fossil matter and energy. You cannot make a 2000 Celsius degrees oven with solar energy right now. It doesn't even heat up when you want to. So we transfer all this industrial process that mostly rely on fossil energy and matter, and we get the final bottom bar. In short, it gives us this. This is an optimistic projection of our capabilities of getting fossil fuel out at the moment. 5%, and that's optimistic. And the demand for this is growing. The supply is finite, and the reachable reserves are almost exhausted. And regardless of what you do, you pollute the atmosphere and impact planetary boundaries like climate change. As we saw, energy and matter equal human activities, equal our way of life. In short, as in details, as for now, you understand that we are not stopping anything at all because we can't. Otherwise, this would mean letting go of 95% of your activities. For you as for everyone on the planet, 95% of your life, of what you own, of what you do, of what you get every day, month, year, 95% of anything that's around you. And the richer human being you are on the whole mankind scale, the more this number rises up to 99.9999999%. Only here are the consequences of these usages and the reason at the same time. In 2021, an average human consumed more than 22 gigawatts per hour per year on average. This rises to 182 in Qatar, 175 in Iceland, 75 in USA, among the leading consuming countries. However, a human having eaten and slept well, used to the maximum of their physical abilities, I say to the max, we're not talking about 4 hours of CrossFit or a hike of 500 meters of altitude difference, provides 100 kilowatts hour per year. In other words, in the world, an average human could at most provide 0.4% the energy that they use today. You see, that's 0.2% in France, that's 0.1% in the USA. We, us as human, cannot produce more than 0.4% of the energy we consume on a daily basis if we worked like hell, like close to dying from exhaustion. But we don't stop here. We've seen energy, let's discuss matter. This is Mendeleev's table of elements in a contemporary version. You should remember that from the 9th grade, you dunces. 3 types of elements are often accepted with debated limits: metal, metalloids, and non-metals. And they're ditto. It's clear we absolutely use all the elements, all of them. We synthesize the one we don't have on Earth anymore to do a lot of things that you don't even know exist, sometimes vital. Again, if I invite you to compare GDP per capita and the broader resource metabolic rate, which encompasses everything now, including mining, I think it's more clear that there's a connection between two. Again, look, logarithmic scales. This is not linear. The higher your GDP, the more you get metabolic rates of tons per capita per year. In short, if you want to be rich, you have to use Earth resources more strictly. And the same, if you look at the global, it's only increasing at a time. All the resources in the broad sense are increasing, as you can see. And not just the chemical elements alone, but the larger molecules too. Those chemical compounds and materials like good quality sand are already in the midst of a global crisis. To understand at a glance, since the dawn of time, a micro-perceptible to macro-perceptible, we drew resources from both sides, renewable and non-renewable. Renewable are being regenerative and self-assembled by sun energy like the living entities, and the non-renewable resources are a definitive stock on Earth. But for several centuries, we've been drawing so much from both that we are starting to run out of non-renewable resources already, but also renewable resources, which are depleting faster than they are renewed. Basically, we've used as much in the last 70,000 years as we're going to use in the next 30. It's a rhythm that is accelerating on a finite available set, which can only go down. Such an extent to that we have even resources which paradoxically are destructive for the climate and our lives that will run out no matter what. Even coal, which is very abundant, which takes millions of years to form. More seriously, or not, depending on which problem you want to tackle, natural gas, about 150 years, and oil, a little over 42 years to reach the end of known activity and supposed reserves. I'll come back to it. And the very first problem that will hit us straight on the face is probably one which we are the least prepared for, the peak of oil production. So I'll explain you quickly, it takes some time. Until 20 years ago, oil was drawn conventionally like acne pimples under the surface on the skin of Earth. We pierce its springs, we put pipes to harvest. Since 2007-2008, we have reached our historical record of production for this oil, and since then, it has been declining. To compensate for this, we started using unconventional oil mining, the bituminous sands, sometimes classified differently, and shale oil mostly. Basically, we do Caesarean sections of unfinished oil creation that we will extract, where it's mixed with sand or even hard stone, often by hydraulic fracturing, an environmental disaster. It compensates for the lack of conventional oil, but here again, everything is running out. The oil is less good, and soon our billions of barrels used every day will no longer arrive. In the meantime, we need more and more barrels to get more barrels. Yeah, I mean, how do you think we just get oil from the ground to your car? It requires vehicles, especially when mining. And the day the oil stops, the world stops and becomes still and silent. The peak of both cumulated is expected somewhere between 2025 and 2030. We actually probably passed it in 2018. We consume an average of 180,000 liters of oil per second. That's right, per second. As for uranium-235, the one which is used in fission plants of the third generation and less, they are only about less than 100 years to use at the current rate. I can't even give you the complete list. There are so many. You see on this diagram are many years, even it's written small. Outside bands on average, inside if everyone lived like the USA. So you have 30 years left for silver, 40 for gold, you have 10 years for indium, barely, which is inside your TV, computer, and smartphone screens. 40 for lead, an essential source for batteries worldwide. 50 maximum years for zinc. 40 for tin. 30 for antimony. 60 for copper, which demand is exploding. Without copper, you get no copper circuits. No circuits, no more digital device, no more wiring. No more electricity. If you realize that the demand of copper is going to increase 10 times in the next 30 years, while its production is approaching a peak, then say goodbye to all of that within 30 years. And guess what? It's not only about digital, it's not only about computers and stuff. The electric cars, the electrification, not everything is going to require more and more copper that we cannot really substitute. You can change the sources, you will find variations in methods and presentation of results, but the range of uncertainties is also narrowing. So much that all the entities in the world have strategic material councils, which means anticipating imminent and definitive shortages. This is a graph from 2 years ago from the European Union, for example. In the upper right quadrant here, the material that are already estimated to be in critical conditions. United States, China, Russia have the same. So why we use them? Batteries, energy storage, which is likely to be a necessity for renewable energies linked to the wind or the sun, motors, 3D printing, the ICT here is us. ICT is about this talk. Wind, photovoltaic, etc. And you see down there, the addiction is closer. The quantities are closer to addiction than choice. And one thing you may not have noticed, as global GDP is concerned, this is the growth and the variations of the global GDP. And clearly it's going down. It's been going down since the 1960s. We started measuring them. Now you understand two things. One, the anthem consisting in saying, what world will we leave to our children is not sufficient anymore. Starting yesterday, you were already fighting for yourselves as much as for future generations. And the notion of sacrifice has no meaning, no impact, no utility. Two, anyone who talks about economic growth has no physical or systemic notion of reality. But if only it was just a matter of resource management, this is half of the problem, the upstream half. The other half is what comes next to using these resources faster than nature can handle the results. Pollution, the downstream other half. The scientific consensus has defined 9 planetary boundaries, barriers, whose overrun must be contained. The model proposed by Johan Rockström team summarizes them in this form. This is the systemic study of our environment in terms of systems thinking, hence the title of the first part. We're in this whole section. We establish metrics, we define a threshold not to be exceeded in dotted lines here, and we measure reality. And as you can see, we are far from okay and we have work to do. I cannot go in details into those boundaries, but if you go again to my 3-hour talk on subjects, you'll catch up everything. Our ecological reserve has long since been exhausted. You already have heard of living on credit from one day of the year. That's about it. Exceeding current renewal capabilities. In other words, we are bending down, as I told you, biocapacity on Earth, renewable resources, which plows under the pressure of the ecological footprints of our activities, all of them. And the World Wildlife Fund, which has been taking and tracking the evolution of 3,000 to 7,000 key species for 50 years, says, according to their report, there's no doubt, and you've heard about that, 70% of the living has already disappeared on Earth over the last 50 years. And this is not final. We can still act, but you begin to understand people chaining themselves to buildings and going to hunger strikes. In short, can we save ourselves? No, or rather not in the current living conditions, not with our current living systems, not with enormous effort. But yes, everything is possible. The windows are shrinking, the walls are getting closer, especially the one in front of us. Do not believe that nothing is done. It's not what the leaders want you to look at, but no more than you in front of the mirrors if you want to have the culprits. It is indeed the whole of our civilization, the richest and the most developing countries in the lead, that must be changed. We're working on something, and the best thing to do is to attend this kind of conference. To sum up, this is your sword of Damocles, your countdown, the only thing that matters to you. Today, when you think about politics, societies, structures, economics, sociology, psychology, that governs everything else. It will sweep away the rest, and regardless of your small convictions, from the cliché of all unionists, cowards to gentrified, dad boy-shirted start-uppers, everything will melt at the same time if we don't act. I'll let you pause the slides if you want to read in details. So what to do? To recycling, circular economy, that's what we recycle in Europe at the moment. As you can see, it's not very glorious. We barely recycle half of what comes out in digital in France. A fifth of the end-of-life smartphones. Recycling is not neutral. Everything has a cost in materials and energy. Recycling means transforming pollution into something useful or reusable and generating other pollutions that will have to be recycled until it reaches acceptable discharges for our Earth system. And a good part of the materials actually end up being recycled. I'll explain on that in my other conference. Here, for information, is a map of recycled elements. Less than 25% is often close to zero. What is not colored is not simply recycled at all, although sometimes collected. And past your electroshock, we need not remain disarmed. We roll up our sleeves, we inform ourselves, we cross-check, we pay attention to spheres of misinformation, to the temptation of fascism, rejection of others, to abandonment. We have much better things to do. This is what it is for the digital stuff. Yes, this is super physical. It's actually one of the growing pollution sources of the world and is growing at a very high rate. Our domain, IT, is growing in pollutions at a very, very high rate. We break down the problems into 4 items: energy used, greenhouse gas emissions, freshwater use, and abiotic resources, whatever's not living, like minerals, all right? Contrary to popular belief, energy is not only the concerns, neither do the materials. Greenhouse gas emissions either, for what matters. Even water essentially matters. And you can see the essence of systemics today is nothing to change in the terminals at the bottom of the graph. If you want to change something, you have to focus on your device. Basically, in ecology and in high-tech, we are offered, as everywhere, very oriented images and photography. And that's the image you will have in mind, right? That you have the image of that when you want to think of digital, smart, clean, elegant. Whereas reality is that. And that is essentially based on the economy of coal, cobalt, magnesium, indium, tantalum, etc. At the end, it gets badly repaired, it hardly recycles, and it ends up returning on charter to the poorest countries. All this, if that's even clearer to you. I mean, really, it's even that. Africa recovers a huge part of Europe and America's digital waste. So I think you're getting it now. It's not an if, it's a when, and it has started. If you only focused on one planetary boundary like global warming, and you simplified it to the current equivalent emissions in carbon, and you only wanted to reach the IPCC goal set from carbon neutrality in 2050, meaning living in a way worse world than the one we know at the moment, you would need to let go 4%, close to 5%, of all your activity per year. It's a cumulative account, okay? So you will lose 4 to 5% of your activity, your money, your income, your owning every year, in addition to what you've done for the past years. So as long as you do not optimize like crazy what you think you do, you need to apply for the decrease of your salary and your structured annual results of 4%, which you cannot really do. Like you don't build your office, you don't produce the computers you use, you don't handle the internet you are working on, you handle nothing. And that's 4% money every year, not just once. Actually, when studying things at large scale, we use most often the discipline of systems thinking In 1970, a group of system dynamic experts created a report for the Club of Rome. They published a report based on the World 3 model they created called The Limits to Growth. And it has sold 30 million copies and is now worldwide. However, for 50 years we have modeled the observation of the supposed metrics of the report and also adjusted the calculation methods and variable. And it is clear. Everything leads to a collapse of civilization as we know it and as we live it today between 2030 and 2016, most likely scenario right now. Quoted, a sudden and uncontrolled collapse of industrial production and population, the main pivot being the peak oil that we talked about a few slides ago. I could show you the details like here, the population changes, birth rates, death rates, and the results. As you can see, if we act, there are still paths to resilience and sustainability, but the price to pay is what I described before, letting go of 95% of your activities. I can show you the capital output per capita collapse. The industrial output per capita, which we can observe two subcomponents, food and services per capita, is an index more easily calculated by the United Nations till 2007, and composite before. It is an index of industrial health. And I could show you the results when it comes to pollution. But again, you realize how much you need to change the way you think. Our thinking schematics and habits are completely wrong. We're thinking of converting, transitioning between worlds. We simply cannot. So I think you understand that, yes, I do firmly think about an end to IT. And it's not a belief, it's a modelization. It's with facts and data. As an end to, let's say, many things for you that you took for granted. And I can tell you, computers are useful for many things that will never go back to doing without them. But considering how fast we are wasting all the materials, starting with copper, for example, we won't be here in 30 years, based on current facts. As long as we do not find a sustainable way of handling things, there is no future for IT. When it comes down to the basic needs, do you think people will be here to discuss your plan for yearly growth and release plannings when people can barely eat and survive the day? So we have a path here, a path of possible resilience that is contained into the Earth limits, and it's not really to reach. We do not have the tools today to do such a thing. To close this long print, I wanted to share with you the birth of workshop that is part of the huge crowd of frescoes. Participatory citizen workshops based on collective intelligence. It's a workshop that I created, which takes about 3 hours and a half. I can lead up to 20 people at a time, in groups to 6 to 9 if you want to go further. It takes a little more than we saw here with much more detail. I'll leave you the slides and you can pause and replay to get the link in peace. Alright, and this workshop, which allows a global understanding, is complementable by extensions, which take between 30 and 60 minutes more to dig into a specific domain in context. And the first extension has been released, and that's for good. It's specifically talk about digital and electronics, which pushes a full workshop to around 4 hours to 4.5. But I promise it's worth it. All information is online. All right, and you also got my conferences if you want to know more about it. The conferences I mentioned before. So, reason number 2 about the possible end of IT. Moving on, automation. Ironically, this is exactly what IT is about, automating the non-mechanical part of human activities. Information technology is to the brain, what robotization is to the limbs. So first of all, remember we live in a world where capitalism prevails, which means there's a person, as Karl Marx explained in details, who own a lucrative activity. This lucrative activity requires means of production that they own thanks to legal statements. Anything in between has no definitive value and consists in a balance between investments and benefits that you should know as return on investment factor. Hence, the dream of anyone who owns the activity is to remove whatever is in between. The ultimate dream of a human being is to subtract themselves from the primitive need, from suffering and death, without having to put any effort into it. Which means, in the end, removing as much hardware as possible, hence cloud architectures and hardware engineering optimizations, as much billing as possible, hence service subscription in terms of instead of human hiring, and as much human activity as possible. Hence, investing on code automation, frameworks, ready-to-use solutions, no code, etc. Which means in the end, removing you. That's it. Like it or not, you are never part of the solution, only from the equation, which can be simplified by a you factor. So now we agree on that. You do. Your agreements are not part of the equation. Try going against the owners of your structure for a test and then come back here. I'll pause. I'll be waiting. We can go further into discussing how to produce. Oh yeah, I'll be sliding as many comics as possible to make this part more fun. I really recommend that you follow Design Comic Thinking. This little comic here sums up pretty well the last slide. Oh, so yeah, sorry, about automation. The second reason we're about to discuss. Automation is already here. Before we see how it's going to keep changing everything, just figure out that it's already around you. You've seen it. Anything that replaces human action or cognitive activity will be replaced by a machine. Machines need less humans to maintain them than the number they replace. And the costs are always better, as long as the world has enough energy and matter at disposal. You've seen it through CI/CD automation, through automated testing. Oh, really? Through code generation, whether you try generative pre-trained transformers like ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot or TAD9, containerization, data streaming, or even within the myths and reuse and the overhaul of projects, the great fantasons of salespeople. We have already done that. It will call less this time. The two things that are left are no code impulse, which we've seen recently rise. And you know the anthem is not cloud, it's someone else's computer. Well, it's the same. It's not no code, it's someone else's code. And ideation. Ideation process are also on the rise now. Why? Because high-level, C-level people can be participating in those for a reason. They are made on purpose so that they can. So they get the illusion of being involved, and on another side, we usually sell a whole army of developers, but few people for design and user experience, which always starts in a funnel shape. So, since design comes earliest in the project, when the contractualization is new between all its stakeholders and the executing one has to give a feeling of mastery and skill. Don't forget, this is the first impression once everything is signed. Which is why those workshops are on the rise, and also they're very often a sanctuary for people who got disgusted of coding because of the way developers are perceived by management. So yes, in short, remember, productivity is the only thing. Produce more, faster, with higher margins, until we can remove some of what produces, if not all of it, and hope it works. Digital workers are a string legal owners who are willing to pull all the time, even if it breaks a little sometimes. And remember, you are the only guarantor of the quality of the product, which is software, but yet nobody will give a shit about the results. People will look at their own stats, and even the worst project ever, filled with chaos, quitting, shouting, will become amazing during high-level cocktails and sold out as a success for everyone who will pat themselves in the back. So will it be the other way. Your best software satisfaction, no bug, fully tested, fully covered, which made you learn a lot, improve, and very well conducted with a very collaborative team, will silently be shut down while you don't look at it. And one day you'll get a notification that everyone is moved to different missions. And automation will come fast. It will keep coming from all sides. If reason number one, our civilization collapsing, remember, does not think everything first. Have a look at those estimates, put in a database by Statista. The last 3 bars are pretty clear. Expectations are going higher and higher as developer as continents are. You see, this is the risk of automation broken down by main sectors and main regions in the world. You are part of this graph. I like to quote General MacArthur here. The story of failure in war can almost be summed up in 2 words: too late. One of his most famous quotes. The only thing, it's only a loss for workers in a capitalistic world submitting to the employment market, because otherwise it's a win for anyone owning the means of production. And right now you're simply holding the line until your time has come, just for laborers in the past centuries. And if you think a little about what's already in the pipe, you know it's on the way. Automation is here. But generally, the more abstract, the less there is to learn on a large data sources like the internet, which is why it's harder to train AIs on abstract patterns that don't exist in the wild. Everything linked to code is widely available and shared, the rest is not. So right now, we are industrializing most of the technical part here, from practical, guided, specific design to delivery and running. I'll let you pause on the domains I've identified here, but you could probably find way many more. Newly trained AIs pop every day out of nowhere to replace those things here. In general, what could be a brief history of human to AI automation? It all started with fun discoveries made in a garage, you know the fake story. We had research, and soon we had generative adversarial networks, which means we found new ways to train AIs faster and to get better results. Then we started to have generation coming from all sides. One last emerging liberal market, everyone could create their little niche company, prey upon to become a unicorn just before it all vanishes, the unicorn and the product. At first, it's entered our everyday jobs. You will remember when it first happened. That first time you asked Midjourney to do something for you, ChatGPT. The first time you had 20 random avatars of you created for $5. The first time Copilot pre-generated 10, 20, 100 lines for you. And they were all right. Slowly, we're going to see partial functional replacement. I mean, people used to be creative on DeviantArt, cheap, mass-ridden workers who used to design for almost nothing. Where are they going? Remember the AI art pandemic from 2022? The next thing in order is a collaboration between human and machine, but how long? I mean, do we really think writing source code is vital and represents the end of times? If so, how did we survive over the last 300,000 years without it? Because that's what computer science has always been about, ever since we started. Do you really think we'd be switching giant switches in a computer the size of a room that costed millions for centuries? Do you really think we'd be programming with binary instructions until the end of time, or just using assembly language? Do you really think we'd be compiling everything we could? Or even being content with just higher level code, just like JS or PHP? Now tell me, do you really think generating portions of file will be the end of it? Whole files? Whole projects? How long? How long until something somewhere generates a whole working project? How long until it goes from a straight prompt of requirements of 200 pages of requirements to a fully working piece of software? I'll give it maximum 10 years. Free bet, just for fun. And this will be on YouTube. And you know the rules. We already broke down the software creation stack. You know where it starts and where it ends. And now we all be united as one simple task very soon. So far, there's a shield on top layers, but actually, we'll see how it might be surprising which jobs might be under the fastest automation. Anyway, the more job requires abstraction, the less industrialized it's been so far. Alright? But the downside of this is that the more you automate tasks, the less consideration you have for the poor humans left to do them. Look at how we abandon all deprecated jobs. All factory workers, all farmers, look at how those precious and valuable jobs became insults in common languages. That explains the path of dehumanization. If you listen to digital workers from 20 years ago, nothing was the same. Which also means the higher the layer, the higher the income, and the higher the hierarchy level. Hence a global non-consensual but tacit perception of usefulness. I mean it. How many major tech companies have been founded by technical people? How many can run without them? And without the rest? Would you try being cared into a hospital without medical staff or without management? So anyway, As the bottom and final layers on project steps are rarely perceived as vital as they have no hierarchy level. Hence, they take all the downward and top to bottom pressure at the same time. You know how it is. In the end, the old world cannot spare the highly addictive drugs of Gantt diagrams. And until the end, every other job will be looking at people implementing the whole heap of crap stacked from others. You know that picture? A street worker with a shovel digging a hole will tell other people are looking at them, right? So now you start to understand the job sickness, reconversions, and quits. Don't worry, we'll come back to that in a moment, will you? Again, I'll let you read this little comic to soothe your mind and pause the video. This one really got me, really made me laugh. This explains better than words. I learned the difference between having ideas and making them concrete. Congratulations, design thinking comics. So really, if you're skeptical about those concepts being on the track of being fully automated, at least very partially so, which means humans now use AI on a daily basis for decision making, gathering needs, design, architecture, implementing and running. And it's only a matter of time until those concepts get replaced by new ones. It's only a matter of time until there's an automation tool to create choosing tools and connecting them. It's only a matter of time until there's a company that offers this as a whole unified solution. So yeah, it's only a matter of time until you get removed from the equation. That's the very first thing I understood 20 years ago when I started my computer science studies. One of our teachers told us the ultimate goal for programming languages was to reach a level of plain natural language, English or not. That's the moment I first thought about getting removed from the equation. And it might happen way sooner than you expect. Again, if the world doesn't collapse, which has already started, unfortunately, this might happen faster than before. Works like Ray Kurzweil's describe how to create a mind, Singularity is near, fully explain the potential trajectories, exponential trajectories of what could happen or that. Don't forget that machine learning is not the only way artificial intelligence has taken at the moment. Meanwhile, robotics, nanotechnology, genetics are also advancing at exponential rates. And that's precisely the problem with a socially installed human brain. It cannot feel, focus, extrapolate correctly to more or less a handful of years. And you, I, everyone, we always conceive the world as static, novelty appearing when it's willing to, not when it's actually happening. Just remember where we were barely 10 years ago. Think about the BERT craziness, the NLP, Siri, AlphaGo, AlphaStar, Google Lens. It seems so long ago while being barely 10 years old. So yeah, my conclusions are quite going this way. At the very least, developer is a short-term subject to boosting from machine learning, and long-term in danger or in liberation, depending on the prism of how you see things through. And usually this follows the capitalist eschatology. In other words, the erosion of the social fabric which holds together everything until the richest secede one by one, making the less richer become the new poor. And sooner or later, salaries will reflect the fading end of this short-lived Eldorado. Another comic strip to better help digesting all these statements. It's exactly the kind of capitalist eschatology I was talking about. Even replacing CEOs by robots. Don't be fooled, there's no reason not to replace C-levels with robots either. It actually might be easier. Now the reason why I'm not quoting particular products is a choice, even though I did that a couple slides ago. Every day, 100 of newly born tech AIs companies emerge and die. As right now we're in a phase where boiling is stronger than establishing. Most of them follow the same marketing strategy. Big announcement, a few demos, social media impact, $10 subscription and a waiting line. They all get paid arse-rotor thing to make them seen as the new game changer, while tomorrow their game will be changed and over for them. So by the end of the day, whatever I call ODB out of date, even the MAMA projects, remember, who remembers TensorFlow, PyTorch, BERT, or DeepFace? You can use the MAD database that I just put on the screen if you really want to go dig, or just type whatever you need in the search engines, you'll get flooded within 3 minutes. Oh, and don't expect any form of technology watch on those, you won't be able to catch up. There are way too many people right now going to automation. Studies have already emerged over the last years to try to model and calculate how many jobs, people, positions might be subject to replacement. And if you look at those graphs, focusing on generative pre-transform model only, the current trend at the time I wrote these lines, maybe it changed by the time you read it. Probably outdated, yeah. Something funny appears. It seems like there's a higher body of evidence toward higher wages being more and more subject to being replaced. This is a logarithmic annual wage, as you can see. While this is quite logical, they don't really produce anything. The tools they use to take decisions are already automated, and most of their interactions are made through texts and semantic exchanges, phone, email, meetings, etc. In short, it's way easier to fire people who create promotion plans, human resources, or decision makers than it is to fire people who produce the value of your structure. In the end, what do you think works better? Having no e-commerce app for selling, or no one to create content so that the front page gets rebranded? McKinsey estimates that close to 307 million workers around the world should switch their occupations by 2030. The estimate of this date is 2020. And yes, it probably already started, because the casualties are already there. You don't get to think that this is the future anymore. This is, right now, what is happening. And here's a little joke about where we go. Don't think about the Matrix, don't think about the Matrix, don't think about the Matrix. I'll let you pause again on this comic. Alright, enough with that. Let's move on to a third and last reason why I do think digital workers are quite in a lot of trouble, especially when it comes to job and hiring. And the reason for that is there are massive problems with digital employment at the moment. So here's a start for a paradox. As we saw earlier, the number of people in IT has grown exponentially since the 1940s. The ways of counting might differ, depending on who counts what. IT, digital, ICT, developers, etc. So the numbers might vary from simple to triple. Yet the trends remain the same. As you can see here, for instance, in the USA, one of the key countries for digital, it's taking slowly over the economy as well. Now, looking worldwide, using Statista, the numbers again might reach something about 25 to 30 million people and might keep growing, as we saw a few slides ago. But yet, have a look at this. This is a worldwide accountability of visible layoffs in IT. Look at the numbers. We are not talking a pandemic here. We're talking about recovery and huge growth since the pandemic is over. We're talking about tens of thousands of layoffs. And no, this is not COVID-19 related anymore. Layoffs.fyi keeps track of massive layoffs you cannot miss. And now look at the percent of the total workforce they represent in the third column. Up to 2-digit numbers in terms of percentage, while the companies are not at threat. And they happen anywhere in the world where business is already developed. India Corporate Social Responsibility is a source that tracks major events and durability facts of companies in India and abroad. Just remember this sentence again. Over 150,000 people fired in 2022 only around the world, and added fluctuations, it would represent around 2.5 million people in job losses in that year only. That's crazy, right? Korn Ferry Consulting estimates the total shortage to reach up to 85 million by 2030, only in these major countries. You can see the paradox right now. In UK, as almost all the employers have encountered a skill shortage in 2022. Half? No. 3/4? No. 85% of people have encountered a skill shortage in the UK last year. And still in UK, Nash Square, another study, have shown that 68% respondents to have made skill shortage over the same year. You get that? You don't learn changing skills fast enough. The IMF itself estimates that only for 2022, that would represent around $8.5 billion United States dollars loss globally. Let's have another comic strip, will you? This one summarizes pretty well the exhaustion that people feel being under pressure and producing stuff using fantastic tools and source code for terrible structures that actually destroy our environment. I personally have 2 or 3 people in my head that I know who I have worked with and collaborated with who became beekeepers, yoga teachers, or independent consultants. They simply left. They left digital marketing, they left programming, they left all of it, and they'll never come back to it. The disillusions of young people entering the digital industry quickly fades away in favor of job sickness, self-questioning, and exhaustion. This one is from Nixcraft, by the way. Great comic. So now, as the base becomes more efficient thanks to automation, the problem becomes that experts are lacking. That's the answer. So, as software fashion now moves faster than ever, highest IQ people and highest experienced people are required. But the thing is, you don't craft a 10-year-old expert in 1 year. Hence, part of a shortage. The IMF also leads structural, psychological, and social studies of the aftermath of the pandemic period. And the study shows that relocating people is the best way for countries, structures, and social fabrics to remain sane. The top gray line here. So, as you take care of your employees and make sure that you reallocate them instead of just throwing them away because they don't have the skills you need suddenly anymore, is the better solution. As a famous French economics YouTuber said recently, the purpose of capitalism is not to maintain workforce and then find people a possible job. It's the exact opposite. When the total job work mass becomes lighter, diminishing workforce size works, especially since every employee has a threshold of pure money expense before even working for a single second. And here we are. Call it the big quit or the great resignation. You've heard about that. You'll find all the details, in fact, in Wikipedia, but one thing remains certain. It is happening. If you look at the numbers pulled from this Wikipedia graph in the United States alone, okay, this is only for United States, it gets pretty obvious, doesn't it? These are the monthly quits accumulated over the last years. This is for all jobs combined, no, of course, not only digital. And as we're going to see way later in this talk, the global culture is a key point. Environmental durability, as we saw, is strictly incompatible with entrepreneurship, individual decisions, and liberal societies. And youth, who is far from stupid, already understood that. Lack of diversity or equality, bad ambience, useless pressure, douchebag N+1 levels, immutable toxic people, lack of acting. The list goes far. Now, McKinsey estimates last year, in 2022, that they through key jobs, they estimated the danger and the employment growth and declines by occupations. I took some of them that we want to focus on. So if you look on the top left, managers and executives are slightly on the rise. Top right creatives are also on the rise, but not as much as it used to be. But lower jobs on the bottom left are in danger, while anything computer science related still holds. As you can see, the trend here is a bump going down, is slightly going down, depending on the size of the countries you estimate, and it's quite hard over 1 year. This is still going to be harsh, but remember, skills over profession is a capitalistic construct. You're not a skills list, you are a profession. You don't have features, you have training. You don't lack features, you lack training. Adapting one skill to needs is now taking too long. Even in countries where there are mandatory policies of employee training, IT is changing too fast for these policies. That's the problem. They want to recruit people who speak the new languages, who just understand the new technologies, or who can learn them very fast. But they want people who also got experience and produce quality. It's absolutely incompatible. So now you get one of the top reasons for that. We know these jobs are about learning, but the more the need for learning pressure rises, the less people are left on the side. When you need a human that you see as a tool, I mean, what did you think human resources meant, right? To do whatever brings money to you. is that, quote, whatever changes faster than the human you hired, you will soon understand the massive service provision market, where you can just delegate employee training and profiles, and the growing pace at which everyone needs to change faster and faster. I'll finish this part with a comic strip again. From design thinking and comics again, great, and this one is pretty straightforward. Moving on to the next part, the economic weight of IT. Looking at IDC stats, the whole technology industry, which IT is a part of, is proportional to the development demographic transition state of the region you're looking at. This includes, as stated, hardware, software, and service and telecommunications. Let's just call that ICT stats, right? As usual, North America and Europe are slightly ahead, followed by China and Oceania. And varying sources, you should still end up with more or less the same amounts and variations between 3 and 5%. This is, for instance, a pre-COVID source, okay? And this is a 2023 source. As you can see, the inflection curve was barely visible in 2020, as all sectors now use digital stuff. Removing digital is more or less like removing metal from your activity. You cannot really do this at the moment, right? And this is the global version, edited by the IMF in 2022. As you can see, projections are not very optimistic, especially for already developed economies. Remember, the first reason why IT is a threat, economy as a whole, is because natural resources upon which everyone is and everything is based on are a threat. All right, so that's not really a very optimistic forecasting. And for good reasons. We have investing in the most buoyant sub-elements of the sector. Here, the key subsectors on which the world, and therefore our customers, will focus in the years to come. We work on software development, that is to say, what replaces the less intelligent tasks, and for 50 years starting to replace also the most intelligent tasks of human know-how. That is to say, we replace office workers by software. As robotics replaced workers again. And software production is projected still to be a main component. Guess what? All the other cycles are also based on software anyway. Great. If we look at the current real market shares, we see that we are still in the 33% that interest us. So at a glance, in the broad sense, if I summarize, we are bathed in at ease that there is a market and that is still growing. This is a breakdown of ID investments and market sizes based on IDC studies. You can see software development skills. Software development still holds as much as communications infrastructure in the United States. This is only for United States. So just a small focus on cybersecurity for the most curious among you. Cybersecurity, which is already a whole market of over 160 billion United States dollars and which concerns all software developers in the world, is about 55% of software companies are likely to expand their security budgets in next year, according to Parachute surveys. So if you are yourself a software developer, you know you're going to have to be taking care of cybersecurity in your code, in your work environment, and probably in whatever you have to produce in the next years. All right. The GitLab surveys shows a tremendous rise in static application testing and dynamic application testing when it comes to security. Something you might face more and more software developer too. This is the kind of continuous integration validation that you might have to set up. So if you're a software developer by yourself, remember you have to take care of this. And among the top methods, you can find container analysis, dependency scans, again, especially against the OWASP database. But also, which is quite original, licenses compliance checks. Yep. The United States FBI, reported in 2022 that the number of complaints in the United States and losses associated with cybercriminality were totally on the rise, as you can see from top to bottom here. Which seems normal as the market grows, attention towards this grows as well, and so does, unfortunately, criminality. As you can see, cybercriminality hits every place where digital exists, every sector in the world, every location. And it even strikes companies as well. I mean, You are just digital more than everyone else, so you should be on your guard, all right? So I'll let you pause here so you can see the number of threats and the cybersecurity targets and the total attacks this is a Positive Technology study, by the way, thanks to them, that they released 2 years ago, one year ago, sorry. Okay, now we're going to engage the strongest part. This is a part that is a mix of several sources and personal thoughts. Not everything is consensual. This is like, I would say, just my 2 cents. Do you have any idea what this is? Some of you might have seen that already. This comes from Second World War. UK planes were destroyed by the enemy, mostly the German forces. So the problem is when you want to reinforce and shield planes, they end up being so strong and so heavy that they cannot take off anymore. Like, you would need better reinforcements, like a post-combustion reactor than we use today or something like that, you know? So they had to reinforce it, but they cannot reinforce every part of the plane. Okay, otherwise it would be a bowling ball. So when the planes came back, people looked at it and say, "Whoa, these are the average bullet holes of the planes and damage that came back alive and that could successfully land back in England." So people say, let's just add reinforcements where we can see these bullet holes, because of course we can see that the bullets were here, except you had to do the exact opposite. You had to place the armor on the white parts here. Why? Because that is the bullets of the planes that survived. This is called a survival bias. Do you know what this is? This is a chart representing the injuries sustained by cats falling from buildings, constructed by the New York Animal Medical Center out of 132 cats received in 1987. On the graph, we can see that starting 6 floors, the injuries suffered by falling cats are lower. It was concluding that cats have softened their bodies from this height, while they are content to put their paws horizontally, which is actually true. Except in fact, dead cats never made it to the vets, and the data saw the force picked up dried up with hate, only bringing back the complete miracles, the best falls, cats falling from 6-7 floors into soft trees, for example. This is the survivor bias too, the study of what only succeeds. So are we the survivors? Who is the survivors? What is success when you talk about IT? Usually we accept, and you will probably have seen that in your studies, we accept success from missions defined by good times, budgets, and matching targeted purpose. But did they really success? Or is it just another global economic growth illusion? We often talk about growth. This word you will link to economic growth. Growth is simple. If you have 10% growth within 100,000 of your currency, like you are very rich all of a sudden, like if you use United States dollars, here's $100,000 of your currency. At the end of the year, you wasted 5,000 of them, and you still have 5,000 more. 10% growth is great. Let's take a graph here that I put on the right with all the first 10% growth, all right? From 1 to 10. On a 100-year period interval, at 10% growth here, with 100 years, let's just call them fiscal years, for instance, you get 13,780 times the initial value. I don't know if you knew that. As Francis Bouygues, a French entrepreneur, said, in times of growth, there's no bad manager. You see, that's the illusion. That's when you're bathed in a world where every underlying foundation under your business grants a global economic growth. You are allowed to fail without it to be noticeable. Remember, it's nothing economic, it's just a natural resource usage growth. Because you never hear, read, write failure stories. The startup spirit, the success spirit at all costs has corrupted our perception of reality. Question: if everyone's success is everywhere all the time, then where does all the money go? And where was it taken? Who has it taken from? It's a whole mystery, right? Is it all created by banks or states and ended up on deprecated, deflated bank accounts? We're going to see a little more that this is really far away from the truth out there. Because, you ready for numbers? I think you're going to be a little shocked. Let's go. So here are a few survey results. PMI, very serious analysis that goes, this is a study every year, I think. PMI results show about 11.4% money is wasted on digital projects per capita unit. All right? For every person living in a country. That would be around 1 million wasted every second on Earth on IT. 1 million IT project waste per second in United States dollars. That would be 2008 2,080 billion in 2020 alone, according to the CISQ survey. PwC study estimates that barely 2.5% projects actually succeed completely only. Read that again. 2.5% projects. Yep. Which would mean we all get up every day and go to work on 97.5 stuff that is purely or partially a loss. Christensen has released a study that shows that ERP deployment and development only succeed in 5% of cases. Now, Gartner estimates that 85% big data projects labeled by respondents fail. The same Christensen study concluded that only 30% digital transformation projects were actually successful worldwide. Guess what? Consulting group McKinsey concluded the exact same number. And guess what? Again, Boston Consulting Groups. Their conclusions? The answer will shock you. Yay! 30%. You're a bloody diviner. You get it? And added on top of that, 90% digital projects showed zero positive return on investment, meaning they were developed at a loss on neutral costs. That is what the PwC study broke down according to thousands of respondents of different job profiles. 27% at least were spent beyond expectations. How about that? Cost estimates. 57% never succeeded because of relationships between individuals. Remember that agile manifesto first statement? We'll be back on that in a minute. About 30% didn't have accurate planning estimates and missed creating value on due time, lost resources, or simply didn't put any use. And if you think XXL or more projects failed, think again. 60% of them were estimated to be under a year duration. PwC even estimates in the same study that actually 7% projects completely failed. That doesn't mean they were never deployed, launched, or whatever. It simply means they did not match expectations, functional, financial, human, targeted purpose, value, etc. You can read it again. 70% projects, IT projects, fail. And I can tell you, I've been tracking this for decades right now, and it is always the same. A team stage study came to guess what the same conclusion. The same. This is a conspiracy, right? Boston Consulting Group, again, estimated also that 70% of IT projects failed. Can you see a pattern? Maybe I'll help. KPMG was a little more moderate and concluded only, not the quotes, only 50% of its projects were failures. The greatest project failure study that is published every year belongs, without a doubt, to the Chaos Computing Group. They have the most accurate detail and source study, and they've been working on those aspects of IT since 1994. Do you think they know what they're talking about? I think they do. 71% partial failure, as the report concluded 2 years ago. 19% were completely failed and abandoned. If you want to dive into details of our 2016 reports, then have a look at this. 56% not on budget. All right? You see here the bias on this. Actually, this is the other side around. That's just a graph problem. You see, the no should be on this part. They just inverted the two parts, but the numbers are correct. The pie chart is not this one. 60% not on time. This one is correct. 44% not on target. Do you think we're getting better over time? Think again. We're not really getting better over time. Do you think it has anything to do with size? Think again. The size of the project doesn't really change anything when it comes to failure. Do you think it becomes to the particular sector you work with? Think again. Anything fails more or less the same. Maybe the most critical things, banking and financial and government and healthcare, seems to fail a couple percent points less. Do you think people who pretend to be agile perform better? Of course they did, but they did not do 100%. Well, small fraction face the irreversible catastrophes, but guess what? The others use an agile sticker on their projects, but they have no idea what that means. We'll come back to this in a minute, don't worry. The studies group report, again, from 2020, concluded that barely 42% agile projects succeeded, and only 13% non-agile projects succeeded. Yep. The CARES group put all their previous studies on a timeline. Now, I'm asking you, do you think we are improving? Take this graph. Do you think we are improving? Would you expect anyone around you to work for you and to have this success rate? If you do, you either need an ophthalmologist or you need to start working in IT, because you're probably the reason why we don't have 100% here. So again, guess which projects perform the best over time? Those that last forever. The one-shot, usually waterfall projects are the worst, all right? And the most subject to estimates and control biases, which actually having none more than other projects. It's just the worst of them. They actually perform worse than any other project. So every time you break down software in roles, sequential document transfer across people, you will fail. And guess what? We've been doing that since the 1980s, if not worse. Where have you been all this time? Still giving fixed budgets, due dates? Still thinking you have the same exact requirements in your head, that you know everything because you work in that sector? Still thinking you can express the requirements correctly? Well, guess where you are. Yep, in the large blue pie in the middle. Pro magazine Computer World published a couple years ago a huge study coming to that conclusions. Out of 3,555 US government projects over a decade that had at least a labor cost of 10 million United States dollars, 6.4% of them were successful. Read that again. 6.4% were successful. There are two types of people in this world. Those who think they know and decide because they're handling wallets and hierarchy. And those who know how to succeed because they actually work from it. So you get here to see why the people are failing and what the estimates of people who just feel guilty were. I'll let you read in details these studies. And guess the top reasons why projects fails. That's where the mess starts. Again, changes during the project. Now, what is the fourth statement of the Agile Manifesto already? Poor estimates get the silver medal on this PIM study. Really? Estimating software is stupid? Come on, who could have guessed that estimating software is dumb? Forbes tried to dive deeper into reasons for such failure, of course, so depending on profiles being asked, you get different reasons. Forbes is a source that mostly works for owners, C-levels, managers, investors, etc., which usually means people who have no idea what their structure produce, nor how they work. True story. Yet, they came to the conclusions that it was because of internal talent, lol, because of executive support, wait, they're onto something else, and because they're actually refractory to tech. Yep. When you have tech leaders who have tech companies that they don't like tech. And then they give a second set of probable reasons, failure investing in defining what to solve, failure to identify requirements, and bad crisis management. Now I can tell you that reality is exactly about inverting those two sets of reasons. This is improbable and this is probable. In 2016, a study was published in Procedure Computer Science summed project management as a discipline aiming at producing deliverables in a complex ecosystem dominated by frequent changes, uncertainty, unknowns, and complexity. And on some famous examples, I collected some for you. I will let you break down and Google all these different examples. You will get delighted about the stories. You will get delighted. Like the Qantas in Australia project, 40 million to handle airplane mechanics. They didn't ask the people, the users, about what they had to do. Once it went to production, people simply just refused using it because it was not doing what it was supposed to do. In France, I love to quote this one, the CERHEN, the French system to manage human resources in the Ministry of Education. It was cancelled after 10 years and close to 400 million euros of public taxes spent into oblivion. It handled barely 2% of the people it was supposed to handle, and it was stopped a couple of years ago. One of the best failure stories, healthcare.gov in the United States. It was a website to allow individuals to without insurance to purchase discounted health insurance online. Initial budget, 93 million United States dollar. Final budget, 1.7 billion. And on launch, it failed and didn't work. Couldn't handle the load and took 3 months to become efficient. You can just basically search for all these. These are great stories you can tell to people who think software is a good science and an exact thing you can estimate. Well, let's get this straight to your mind. Despite all appearances, despite the shiny looks, IT is just another industry and it's sick right now. You can repeat that in your head. It is sick. Just because the world is liberal so people can fix their rates means they can catch up to potential failures. Also in the end users still need the software. So whatever, it will be produced at a loss, human loss, financial time loss, and value loss. But the contractualization means you will go to production. But because all failed and dead structures can talk, just like dead people, you don't listen to them, you don't see them. Where are all the people who failed every year? Why? Who communicates on all the failures we have? Who does the communication of the things that we've been working on for months, years, that completely fail? And the global carpet of economic, hence the physical flux growth, remember again, is eroding and it's going down to zero until it goes negative. We'll see about that in a minute. Just imagine, by extrapolating those values to any kind of producing industry, that would mean that globally we would have only a third of the goods and services we have today. And recycling in software doesn't really work. Do you imagine living your current life, having only 1/3 that barely works or meets partially your requirements? Like you start your car and it works 1/3 of the time. You take a train 1/3 of the time. You go to the supermarket and they have products for sale 1/3 of the time. You buy the products, you open it, it's filled in and sent to eat or use 1/3 of the time. You go to the medic and you only get cured and followed and accompanied by the medical people 1/3 of the time. The medication you take would just work 1/3 of the time. The teachers would be there 1/3 of the time for your children. Can you imagine having a world where everything works like software? That would not be really interesting. And since the IT business really took off, let's say the 60s, we still cannot deliver on time and budget within decent, soothed and mastered working conditions. All that regardless on the other side of how much you can pay. Even overpaying on principle doesn't help. I mean, do you really think being given millions more will make you go eat or drink faster? Decide what you want to buy at the mall faster? Even if we give you millions, do you think you can run faster for millions? No, you can't. So the question is, where does that truly come from? Well, this is the part where we try to use our brains. So sit tight, get comfy, grab some cocktail and food, we're going on a mission. Buckle up, buttercup, this is gonna hurt. So first of all, a friendly reminder, this is your pyramid of shit. That does not depend on your beliefs, ideals, political views, or anything you think is your opinion. We don't care about that. That's our world right now. Our anthroposphere, as we call it, within the unsolved durability dilemma we're in. Your first and very invasive concern right now is that strong durability is a problem that will not get solved with the way you think. On top of it, you have the human layer of capitalism, and to a logical extent, capitalism is your second problem. That does not really help the underlying layer, actually. Then, you add the sociosphere damage we're doing to people every day. How people are related to professional services, to the need of providing workforce to an employer, disconnected from the need of our employer to produce value for mankind. Then comes the need to organize your business and the way you produce this stuff. Yes, this is not necessarily related to software. You could be producing phones, lawnmowers, plastic balloons, it doesn't matter. Then you have Conway's law, which is in short, what you produce will betray how your structures are organized, how they communicate and function internally. For instance, if your structure is racist, your product will be racist. If the structure is disorganized, you will be disorganized. It will be so. And then on top of it, you have software development and all its entangling complexity. The intricate jungle that is, that we haven't still traversed, and overcome. So, when you think you're solving things on top of this pyramid, remember, you depend on anything that's below, first of all. And trust me, this is not on scale, otherwise it would not end up on this slide. Oh yeah, make a pause. I found that slide in this comic too. To describe the chaos that is within any capitalist economy structure and the arbitrary way a single person can shut down extraordinarily and powerful promising products. Oh, about failing. Where do we stand when it comes to IT? Because I said, everything works quite well right now. Let's see a couple of numbers I pulled up from random studies I found in different places. Construction. Yeah. Well, let's run to 60% late projects, in excess of budget, with a UK average of 10% delay, for instance. Not that much. Weather forecast, less than 20% wrong, on a single sliding window of the week. Barely 10% for 5 days. Flights. Please don't take your plane anymore until the rest of life. 5 to 10% late, depending on studies. Less than 5% cancelled. If this was software, you would most of the time be unable to get your first one-way trip before your vacation period is over. Yep. Trains, about 10% late in the world, depending on what you look at. And no, Japanese trains are not doing better. Only the Shinkansen is crazy on time. Postal mail. 10 to 20% late in France, in the United States, and UK, I found. Buying a serial production car, well, bad news. It takes from 0 day, if it is in stock and a reachable garage, to a year. And no, this year duration time is not only for a luxury car, they're actually closer to the best delivery days. Public infrastructures, well, guess what? Anything related to public expenses by nature delayed and will take more time. Software included. 80 to 90% of the world, regardless of the source. Oh, and for reference, even if you look at the 39 weeks of average human pregnancy, which some of you might be while looking at this, congratulations and good luck, there are actually 30% births that are preterm or late. Yep, even that goes way out of control. Welcome home, little ones. Don't worry about being late. Everyone is. So here, I broke down service and production into 5 major aspects. All those things are things currently sold in the world. First one is a haircut. How many different haircuts are there? You don't even know. You have no idea of the size of the catalog. It will depend on who does it, the time you live, and the constraints of the head of which you're trying to perform a haircut. So the hairdressers have standard rates that they apply to totally unique and custom work all the time. A haircut is by nature a fully custom work. Then let's take a car, a serialized one. Maybe not the one I put on the photo, but that's one. What is this product? A car line is 99% standard and common. Best variation will be the engine. It's already another line actually. Remove the engine and variations on the average variation of all car options fall under 1% change. So yeah, it's pretty standard, mostly because of the engineering costs and the norms constraints. When it comes to buildings, producing buildings is about choosing. Buildings are made of pre-made material only, even sand, lime, wood are prepared. They come through 10 to 1,000 factories before they can reach a production state. Making buildings is about constructing and assembling products that are completely unrelated. And the best design for generic other products like bolts to beam or screws to wood. Even serialized houses only share professional structures and architecture options. When it comes to building one of them, you have no idea what the ground will look like, the position, place, soil, delivery, nothing. Even those are subject to delays. Third, do you seriously think you can cook food and produce meals in a serialized way? I mean it for handmade meals, not industrial meals, okay? Can you cook food? I'm talking about cooking. Can you cook food for 12 people and produce the same results 20 times? You won't. And when you look at how globally we see food, restaurant menus and change every day, even fast food restaurants which produce 100% literally differ in menus from previous year, and most of them have no idea what they will produce the next year. Everything you create is new, and people can ask for specific meals without specific ingredients for taste, allergies, or many reasons. You barely call the dish by its name, but it will always be different. Do you think the simple like pizza will make you look like your neighbor's homemade pizza? Like the industrial pizza from supermarket? Like the one from your local pizza restaurant? And lastly, there are products that have alternatives. If you want your hair shorter, it has to be cut. There's no alternative to it. Tying and letting grow aren't alternatives. They're fully different choices by logic nature, not cutting them, right? If you want to bring 4 people to a place while being the driver over thousands of kilometers anywhere on the road, you'll need a car or larger. There's no alternative. No motorcycles, no trains, no planes, no jetpacks are alternatives. If you want a shelter from heat and cold to live in the place you choose, that's called a house. There's no alternative but for mobile homes and caravans, and they are basically mobile homes. If you want to eat, there's no real alternative. You can be fed directly through a catheter in your veins. That's not really comfortable, and it becomes really hard to do in the long term. You have to ingest nutrients. But if you don't have a pen, you can use a pencil. Anything that lets an imprint on a support, like wood gouges or stick on sand. A computer, notebook, smartphone, reader, whatever you want to do. You can use your fingers. You can paint. You can carve like antiquities population used to do. Pretty much anything in the world allows you to write once you learn how to. And there are probably more ways to break down production, including virtual ones, abstract services, but what about software production? What do you mean? The software on the left here or the software on the right? Because the one on the left is 100% custom, based on existing languages, components, and a whole history of software crafting. It will run on about 5 machines before it dies. The right one is barely available in 2 versions, 2, with translations at worst, and it's currently sold by the billions. You see, there's a massive difference between the one on the left and the one on the right. Actually, like I said earlier, the discipline of software development is doing great. It's getting more and more complex, but we're thinking and modeling that complexity quite well. This is the science side. But you're not science. You're a human erratic behavior in an unfair capitalistic world. You're trying to do your best. You're trying to convince yourselves every minute that you're doing things great, while you're actually only doing as best as you can. And it's already great, don't worry. If I tried to schematize through a gradient of great principles that reign over digital projects, I could do it this way, which of course would be subject to critique. I will accept that. On top of everything, you have whoever hold money lever. The spend button that can be pressed, beep beep, laws, text, whatever defines what and who you are. It could be a customer when delegating production, could be a financial service in general, that's the if. Then you have whoever is responsible of strategy, the structural development, the response building when it comes to public scrutinies. That's the why. Then you're probably exhausted, and you think that won't humiliate yourself managing your own ideas. Your job is to have visions, not to prove their work. So you add n layers of management, pyramid-shaped. So you will delegate the who. Then usually you change the scope of responsibilities. So you have an internal team or an external structure producing for you through the looking glass of a trade contract. And finally, you have the workforce. That's the how. It's a bloody heck of a stack between the feasibility and the production. And usually, it's broken down in two parts. The part where you're supposed to be centered on the customer because you know everything and others don't because you're the best. And the part where it happens to be about software, because that's just the laborers, the filthy ones, those who are not here to think or to understand, but to produce. And they will do whatever they can not to blend in, mostly because they don't represent the same social layers and classes. But calm down, Marx, calm down, Bourdieu. We don't have the time to detail this today. I mean, the whole industry has been trying to act like this for centuries. What did you expect for software century? A miracle? Of course, it's all wrong. There's a link between everything we've seen so far. Software production is permanent crafting. It's not copy-paste for another piece of software that supposedly does the same. Your ERP follows the same laws in the same country, but has nothing to do with another ERP. Your mobile or web app has nothing to do with other ones. The world of software is all the kinds of projects we've seen before, and because of that, anyone who's writing code without having a complete big picture of what everything is supposed to do and why, will write down uncertainty, not code. I mean, how many times have you seen user stories as a section being followed by project manager, whatever, and a so that section on user stories being left empty? That is one of your problems. Yes, yours right now. So among the available literature, as I loves, is quite rich. There's a little book, Funny Light, Inspiring and Constructive Piece of Software by Ron Jeffries that discusses about what software development is about. And it's pretty well summarizes a lot of great ideas that I recommend you dive in. It's really short, it's half text, half drawings, so it's really convenient to read. So now we enter the void. Let's discuss a little why software is failing. In short, the simulacrum of going agile. People usually refer to that as A-N-O-Sino, agile in name only, Scrum in name only. See, this is about a third of what the projects are worldwide. We already saw that whatever is not agile completely fails. All right? So you see, when people think about that world, there usually are a lot of misconceptions. It's actually really easy to understand what's at stake here. So one, starting point of all that is that we saw the IT industry is sick, mostly because of systemic reasons, management, capitalism, and complexity. People from the old world. So people started gathering ideas and new ways to eliminate the noise, the discomfort, and the waste of money, energy, and intelligence. Like Scrum was born in this time. Around 20 of those people identify themselves as involved leaders through literature, discussions, production of concepts, and gathered to hive mind about it all. They wrote a philosophical manifesto about what software development is and how to do it with a good approach. People from the old world, the initial reason why all this happened, understood this was going against them and took back over, using the most productivity-oriented idea named Scrum, and turned it into a control-free panopticon again. So we're back to point one, except we also have to debunk the agile world and fight against the certified Scrum Masters and other heretical and insidious tools to rot the whole industry from the inside again. Funny interlude. I love anagrams. Anagrams are funny because you never know what to expect until you twist the sense they have. Like here, if you mix the letter from simulacrum, you get I.N.V.E.S.T. Coincidence? I don't think so. So why do I emphasize Scrum that much? Well, because it's more than likely the first thing you hear about when it comes to agile worlds. Most likely you'll start your career with simply code producing, fixing bugs, and then being given responsibility of adding stuff. And one day you take the reins of a whole new software entity. And one day you hear about that thing, about the team will be doing from now on, and you need training. So human resources will send you to space 1 week, and you'd better come back with a paper that states that no, if you fail, it's on your lack of skill. So that now you can apply a new discipline, way of working. Feel like it's just different project management, right? Hop on, you're in for a ride. Discipline, you meaningless little rat. And your first time army instructor would tell you, discipline is cool for organizations, for structures. The world is complex. They're trying to get as much money as they can, while losing as little as they can, fighting to death all of us who try and do the same. Little to say, there's no room for a grain of sand in the gears. There's no room for why, for what for questions. We think, you do, or get out. Business likes discipline. They like to hear about those distant armies of Asian culture robots that obey, work all day, have no outside life, and never fail, which is perfectly wrong. The lens of the lean, the promise of anything far away from syndicate or educated masses. Along with the promise of discipline, you have promise of more delivery, no human-centric time loss, easy blaming processes. Like anyone pushing the machine or red stop button, more tools to get things working by themselves. Hence, more tools as fear in driving business, fear of being fired, fear of going negative with money, fear of being blamed for, fear for having no salary increase, fear of being unable to pay the bills, fear of silently being fired without having a word in the process. So business like Taylorism, which means you can assign tasks to people, so that if they fail, it's not to put on the task, but on the people. The metric is not the task, it's whoever is assigned to. Business like selling and more, selling and selling again. Marketers are given fixed and variable job justifications and salary based on how much they sell. Not if what they sell has a purpose, value, or no risk. So if the companies fail, it cannot be logical. The numbers were right, the revenues were on the rise. And they were okay with stress. If you're not stressed, you're fearing. So you can think, and that's wrong. We don't want you to think. Business will do whatever to keep things running until the fall. Even if everything is going down, they will desperately maintain the course until the end. But also business doesn't like technology. Technology means complexity, and that's a key point to get lost. Working in tech? How many times do you have to report what's going wrong and not being unable or not being able to elaborate a vulgarized explanation to people who suddenly got annoyed because they have to get involved in the project, meaning they suddenly have to work? How did you explain that refactoring needs to integrate the code you found on the web that can save you hours at the cost of spending less hours to do your part? You get involved to deep business requirements, but the business which has requirements will never get involved into your technology. All they want to hear is, we'll get more money. That's why Scrum is popular. It has semantic equivalents in all the old world aspects. Daily reporting becomes daily Scrum. Projects overview becomes sprint rituals. Specification become 20-patch product backlog units. Your old specification writers become backlog writers. Left to right Gantt planifications become top to bottom stuff thrown into a sprint backlog. Customer side project manager becomes product owner. Service provider sider project manager becomes Scrum master. See? Everything is so easy to hijack with cherry-picking what you recognize and twist the old world alike. This is what Scrum is. Scrum was invented years before the Agile Manifesto, and as so, it's one of the primitive ways to be a mediation between the rigidity of people who owned the place before the 1990s and a non-disturbing attempt to introduce the bare minimum of changes. And Scrum is actually pretty good, but it's being twisted and distorted so much, it's just completely unusable right now. Because you see, truth is, reality doesn't work like you want. Don't focus on unit, they have no metrics here. So 1, the ability of someone to work on a particular project will rise all the time. You see, the maximum will keep growing very far. And 2, the knowledge, the domain knowledge of any individual working on a project will grow and expand over time. The more they need to understand, the better they do, the less mistakes they make. 3, the complexity of what's already developed will grow over size, well or badly. And 4, the ease of integrating any new feature, regardless of its size, will decrease over time and become longer and longer and require more and more tasks. So wait, agile? Where does that come from? I mean, you probably know the dictionary part, right? It comes from Latin agilis, which means same time derived from ago, do, act, move, etc. Having the faculty of quick motion in the limbs, apt or ready to move. Okay, but that doesn't really help, does it? So let's focus on the meaning and the intended one when it comes to project development, especially software development. Alright, first of all, trigger warning. The next slide is going to be all strings, wires, cables, stickers, etc. This is where we make a little history to recreate the facts. Now look, this is a selective history of work and its organizations and thinking through ages. Don't worry, I'll guide you. So, first of all, on top, you have, this is selective, okay? Frédéric Japy, and the first ideas of serialized production and the well-being of workers in parallel, which partially inspired Frederick Taylor's work on the scientific organization of work, intertwined with Ford's implementation. You also get the early words of Leffingwell, who tried to apply those principles to offing work. We got William Foote White, who also wrote a lot of sociology in industry. Then Toyota broke the system with the TPS reports through their production sites from 1948, where it all started, and the 1992 publication. Those papers lead to Takeichi and Naka's works in 1986 about the first uses, by the way, of the word Scrum and the needs for iteration. Read that paper, is part of history worth reading. You got Weinberg, who started publishing works on computer programming, its sociology, psychology, and relations between human brains and the machine network. Tom Gilb was also a precursor of evolutive and value-centric software development and a great inspirer of agile concepts. TPS lead to industrial philosophy of lean, now the very famous. And Nevside software boomed as the arrival of the personal computer. Production methodology appeared and emerged, like the rapid application design, then Scrum, then featured based development, many of them. Extreme programming, etc. So then on the side, the abstraction of code was going well into producing industrial entities that were closer to requirements and reality. So we saw the works of Hoare with the introduction of the record class constructs, similar being the first more or less object-oriented language. Then came design patterns, hence the software design patterns and the Chaos project from the Standish group. That also helped a lot. Greatly helped, as we saw, materializing the feelings into statistics, pointing that software was going all wrong. And finally, even though everything mentioned before still exists and growing, 17 people decided to meet and go further than electronic discussions and meet all in person to try to tackle the problems of modern software development, which, spoiler, they did. Problems. What problems? I don't know, let's look at what music production was like back in time, okay? A couple of decades ago. Music distribution started in the 1920s, when first media allowed it to be so. 100 million records were sold in 1927. The very mass distribution of music kicked in the 1948 with the first 78 rotations per minute discs, and soon the 33 rotation per minute discs, the vinyl records you all know about. So let's say music distribution is something like 100 years old. More or less, depending on where you set the cursor to the real market start. This is the top performing artists of all time in million unit sales, including digital and music on-demand scores from a handful of years ago, and the year of the very first public release of each artist I added here on this column. Alright? What you see here is that, of course, you can't beat everyone by just appearing last year, but remember, music sales units have grown exponentially since then. All the major artists started on the average in 1974, which is exactly halfway between the 1920s and today. Do you wonder what the same is for software? Well, bad news. It's probably impossible today, when you can be sure that if you would include operating systems, Windows or versions would break anything. This was the most used software in 2021 on personal computers. Well, if you look at the richest current software company in the world, you get more or less the same effect. The average year of creation, their digital parts to be precise, is 1982, which is halfway between the rise of industrial software programming and today. So why are we looking at this? What's the deal here? Well, it's quite simple to look at. After the rise of industrial music distribution came the era of music production, industrial music production, switching from science to engineering to crafting to homemade studios. An average studio now costs a thousandth of what it used to, brought to inflation costs. Back then, until the 1990s, it was very expensive. It was a very expensive business, especially during the times radios, TVs were expensive too. News carried through it. Paper magazines, physical media. You couldn't invest on musicians if you didn't think there would be a broad audience to bring them to. You had to know how much it would cost, and people doing so were specialists. Not everyone was able to end up as a musician. There was a need for selection by labels, record companies. There were very few selected among the billions who wanted to be musicians. There was less competition, and there was barely 1/100th of what would be released today. 100th, barely. As a result, the margins were higher, and only the most bankable artists were selected and sought for. As a result, people were happy about the outcome and had a feeling of overall quality, despite the maze of tastes and their social constructs, as Bourdieu broadly explained. The pressure on individuals in this world is way lower than what it is today. No, I could have done this for video photography, I just picked up music. Nowadays, you know very well the difference. Any business can be made at home. Actually, most artists perform live sessions, record tracks, and work at home. We now live in a day where there are around 100,000 titles released per day on platform. Spotify, top worldwide, claims it now has over 100 million tracks since it opened in 2008. Platforms now host, and you're responsible for your business model. Selectors are dead. You only have some rare people listening to media, and the last barriers is probably the last radios and DJs, mostly. We now live in an era of social platforms, and their curation exposure defines yours. Everyone has access to music everywhere, including developing countries. The competition is globalized. You're fighting now not only everyone on the planet, but also those who produce, upload, advertise the most. Because that's the business model of hosting platform. Quality can make up for the part of quantity. See? The margins are not going crazy. The absolute majority of artists make no life out of their passion, and less than 1% now make millions. You see, the music platforms have increased the pressure on everyone. The quality control is gone. Now is the era of promotion, adapting to tastes, calling out to nostalgia, popularity, and whatever pleases people. As for software, guess what? It's more or less the same. It used to be super expensive. We used to have punch cards, specialized people for compilation and execution. Running a simple calculator once costed billions and took a full room, consuming a whole power plant output. We had to know the costs, and software had a very precise and consensual need before starting anything. Companies running software were first science companies, the largest on the planet. Very few of the software projects were developed. There was less competition, especially before people had PCs. Only 1 million worth workstations. So the margins were higher and quality was given a very special attention. The pressure didn't really exist. We basically did the whole Apollo 11 mission with a source code the size of an average HTML email without attachment that we receive by billions every day. And now, it's a whole mess. Especially since software is all around us. The average car uses millions of lines of code to just do the same thing it used to do. Since machines are now working for us, the world of services surged and took over all rich countries. I live in France, where services account for 75% of the whole economy, one of the worst in the world. As a consequence of robotization, the tertiary sector and more exploded and took over all the rest in richest countries. So as progress was made, and not only through the prism of the Moore law, digital gained in efficiency. The average smartphone made today has more computation output than the whole world barely had 40 years ago. So we started everything to digital. We asked everything to digital. The process is simple. Anything is tested against rationality, modelization, and then transformed into digital models. Then, once the computer can run it, you cannot compete against it. Linear execution through electricity, which goes 6 million times faster than your biological signals, your neurons. So now, we have a heavier competition, as anyone can become a software company, sell it for any price, and find a niche that no one has exploited yet. Therefore, the margin becomes smaller and smaller, up to a point now only the producing country makes a difference on the price. The living standard of the developers now defines the periodic rates that you pay. The markets are extremely tense, especially automation which is taking over. And we now throw contracts in the wild while having no idea whether they're going to generate income or not. In the end, most missions are doomed to fail. Most marketing is about tossing coins and you don't have any idea what's going to happen. The chart on the right here comes, you remember, from the Chaos Project. As you see, we're not showing any improvement over the last 30 years, despite a small change at the end of the 1990s. Agile has probably something to do with it. Small pause for a comic strip. This explains everything. Agile, you said? What's one drop in a waterfall of madness? You got the quotes? Fine. I'll let you read this one, just give me some water. Okay, so what is agile and what is not agile? Well, before 2001, the world didn't have a particular meaning for the software domain. But after discussing on newsgroups, the ancestors of forums, which are the ancestors of instant messages, which are the ancestors of social networks, which are the ancestors of content networks, 70 people agreed that it would be interesting to meet all in one place. Those people initially had the ideas during the Uppsala 2K conference 1 year before, and they started to build a wiki to gather intelligence and start thinking on what they agreed on. Something's wrong in software development. And after 3 days of heavy thinking, after choosing between a sunny place and a snow station, they finally went to Snowbird in Utah, skiing a little and thinking a lot. They ended up on mutual grounds with what is known as the manifesto for agile software development. 4 core principles, 1 line to sum up its utility, and 20 more specific principles. That's it. Simple as this. So first of all, whatever you do, you should never remove a word from that. Never removing any word without consensual agreement on meaning of abbreviates means removing part of the sense. The software, the Agile Manifesto for Agile Software Development. All right? And that's precisely the problem what we have nowadays. Like I said, the old world is defending itself. The primitive and conservative part of the brain is struggling against change. So do not use agile as a substantive, it's an adjective. And in so, it has to be attached to a noun. If you use agile alone, you have to explicit you're referring to this manifesto. Same goes for agility, which is supposed to be thinking in the way of a manifesto. It's simple because it's generic. It's easy to remember because it's obvious. It's easy to derive from it as it is wide open. It's not a method, it's not a framework, it's not a tool, it's a philosophy, an approach, and a set of ideas that are general enough so that you can think of them. It's here to make you think, not to give you solutions, not even to tell you how to implement anything. Those 17 people were all great people, passionate about software. They still are to this day. And here are some photos they took, courtesy of Alistair Cockburn, by example. Some people, that whiteboard here is no part of the legend. So it has 3 parts. The purpose, the statements, and the direction done. It says a lot with little words. Be cautious, as we still don't have the big picture. Over-materialization is making you lose. Precautions are killing your results. Talk, don't ride while defending your back. You have no idea what's going to happen. Finally, you may find something in what is decried here, but you should not focus on that. And it has 12 principles on top of what, to better details to better detail the approach. Delivering early and regularly through value, regardless of psychological impact it has. Change is part of the world, so it is with software. The pace of delivery should be as little as possible. You cannot progress if someone gets away from the project to do anything else. You cannot produce if the environment is toxic. Give people the power they need. Don't lose your time with signal losses. Optimize by direct meeting. The only thing that counts for results is software that works. You shouldn't have variable pace. You should need skilled crafters, not blind executors. Always go the simplest way. Teams are the only ones who can tell how to organize. Others would just distort production and add noise, regardless of the reasons. Even how teams work is subject to permanent change, and teams and no one else dictate how they progress, and they are the only accountant of the results. That's the 12 principles, but what they mean. And that's it. Agile is about that. 2 slides, 25 sentences, nothing else. So from now on, anything you see that pretends to be agile, which is not part of this, is not agile. Okay? Could be inspired from it. Could be an attempt to translate into process, but it won't be agile. None of it. What the manifesto aimed at is actually to minimize the distortion between the requirements and code. It also aimed at making sure requirements are legitimate, that they add value, that they are as transparent, as durable as possible in the form of source code. Because yes, never forget that in the end, you don't work, machines work. What you produce is only source code running. Your infrastructures are code that runs. Your operating system is code that runs. Your software servers are code that runs. Your architectures are code that runs. Anything you will do will be running code. The problem we have today is that we actually have a growing capacity from computers. So as a rebound effect, we ask them more and more and more and more. Meanwhile, the Earth capacity, as we saw, is shrinking. So 2 things. There will be a limit, a physical limit, and we're about to reach it. Or 2, all the developed systems will be more and more complex. Both of these things are going to be meeting most likely. The global GDP growth has started this downward trajectory. Remember that. Remember, we are going down. These are the slides I just put you a couple slides ago. All right? You remember what? There may be a strong reason for your software to exist, and not only to add value to whoever owns it, but to humanity. And if it does not, you should probably leave it. There's a way stronger dimension to software, but it's know your responsibility as well. Otherwise, who would stop that? You really think software has no link with that? When you know just to talk about the small thing that carbon emissions are, that digital emits as much greenhouse emission gas quantity as the whole fleet of road transport in the world, do you really want to be part of this? You want to be part of the reason humanity is failing? The truth, as I introduced it earlier now, is that there's a serious fight to be fought here. The old world has led to what we know today: awful software development, huge losses, only viable thanks to global economic growth and massive layoffs. That is their legacy. So this manifesto was written to tell violent things with a lot of diplomacy. So let me remove the diplomacy and see what that all means. First thing, the customer sucks. The customer being whoever's asking for business. Customers aren't used to expressing needs. They aren't used to rationalization or modeling. They don't have your training for that. They are blinded by the fact they understand their business better than anyone, hence that they would be right. Customers consider technique to be a tool that can do anything. Just do it. It's your job. Customers think they can anticipate the future. Customers think pre-project thinking is always exhaustive, like, yes, we got the requirements. You don't need to think now. You just need to convert to code, whatever you do it. Customers are exhausted at some point because it's not their job, and they're forcefully consider analysis to be complete, while it's absolutely not, because they are done. They don't want to go further, and you need to go further. To them, it's just explaining what they already know another time. And customers cannot understand the principle of trust and know-how. They don't understand that that's the basic thing of Agile, that you want to work with them and you want their trust, and they can just remove it if they don't feel like it's good. Let's have a little comic strip to put that in image. I'll let you read this one. It might remind you of things you've been through. All right, I'll let you pause if you need, right? Second point, realization teams have no power. They are seen as industrial product manufacturers, known as perpetual crafters. They are considered to be the only constraint in a project. I mean, who's standing between me and my software? Production, please feed them. If they need to, but go fast. 3, realization teams have to wear the burden of all the project metric excesses in the long run, which is, you just usually think in a waterfall way where software development and writing code comes in the end. But if it's in the end, you bear the delays of whatever's been delayed ahead of you. So when you give a global project due date, what is preventing this due date to be respected? In the end, everyone is looking at the developers like, all right, we are waiting. You got all you need now, right? When in doubt, in the end, everything is twisted so that productivity metrics of workers become the only constraints. By the way, why does not everyone have to do time sheeting and time reports for what they do, but developers always have to? It's a whole mystery. Digital workers are seen as expenses only. They can be discussed, replaced by competition, globalization. You work for more money than whatever India, China people can do, and they will do the same, which is probably true. Or automation, as we saw. Despite having an average higher qualification, really, it's true. Software developers keep being seen as inferior, internally and externally. This is less true in the United States and Canada. Slightly less, but not really completely less. Let's have a little comic again. Does that ring a bell? We'll come back to that actually. And 3, the relationship between customers and relation team is rotten. The development service providers are afraid of not winning contracts because they think that they need to have money over time and income to pay the bills, to pay the people. So if at some point they only get proposed bad contracts, they will take them. So they are going to go to commercial courts. And the thing is that the people who hold the payment trigger button generate control anomalies. They just distort how they work with partners. And the problem is that the customer's presence becomes less and less. They get bored, as I said. It becomes scarcity, hierarchy, and job roles and Chinese whispers generate untold information and fear. People have to go and produce, and everyone is going silent. Like, you have to work now. Thank you. Done. And fear prevents collaboration. Remember the Agile Manifesto. Processes, political meetings, operational tools enter the game and create an illusion of mastery and progress. So we start putting completely, I would not say bullshit people, but close to it. Customers in business will try to get as much possible work and productivity for the same amount of investments. This breaks the relation of trust. And finally, accounting methodology, industrial products, buying impact software, contractualization, and sales. That is really, really important. What we do right now for accounting, accountability, impacts everything. You decide ahead how much you have to put. But the person who says how much money you can spend is not the same one who says, you have to do this, and it's not the same one that says, let's do this, and this is the list of what the things we do. We have 3 different roles, three different peoples who decide what has to be done. And this is extremely dangerous. You would never buy a luxury car if you have no fixed income or very low fixed income. You would not discuss how much you can do it. You would not delegate buying the car to someone else. You would just be unable to do so. And that's the problem. Once again, a little comic to help the pill be swallowed. And this is something I've personally lived. So, reading this, you might think, hey, wait, that's a little harsh for non-tech people. It is. But the purpose is not to blame them either. Truth is, they don't write code. Again, if you kept only developers, you have a working piece of software that does the job. If you kept only everyone else, you have nothing. But the non-tech people are also doing their best in collaborating. They're not necessarily toxic. You just have to train them and help them a little. You have to lend them a hand and collaborate. They're also trying to defend their positions, their job, and they also want to go home with peace at the end of the day. The problem is the structure as it is. It's not about blaming people, not about blaming individuals. Even the toxic ones have a history, and they did not become who they are ex nihilo. The one skull quote from Jesse Watson became quite famous. This is a real summary of what I discussed before. The fact that only thing that matters is what? Until we develop telepathy, the deep context and the skill translate into the code should be the same person. You see, Jesse said the most valuable asset in the software industry in the synthesis of programming skill and deep context in the business problem domain in one skull. That's a very deep sentence. Continued from last side. What Jesse means here is that the main thing is common with all projects, not only software. The core thing is that someone who's given a task they don't understand, now why, what, nor who for is going to fail. And this is very important. The role of software developers is half analyzing, half implementing. When you pretend to cut down the analysis from them, you remove half the information. In short, you can have as many experts as you want, but as long as they don't write the application themselves, they'll have to be present and transfer 100% of the knowledge to anyone who can implement it, or else everything will fail. So Jesse said, IT means that programming skills in the absence of business domain knowledge is becoming increasingly worthless. Said another way, there are a never-decreasing number of software problems that are so cut and dried that they can be tossed over the wall and implemented in isolation of business expertise. And that's exactly the problem we have today. We are separating the how, the why, the what for from the how to implement, where, how will it work, what technology, and how to write the code. And here's the idea. Again, illustrated by Geek and Poke, very great. I forgot to mention, this is by Geek and Poke, and the last one, the same way, also Geek and Poke, great comics. As we know that a clever drawing always says more of a clever spoken explanation. You see, that's a great explanation with Java. But when you get hired, you're already supposed to develop software, so people think your only job is to convert tantrum into code, which is plain wrong. Half of your job is analysis. Half of your job is pure thinking and modelizing. So stating day one, if you're already behind the fight. You're already losing against the structures. And because of how the employment market and company structures are built, you cannot step in and change what needs to be changed. So you cannot discuss that, and therefore you're into places where you probably cannot change, while having the solution in your hands. The only way was, as I said, to use diplomacy, to speak business language, or owner language, alien language. And guess the results. Aliens understood what they wanted to understand and diverted everything. That's the thing. So they adopted the new vocabulary, they perfectly understood the concepts they didn't want to change. Because change was about changing them, mostly, and they didn't like that. You see, people hate understanding that they need to learn fundamental things once they're grown up. Once they have an employment contract and a job title. Take anyone, give them the badge genetic specialist, for example, and they'll start telling you about DNA. They'll immediately feel legitimate having the final word of any decision associated with it. And all they have is a 3 years commerce university degree, right? That's the thing. Now, let's dive a little into what agile is not. This is the moment I will lose friends, and friends will lose their minds. Sorry. The list is as long as people get creative about trying to forcefully shove things into it. So what is not agile? The concrete processes are not agile. First of all, they were invented before, and agile is not a summary of this. gets inspiration from them. But whatever you see, FDD, DSD, MXP, Scrum, it's not agile. I'm sorry, not even XP. It's not agile. It's just a way of organizing your work. You can be agile adopting this, but it's not about it. All right? Then the tools are not agile. Kanban, which just means board in Japanese. Jira, Trello, GitHub project tables, Gantt diagrams, whatever. It's not agile. It's a tool. It's written precisely in the manifesto. Voices of truth. Jeez, really? Certification, training, specialist companies? Get that shit out. Don't touch that anymore until the end of your life. What is not agile? Anything that's not software product development, management, visual sound design, marketing. The list is just infinitely long. Anything which uses due dates, relative or absolute estimate schedules, fixed cost, anything, beep, that's a huge red warning, okay? Anything that expecting a predefined contractual result for a given money amount invested, like I want to put that much money and you have to produce the software that does what I have in mind, that I will just summarize as one sentence and that will be perfect. That is exactly how all the bad stories started. Was not agile. A statistic chart outside counting items and work done. You know what I mean. We'll come back to that. Any process with separate design steps or teams, like you have design on one side and you have people writing code on another side. What is not agile? Any project not including the owners of the expected products 100% of the time. Any environment without full feedback and constant refinement. Whoever does it could be someone close to the end users, could be the end users themselves, depending on their qualifications and their time. But if you don't have feedback, you're going wrong. You're not agile. Any environment where the customer decides alone what to do or not to be done, just because I own, and the chain of command being, I'm the owner, I have legal text with me, I have money, I give you money, there's a contract before my money goes to your money, then you provide the people I need, and then you write what I do. Question is, if the person asks you to, like, for example, work naked or whatever, how wrong or right are them to do so? I don't know, but that's just stupid, right? This list is not exhaustive, so is this agile? Jeez, you tell me, right? I don't know. If you answer yes, you cannot be saved. I'm sorry. I mean, really, if you think about the simplicity principle, think deep, breathe, and watch this. Just really. Like, seriously, I mean, like, let's go in the living room, son. We need to talk. We need to talk right now. Your mom and I, we need to have a talk with you. Really, is this disciplined agile enterprise? What? Really? Come on. Come on. This is fucking ridiculous. This has nothing to do with agile. There's too much of that. See, the problem is not how to scale and being agile in large companies. The problem is that companies don't want to be agile. Your company still craves for hierarchy, employee disciples, plastic sheriff badges, and panopticon. When you start a refractory system, you can't and shouldn't ask the question how to still force it through. It simply won't work. The largest software teams in this world are made of 500 developers. And they still have, most of the time, a very cohesive internal way of collaborating. Find yours. Do not try others. This made my day when I discovered this. This is from Comic Agile, another comic that's really, really funky. I'll let you read it. We can break down externalities when it comes to great inspirations and concepts from the past years. For instance, we can isolate what is design, not development. I mean, seriously, demand-driven, behavior-driven, acceptance-stance-driven, development, design, whatever you call it, either of them. This is about development. This is about design, but more about design than development. First of all, it's not about really development. So maybe it's not really that fully agile. Gherkin and cucumber, same, it's about design. User story, journey mapping, whatever affinity mapping you want it, even storming, impact mapping, all these ideation workshops, design sprint thinking, the ideation sessions, the lean UX test, whatever, the TDD, whatever. This is just about design. TDD could be closer to development, but it's not about development. It's about how you think of your application first. Card sorting, whatever, UML red, the posted things all over the world, the value stream mapping, all of this is about design. It's about thinking design first, and then it's probably going to be writing code later. All those things here on the slide lead to writing code, one day or another, okay? But they are mostly about design. Like Martin Fowler said, when you actually sit down to write some code, you learn things that you didn't get from thinking about them in modeling terms. There's a feedback process there that you cannot only really get from executing some things and seeing what works, which means you have to go to code at some point and start thinking about putting all the barriers around it. Then, this is development, not agility. Again, don't be mistaken. Lead architectures, whatever the last shiny buzzword is about, please, I don't want to know. I'm bored. This has been existing for 20 years. If it was a thing, people would just be all noticing the great things about it. They don't. Then the DevOps, the virtualization, orchestration, all of this has nothing to do. It's just, DevOps. What does dev mean if not development? This is not about being agile. I don't want to think about agile DevOps or whatever. Software craftsmanship, as great as it is, as this talk is about software craftsmanship actually, is about development. It's not about being agile. It's something different. The movement is broad. Yes, you can improve the movement, but it's about your culture and your knowledge. It's not about, you don't have a movement of software craftsmanship when you write your code next to it. It's just about yourself improving, and it's great. I love it. Whatever you say about solid, clean code, etc., it's about writing code. It's about development, code review, analysis. All the low and no code movement is about more or less development, more or less coding, testing. I've put TDD again here because it's just the same thing. It's also, as I promised, part of development. Security, continuous integration, delivery. The migration and updates, this is just something that is purely technical, development related. Documentation is development. You don't give a word, okay? You don't have to ask the developers. You don't have to contractually sell the documentation. It's part of their problem. And it's part of anyone who wants to take a project back. Fred Brooks, the great Fred Brooks, said, the bearing of a child takes 9 months. No matter how many women are assigned. One of the most famous quotes in the universe of IT. One more, and I promise your suffering will be over. This is capital panopticon, not agile stuff. The burn up and burn down, come on, really. You really thought you could fool us with that. You do not. Absolutely not. This is just a hidden Gantt diagram with a small mustache. Then, you get what? You get absolute or relative estimates. Every time you see the word estimates, don't be fooled, all right? Poker planning, whatever it is to be, just put your glasses on like Spider-Man and you see through it. It's just absolute control freak shit. You don't want to do that. Daily meeting at the start of a day, especially with non-team members, that is just panopticon. That's about discussing things, opening topics. It's not about getting to a room and saying, yesterday I did that, tomorrow or today, depending on whatever you're going to do, I'll do that and I have no blocker, thank you very much, take the ball. That is absolute dumb shit. It's here to help you start conversation with people and see what you're going to do with them, how you're going to replan everything you're going to do today with your team. You can change the daily possibilities with that. You're not here to tell what you're going to do. Reporting, production, I'm not even talking about this one. Velocity chart, control chart, cumulative flow charts. There's one place for these people, for these things and the people who do this, it's called the dustbin, all right? Whatever productivity index you get, the team capacity, the focus factor reports and all this, it existed way before even Scrum existed. So that also goes to the dustbin. Whatever is time-boxed events, no, you don't get it. There are human ways to manage long meetings. When they get long, you take a break, you stop the meeting, but you don't decide in advance that you have 2 hours to solve everything, that everything will be solved in 2 hours. You're just recreating the same problems. Customer exclusive decision-making, as we said 3 slides ago, I think, you have to fight against that. Any project subject to that is taking a lot of risk. Release planning, that is just about giving people and asking people for release dates and due dates over a very long time. Time sheeting, justification, whatever you do. What do you think I'm doing? I'm on the project, I'm 100% on the project. I am a team that is self and autonomous, and we decide what we do on the project. Don't worry, I'll be doing nothing else on the project, you're safe. If I have to be removed from the project, you will know, people will be told, management will be told. In the meantime, we're working on it. Task justification, this is even the worst thing. Like, I want to tell you, you just do the things. It's agile, but in the end of the day, some people, I say it's true, I swear it's true, have to say how long they worked on each and every task. That's just dumb shit. Bullshit, really. You don't know anything about agile. Go away, really. Just go back from start. The technical spy, the subtasks, the reminders, whatever is not a user story, and the user story is completely stupid by itself. User story is a very good way to channel a human, but as soon as you're mature, remove the user story. Okay, just put some reminders, whatever is a post-it is good, okay? But you don't have to respect this form, because it binds you into writing something wrong. Then, top to bottom governance and hierarchy. No, that's not good. Agile teams are self-organizing. They are supervised and they are responsible. What is complex in what I just said? They are self-organizing and they are responsible. Okay? They do not own the company, they do not own anything. If anyone wants to fire them, they can. If anyone wants to say, you did not bring enough money, or the customer is not happy, then we have a discussion. But first of all, you start with letting them work correctly. And I'm not even talking about Scrum Ban, things like that, that's just boring. All right, pause. Let's have another funny comic about the panopticon effect. And here's a quote from the great Alistair Cockburn, one of the 17 magic people, which sums up the first line of the Agile Manifesto. We are still in the infancy of naming what is really happening on software development projects. And it's still true. We still don't know exactly how to produce software. We're just trying our best. It's not exact science. We can also tell about what's human channeling, not about development. This is about making sure the human mind can get to work. What about making sure you don't need to use whips to hit the slaves? And also, what helps you try to entice static people into mind-stimulating exercise? We've been getting quite creative over the last years when it comes to psychology and human channeling. We've been inventing new concepts, small workshops, little exercises, easily remembered acronyms, etc. So you know what I'm talking about. The team games, soundball, alphabet, the 3 things, whatever. Every day a new team game like that is born and 2 are buried. Mind mapping is something completely outside of this. Scrum Mastery is just, it's here to remind you that you will get out of the track every day. So this is about human channeling. Planning poker, I'm not even stopping on this one, it's just absolutely stupid. Coding dojos and kata, this is great, actually, this is great, but this is about channeling human, how to maintain the human spirit, the human mind into being into new languages, new forms, trying that what they never have the opportunity to try to maybe bring something new to the project. The abbreviations, please, I think everyone who should use them should be tattooed them. It's like, really, you do believe in that? Get a tattoo. I use I.N.V.E.S.T sometimes when I want to help people say what a task broken down can be, because this one bears a lot of signification and it can take some minutes to explain what I.N.V.E.S.T means. All right, so this one is a true thing that was not really put into letters for purpose. The rules, one at a time, positive, negative things on the feedback, the inspiration from Japanese people, the dimming wheel, the Kaizen stuff. Just this is about channeling human. Sprint retrospective, same thing. Whatever is physical, so that people just drop computers. This is human channeling. So it means you cannot think properly when you have a computer in front of you, so we have to remove it from you. We're going to take papers and pens, so you just go back to school and you can focus on something. You just drop your smartphone, disconnect. It's not bad at all, but it's just a way to force you to trade the dependence you have from digital mobile and stuff device like that and instant messageries and stuff to remove it and instead put something playful so that you are focused on what you do. So the tools, the human resources to driven knowledge transfer sessions, that's just absolutely bonkers. If you have to learn something, the teams organize themselves to do so. If the teams have to go to conference, if the teams have to speak to other teams, they don't need any formal permissions for that. Okay? If they need to negotiate the budget and stuff, they will. That's part of their jobs. Okay? And also the definition of ready and done that you often find in agile processes is just about human channeling, because in the long term you might be tempted to leave more or less the process, and you might put some heavy work on your team, on your own self in the future. So it's really good to do so, but it's not about agile, it's about humanity. It's about being human and a failing entity. One more comic about your need to train non-tech people. So yeah, and here's a great quote from the legendary Bob Martin, what I call the unspeakable truth. And Bob Martin said one day, some folks think that agile is about going fast. It was a tweet, actually. It's not. It's never been about going fast. Agile is about knowing as early as possible just how screwed we are. This is exactly what I told about buying something you cannot afford. I want this castle. But you're a single person, you work with the minimum wages, you work half the time of the year, you do not have any special capital, you have nothing to sell, and you want to buy a couple tenths of million worth building? People will not even consider you if you just offer as a buyer. You see? And that's the problem you have in industry. People say, I need that to leverage my income. But the thing is, what is the link between your idea, the fact it will work, and the fact you can even merely buy it or produce it? You have no idea. You're just throwing things, tossing in the air, and then it goes to oblivion and problems. So it's true that being agile-oriented is hard. It has become quite easy to identify anti-agile patterns. Patterns of what we called earlier agile in name only. So you are definitely not compatible with agile approach and philosophy if you don't change massive things in your organizations. And the problem is, if you are a delegate person working on a delegate company that is not the core initial domain company, if you are working for someone else, you have to change someone else's company and structure, which people will never accept. And that is the extremely difficult thing to do when you go agile. You have to train the people you're in contact with so that in turn they train the people inside the company. That makes a very harder thing to do. gives another scale of problems. But generally, if people speak about QA teams, just run away. Run away if people have, practice governance and technical process authority, what they tell you how you should be a developer better than you. That's just going away. If you have separate organizational budgets, like events, training, hardware, are handled by one person, and the project's budget is done by another one. That's not good. That's absolutely not good. If you have project and low layer management, what for? You have an automated and autonomous team. They are already being their own managers. That's what people don't understand. It's not a free form or anything. It's just, if you have an agile team, you just don't need anything else. You got the agile team. It's fine. You need the customer, the users, the agile team. All right. And every stakeholder you want to be involved. If you have deadlines and delay management, anything time-based, including an iteration length. Yeah, I'm serious on that. If people say, for 2 weeks, we're going to lock a series of user stories and they will be done in 15 days, you're just taking less risk than what you would do about 6 months. You're not removing the risk. That's why Scrum and Extreme Programming are not correct. They are very good. They are ways to be, as I said, diplomatically in between. Not good. Still not agile. And if you have separate product strategy and development departments, which is people who just toss papers in the air and then go back to vacation, it's not good. If you have outside DevSecOps, that's new. Processes are getting quite harder right now, so you need to have integrated DevSecOps inside your teams. That is part of the job right now. It's not something you can have anymore. You don't see that as a service that you call when you want to deploy. If you have specific roles for needs and specification, anyone being responsible for like design or whatever, you need to call anyone who say, we don't want that person. I'm sorry, just tell them to do anything else or integrate them in the team as a developer or something. You cannot have people, as we saw, separating. You remember the one skull metaphor? You do not want 3 skulls. It's just too much to have to, so we are having 3 just out of the order. No, you cannot have this. Then, what is not agile? Copying and applying outer models. That's one of the most common and consistent ways of failure. Whatever worked for you, including with the same people, for one customer or one project, might be completely wrong for the next one. You have to think about that again. Multiple mission jobs. Seriously, you need to have a dedicated team. If they are doing 2 or 3 things at the same time, they will be working 10 to 20 to 100% times slower. Anything that is preventing them from being 100% time availability is dead. And I mean it for the developer team, for the whole agile team, for the customer, for everyone. If you have locked iterations, delayed refactoring, or bug solving, or ID sharing, I think we should work on this. But I have to make a task and to have people validate, estimate. Wrong. You only need to discuss about it and see if it's good or wrong. You do it with your team, you do it with the customer, with everyone else, and nobody else got the final word but the team themselves. All right? If you say we have to rewrite completely what this whole part of code is about, and you have to justify to anyone else but the team, this is wrong. If you say, oh, we found a bug, let's plan the bug fixing. No, you fix the bug right now. Refactoring, bug solving is right now. You are responsible as a team about what it means, the right now means. It could be, I'm just finishing what I was doing, 10, 15 minutes, I'm just commit, push, going on the side. I'll be back to that, okay? Bugs are priority. And if you have anything that is end user feedback that is filtered by people, delayed by people, like, we're going to get all the user feedback and we'll give you an Excel spreadsheet, just go away. Bring them, or I will go to them, I will talk to them. Who's your typical end users? We want feedback, we want a form, we want IDs, just, I don't know, we need something that says we are users of your information systems and we had these problems. Thank you, this is the best way to make it better, okay? So, as Tom Eisenman who wrote a quite controversial book about success, said, most startups fail not because they can't build a product they set out to build, but because they built the wrong product. Take too long to do that, waste a lot of money doing that, and waste a lot of money on sales and marketing trying to sell that wrong product. You see, that's one of the core problems. What are you doing? And in our world, if you're a developer and you say, excuse me, maybe what you're asking us to work on is complete crap, people will just fire you. They will just assault you. They will just shush you in duct tape and throw you over the window. But who is going to work on a project if they don't see the reason why, the purpose, and the good answer that the software they're trying to build is to what problem? All right? So, little laugh. I summed up those concepts as well as how not to get trapped into their misappropriations that you might find funny, and please bear with me as it took a lot of time to assemble that. Dr. Gant, Dr. Stoller, welcome to Jirassic Park. You will play the John Williams theme in your head, right? We can go against copyrighted material. So wait, you've heard about velocity, right? Velocity, come on. But what is velocity? Velocity is a variation of distance per time. That's physics. But velocity is always used as a substitute for time estimates, a productivity measurement, a planification metric, and in the end, a pressure and need for justification. Always. This is back to the old world. But in the end, you will get eaten if you speak about velocity by the evil velocity raptor. So the solution is that you have no estimates, no thing that looks like estimates, just breakdowns. All right? And here's the beautiful velocity raptor. You want another one? Wait, value. What's value? What's value? What do you think is value? The importance word for usefulness of something. Yeah? Pretty much got that. But what is value? The value in real world software right now is I know my job. Just program, just implement, just code. I don't want to hear you. Level 2 is I know better than the team because I'm the one who's been given the sheriff badge. You remember the genetic specialist or whatever you wanted to be? I was given the badge, so I know about it. I know because I'm working on it. I'm working my ass off, 20, 30 hours a week, a day if you want. I'm working 50 hours a day on that. It's not possible, but I'm doing so. So I'm the specialist. Level 3, I know better than the customer. Sometimes there are two different people. And number 4, all the metrics finally show that whatever was asked by this I person had no value. So in the end, you will get eaten by the evil Vanunicus. The solution against this guy is end-user shared value driving, which is the end users are the only tellers. Sometimes it's hard to get them to say so or not, of whatever is valuable for them or not. Wait, the sprint. What is an iteration? The problem you see is that you've been so brainwashed, so matrixed in your head, that you always think that an iteration is called a sprint. Repetition of the process. What is a sprint? The top speed over a short distance, which is just going faster, faster, and faster. This is the word that the old world is using and liking. Oh, we're going faster for a small amount of time. That's crazy good. I like it. So level 1. You make some effort over a short period that actually gets to be just before the next short period. So you just actually make a constant effort. Second level, you get to negotiate until some product owner approves. Really. The product owner has to agree that the team can do. Then you get a fixed commitment and pressure. What if your estimates are wrong at this point? For a week, or a sprint, for a day. And level 4, the effort is basically all the time. I thought you were organizing differently. So you're just telling me the dates, the delivery, the quality, everything will be just done as usual, except you count the weeks, you count the iterations. Oh, it's really interesting. Wow, I understood everything into the agile process and only for the marketing and sales. Great. No, in the end, you'll get eaten by the sprintosaurus if you do so. Solution is to have feature-centric development, which is, you would say, this is the feature we need to work on. Is it clear for everyone? That's basically sprint planning. And then you say, all right, everyone's got all the IDEs we discussed, we found all the subtleties and fine in that feature. Fine, we're working on it. When does it end? When the feature is fully developed and the team says it is over, moving on to the next one. How much planning is it? None. One by one. Small visibility. And what is the consequence? You know exactly that what you did is good. You don't need to know what it will be done because you actually give a lot of care about that, but you have no idea. Drop it. Let's say you want another one, right? Bugs, tests, and refactoring. What is a bug? An identified defect. What is a test? A software behavior proof. What is a refactoring? Rewriting code, simply. But most of the time exists, okay? It's just new code against existing code. Refactoring is about existing code, or incorporating new into existing. Level 1, you are planning bug fixing. As we saw, this is extremely toxic and stupid. You don't plan bugs, we'll do it next time. Just, we finish the sprint and that will be fixed the next time. Really? Level 2, you plan test writing executions. All right, starting next week, I want you to have a story where you say, as a developer of some kind, I want to write tests because we said we write tests so that we have tests. Wow, great, agile. Then you plan justify refactoring. I think I need to touch this controller, please. Why would you go there? You're supposed to work on domain A, not on domain B. Domain B is where Mr. Other Place here or Miss Other Place there work. You do not work on this part. Well, do I need justification? No, you should never touch that. Or that colleague that also comes to your place and says, hey, excuse me, I was working on this one. Why did you change all the code I did last week? Because that's part of the project, right? And then you raise a tremendous technical debt. As a result, you will get eaten by the evil Detlodocus. The solution against that huge Detlodocus, brilliant dinosaur, is to have a team-centric development, which is your team decides what to do, when to do so, and it's team first, emergency first, software first, and business requirements on top of that. Business requirements and expectations are not the base story about things. They are the initiator of things, but they are not the base. The base is software. First software and team. If you don't have software, if you don't have people to write software, you can write requirements forever. Okay? So, requirements. Yeah, did I just say requirements? Funny, I thought I said requirement. What is requirements? A necessity. Really? So level 1. The owners of the hippos being the highest paid person in the office. Okay? So it's a short term, just to save some place here. The highest paid person in the office. They are brilliant. Why? Because they are your hierarchically superior person. Oh yes, is my N+1? Ah, you're great. I like what you do. Great, clever, brilliant. Can I go home? All right. Level 2. You got your end user massive blind tracking, which means your end users get disconnected from the app. Spoiler, I'm actually right now working on an application that is about this thing. Then you've got pure translation or whim, which is just crazy. The product owner sometimes will get to interpret everything so that they think they understood everything while being very well-intentioned. And level 4, you actually end up with sometimes and very often 0 value requirements. Let's change this because it's just possible to do so. Or you are just changing one little thing that would piss off 90% of the users to please the 10% remaining ones. You need to think about that again. So in the end, you will get eaten again by the evil requirement ops. So the solution is to have UX-driven improvements. you have special discipline, which is called user experience, and you don't learn it like that. It's a whole job, and you have to have developers being trained for for user experience. They need to have human skills, communication skills, study skills, A/B testing skills, lots of things from the UX world. That is what's good. All right, enough of the dinosaurs. This is a quote from a study that was published in 2009 by a group of researchers who led a deep investigation, notably in large companies. And they found this. It's from Kohavi et al. From Microsoft Think Week, published in 2009. The literature is filled with reports that success rates of IDEs in the software industry, when scientifically evaluated through controlled experiments, are below 50%. Our experience at Microsoft is no different. Only about a third of IDEs improve those metrics they were designed to improve. Of course, there is some bias in that experiments are run where groups are less sure about an idea. But this bias may be smaller than most people think. At Amazon, for example, it is a common practice to evaluate every new feature, yet the success rate is below 50%. That is what we talked about earlier, okay? Watching the study made by Forrester Consulting for ThoughtWorks in 2012, we can see who decides and what is to be done. Most people have small committees taking decisions for the whole structures. Does that ring a bell to you? Isn't that liberal pride? Let's not make things too complicated. If you look on the left part, you'll see the hippo effect, the highest paid person in office. You see? Which is about the same as the right part. Only 35% people responded they actually tried to apply rationalized modeling with something that is equivalent to code into choice making. So maybe you already start to sense a problem here normally. But yet sometimes you see a clue in the wall. Here, for instance, you get a quote from Cucumber website that says, BDD does not replace your process. Really? It enhances it. It's trying to get rid of calling itself a process. You also got a page from scrum.org that says, release planning and turn down are not part of the Scrum Guide anymore. Don't dream is mostly explained diplomatically. You can also read that awesome and very, very long post by Ron Jeffries, co-inventor of Scrum, entitled Scrum is not an agile development software framework. Spoiler, the blog post is more complex than this, and it does not really go that straight, but it's really enlightening to read it. Please do so. As an insightful quote from Dave Thomas, the co-author of Manifesto, agile is not what to do, it's how to do it. What he means through that is that it's not supposed to tell you the materialized approach, but only you should approach. Only you should approach your work every day and see what you have to do. Okay, it's not telling you how you have to do your job every day. Now let's talk about one of the worst illnesses of our modern days, the encrusted persistence of the estimates that I already mentioned a lot. So let's stop a little on that concept. We all like to know whatever is in our future, but we know every second that passes, everything can change, and the probabilities explode over time. In your everyday life, if you crossed that sign, like in English or a French word that's weird, but it could exist, right? 4 hours detour, or maybe 17 or 2, what do I know? If you cross that sign, you probably go mad, or most of it afraid of needing to pee, or worse, afraid of having enough fuel, afraid of being late, afraid of having to call people to justify yourself. That's what drives people in our world today. Fear. Fear of wasting public money. Fear of being blameworthy. Fear of needing to justify yourselves. Fear of getting fired, of being too old, too slow, etc. And among our fear, some people have fear that they might be wrong, that they might have taken the wrong decisions. Fear that someone somewhere would state indirectly that they're wrong, that they are bad. And in our world, when you're in charge, you refuse to be bad. Worse, you refuse that people know you can be bad. So the way that it works is that you use complex cognitive biases, dishonest detours, and a way of masking your fear under unlawfully irrational processes that look more rational than anything else, disguised with a mustache. So the way it works is that you use complex cognitive biases. I mean, What can be more irrational than a number? Number of facts, right? And those numbers are stuck on the back of a wrong assumption that was here since the dawn of man. The assumption that anyone that has a technical job can guess how long their jobs are going to take. And the greatest confusion comes from confusing laborers' jobs who work with a highly repetitive part of their jobs with software developers who have a very low repetitive part of their jobs. And the problem is that there is an abyssal gap between crafting 10 simple bookshelves in a row and coding 10 simple showcases websites in a row. And we do believe that is easy to put on the back of experience, but when you're young, it's put on the back of your recent training or diploma. Later, it will be put on experience. Like, people have no idea what you've done with your life, but they'll tell you that having worked like you did in 10 years in IT should be enough so that you know how much things cost. Like, years in IT will make you know that you cannot know how much things cost. Let's illustrate that experience bias paradox. This paradox bias is simple. The fact that you work in a job for a long time means anything related to your job can be estimated thanks to that experience. Are you experienced in physical shopping? I hope so, otherwise I don't know how you survived so far. So, how long does it take? How long does it take? Did you include the round time? The weather? Did I tell you what and how to buy? What is your health condition? What's the affluence of the shop? What time will you be shopping at? Overall, what's your error margin? If it meant you could lose your job being wrong, I mean, think again. What is your answer now? How long to go shopping on the average? If it means being like 10% wrong, means you lose your job. How much would you answer? Right? I mean, 10% too short, 10% too large is fine. See, suddenly you want a very large error margin, right? Like, if it takes 30 minutes, you're okay to giving 0 to 1 hour time span, right? And then what will be your face when I tell people will keep the lowest estimate all the time, telling you that people like you always exaggerate, that choosing the largest estimate will have you never go shopping and starve. Do you see the point? People don't like this. Don't like you taking their problem, them being a problem, as a variable that you set to adjust your estimate, because you cannot estimate. Okay, so would you correct that? How would you correct that? I mean, you'd think that you can frame requirements, right? Protect your back. Okay, so here's your list. Butter, ice cream, potatoes, salad. I want a regular or rocket, whatever. Legal for the kids, dairy-free desserts. All the maize Mexican crisps, that's so good. Some beer because life is beer. 2 kilograms of tomatoes. Beef hard tomatoes, I like them. Prepared meals, and for your beloved health who needs to eat at work, so they need prepared meals. Sometimes rice, honey, just short channel honey. I don't want industrial honey. There's any form of local honey, just buy it. And a present for your mom's birthday. Of course, nutrition score B for the people who know about what I mean in Europe, which is high quality nutrition for everything. Thank you. Door closes. But wait, is that enough to go fast? How long will be using for each item? Now let's add a quick question. The first one that comes to my mind, all right? Butter, what kind? Ice cream, what flavor? Potatoes, how much? Salad, you don't like it. What's going to be stopping you? Lego, how many choices are there in the shop? I mean, I can spend an hour choosing Lego. How hard is it to find dairy-free desserts? Actually, it's quite hard to find in an average shop. Oh yeah, the Mexican crisp. Oh, you need the sauce. What? I don't know what sauce we would like. Beer or way too many decisions. Usually that's gonna be taking too long. Just the beer is going to be taking too long. 2 kilogram tomatoes. All right, that is easy. Oh, what? It's all gone. It's the end of the day. Yeah, the beef hard tomatoes are all sold out today. Prepared meals. What do they look like? I mean, what do you want? How many do you want? I don't know. Rice. What do we need rice for? You see the what for, the importance? You don't know. I mean, is it just to make vanilla rice? Is it to make something Asian? You don't know. You don't know how much you're gonna buy. Okay, so you're gonna go for the larger volume. Like rice doesn't really deteriorate over time, so it's fine. Honey. Oh yeah, honey. How much? Oh wait, I don't know how much I need. And a present for your mom's birthday. How complex is it? Do you really know what you want to buy? I got no idea. If I was asked right now, I got no idea. So you see, the problem is you got no bloody idea how long it would take. You just got the general knowledge of the past project you named the same, but that were not the same. Like you always brought Lego and potatoes and you know exactly what it is, but you don't know what you're gonna need right now. Then how could you do that with software? Why would you keep doing so? Why would you keep being dumb purposely and accepting that on purpose? Because people use a cognitive bias. They are the people asking, so they are legitimate asking you how long and how much, so you have to answer. No, you're not legitimate to ask us how long it will take. Yes, people usually do that. Yes, it's comfortable, but as long as this generates the fact that we will contractualize or not, and be having to follow the due date or not, I will not answer this question anymore. All the time now you have to answer people, I will not tell you, I don't know. The thing is, if you do say that you don't, look at this legendary comic from Dilbert. I mean, if you had to remember one comic in your whole developer life, it's clearly this one. You need to print it and shove it into everyone else's desk at the office. By the way, this is a diagram by Ralph Stacey. It's often linked to the Cunefin, written Cunefin, but it's pronounced Cunefin, matrix of complexity. On one axis, you got what is sure in terms of need, and the other ones in terms of feasibility. So you actually know you can reason with technology and requirements as well as just pretty much something. So you divide elements in 4. What is known, like brushing your teeth, so it's simple. What is more than unknown, it's just complicated. Like planning a weekend with friends in their new house. You can mostly know what you're gonna do, but you're not really certain. And also, what is more than unknown, more unknown than known, which is called complex, like a majority of software development tasks. And then you got what is completely unknown, what is anarchic, like a likelihood of tsunami when on the beach. How much is it? I don't know, I got no idea. And the question is to solve mostly the complex part here. The best and funniest quote I've ever heard is a quote from Arnaud Lemaire, a French speaker, who said, that's my translation in English, Arnaud, sorry, a good estimate is an estimate that has 100% error margin of acceptance. That is just anything. I answer that 100% of the time now. I always answer that. And second question I've had is, you want an estimate, you want a due date. How do you plan to put the estimate into planning, into planification, and then question, what happens when we reach the due date and the project is not finished? I said, I did my part, now you do yours. you have no idea because you got no idea what's going to be like, the ambience, how it's going to be complex. This is a call for something links to legal concerns and stuff. This is very complex and you are probably into some heavy shit. Just like I am right now making estimates. You see? What you need is a team that works and an agile philosophy, not a bloody financial novel. When you decide to buy that famous Lamborghini while having no initial capital and your salary is barely $2,000 United States dollar per month, you know you will need decades to finance it. You'll probably be out of order by the time you can even finally get it. By the time you get the money to get the dream car, it will probably not be working anymore by the time you refund it, okay? So, how should you rationalize your items? I told you I was using the I.N.V.E.S.T separately because this one is the only one that really makes some sense. How should you make sure that you can, at worst, try to do something to estimate the workload, knowing that people will have authority and money won't let go? The best way to go is probably to stick to that acronym. That has nothing to do with investments. Remember the slides, the human channeling loves acronyms. It means you have to be creating items of production that are one of each: independent, negotiable, value-added, estimable, small, and testable. Okay, small meaning close to atomic, testable meaning the QA chain should be accepting it, estimable being it's not too complex, should be done one by one in any order, should be fluid, not hard and exhaustive, so make them short. The reason why we have large Sharpies on small pieces of paper like Post-its. Value added means you should demonstrate that they add value for everyone. Anyone missing the point, there might be a trap. If anyone doesn't see the value added, they have to be convinced. Not forced, convinced. Okay? So that is a very good way to remember how you should think of what you do for your software. Because a user story, in the end, is not a set of fully detailed requirements. They are bite-sized. You don't know what software should do until you use it, okay? You don't get from a user story to like 10,000 Jira description things that go to the end of time, okay? You shouldn't ask a product owner what, no how, but why. What problems are you trying to solve? And how is it that what you're asking us is going to solve it? Because we need to be convinced that what you do is good. All right? Which leads us into two main concepts. The first one, technical debt, was initiated by Juan Cunningham in 1992. The technical debt is a voluntary concept chosen by the production people in charge. It's an increase at a given moment of the project return on investment to postpone the rest until later. Financed by the applicants, so that is written. It's a partial implementation, further planning production, ramp-up request, contracting of development restriction and contractualization, and is not compatible with the real needs. It must be negotiated by sales and project managers, whatever is in charge. It must be explained by the production teams. It will never be unexpected, never be hazardous. It will always be planned and anticipated. It has nothing to do with the wear and tear of the software erosion. Okay? Again, the presentation by Arnaud Lemaire on YouTube is in French, is great on that subject. Remember, software technical debt is put on the back of managers, owners, customers, and not the developing team. Otherwise, it's called purpose exploitation and incompetence through lying. I'm serious on that. The latest thing in management is again to capture and destroy terms to overload them semantically. So now we have non-technical people modelizing, forecasting, and talking about technical debt. Like they are making technical debt planifications. Do not let them do so under any circumstance. You make sure that they need to understand what this is about. Okay? The short answer to any high-level decided on projects is you are the technical debt. You want things done before they're ready, you want a baby born before pregnancy full term, and you want to work it already. In some very rare cases, teams can be misorganized and face organizational or technical problems or human problems. The difference is that those problems get solved by a tremendous order of magnitude faster than the problems your decisions are causing. The changes in that API that break everything in all depending subsystems is not a technical problem. It's a communication and planning problem coming from the requirements decision and a lack of coordination. Walt Cunningham said the following. I'm going to read this one, especially for the people who might be having difficulties in reading. Shipping first-time code is like going into debt. A little debt speeds development so long as it's paid back promptly with a rewrite. The danger occurs when the debt is not repaid. Every minute spent on not quite right code counts as interest on that debt. Entire engineering organizations can be brought to a standstill under the debt load of an inconsolidated implementation, object-oriented and otherwise. I think it's pretty clear about what I wanted to say with that. And Martin Fowler added in 2019, the metaphor of debt is sometimes used to justify neglecting internal quality. The argument is that it takes time and effort to stop craft from building up. If there are new features that are needed urgently, then perhaps it's best to take on the debt, accepting that debt will have to be managed in the future. I think I'm missing a word on that here. Now, another concept you might hear about very often. Software rot erosion is a concept by Meir Lehman and Laszlo Beladi in 1974 for the first time, and written through a paper written in Common in 1985. It means that if nobody takes care of the piece of software in the current world, it will decay, not intrinsically, but against its environment. It means the technical environment will eventually make it fault, crash, and become unusable, even if nobody damages it. It also means that the more people work on a project, the more complex it will be and the more entropy there will be. The term entropy comes from the second law of thermodynamics. Basically, it states that in a closed system, everything will decay, not everything will be converted to work, and certainly will grow among chaos. The entropy cannot decrease with time. A computer program that is used will be modified. When a program is modified, its complexity will increase, provided that one does not actively work against this. I hope you understand this is way different from technical debt, okay? This is unwillingly. Now, you might think of what has become of the people who gathered to write the Agile Manifesto. This is the list of who they are and what they're most associated with. Those are your reference Avengers. Years later, we keep asking them if anything has changed in what they wrote back then. Most of the time, answers are not really, and something they might make some semantic changes. But let's see a couple of the public writings and interventions since then. Meaning, these people here are the ones who know more than anyone else on the planet, until the end of time, what they intended to say with the Agile Manifesto. What comes next will shock you. Dave Thomas, first of all, this talk is absolutely fundamental and very simple, you'll love it. The world as Agile has been subverted to the point where it is effectively meaningless, and what passes for Agile community seems to be largely an arena for consultants and vendors to hawk products and services. Great. Now, Ken Beck, let's share a few quotes from his blog. Ken says, I think that the backlash against the industry is due to the vague use of the term agile rather than to any particular process. Calling yourselves agile without a commitment to the values and principles of agile development can lead to some uncomfortable relationships. In 2006, when I put this Twitter quote, I have called the certificate industrial complex dishonest, a pyramid scheme, and cancer. Once more for the folks who just got here. You see, that's a whole tweet thread. I suggest you read it on Ken Beck's timeline. And he said in 2019, listening, testing, coding, designing, that's all there is to software. Anyone who tells you different is selling something. After 2 days, you're not a master. Anyone who certifies you is lying. And to me, that whole edifice, certified Scrum trainers, trainers, and then blah, 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 it's starting to look like a pyramid scheme to me. And none of it It is honest. Now, Robert Martin, Bob, Uncle Bob, but say today's agile is not the same. Agile that was discussed at the meeting, there's been a shift towards business and away from technology, which was seen as critical at the meeting. Bob recalls Ken Beck saying at Snowbird, it's an interview that's been retranscripting, that his motive behind Extreme Programming or XP was to heal the divide between programming or technology and the business, and that divide has not been healed, at least not by mainstream Agile. The Agile community has been taken over by project managers and Scrum Master, which means the technology side of Beck's equation has been abandoned by a large part of the Agile movement. It's an interview by Malcolm Isaacs with Bob Martin dated 2016. And I also included this tweet here from Uncle Bob, where he says, Agile went from an idea articulated and promoted by programmers in order to get projects done, to an opportunity for project managers to increase their dominance, to a management consulting business model. But that first idea is still there and still viable, which is exactly what I've been trying to tell you over 2 hours now. Ron Jeffries, now about that fake Agile thing. You should be reading that whole post blog, really is just great, from Ron, called Developers Should Abandon Agile. And if you read the quotes here, Agile has become big business, led no doubt by the Scrum Alliance successful certified Scrum Master offering. We now see hundreds, perhaps thousands of so-called Agile coaches and trainers, and many competing frameworks and methods. We see Agile leadership training, Agile project management offerings, and on and on. Now, many, perhaps most of these offerings are not bad things, at least for the enterprise. Organizations that try to improve value, usually do improve. And so even if Agile IDEs are applied poorly, training will almost provide some benefits to the organization. The organization should at least get increased visibility into what's going on, and that will often lead even the least enlightened management to make better decisions. That's good, and I'm all for it. But you should read the rest of the post. Ron made also a couple of Twitter posts. I'm going to read them to you for the people who have difficulties in reading. As an author of the Agile Manifesto, I want that stupid story format to go away so that people can get the essence of user stories, which is exactly what I've been trying to tell you about user stories. See, I can get disliking the Agile industrial complex, or what I call dark Agile and dark Scrum. What I can see is what's to dislike about the Agile we described in the manifesto. And a third quote, I think it was more money people, easy answer people, but what about my specialty people? And they now, Agile meditation, Agile pet care, Agile throat lozenges, and Agile kitchen cleanser. We'll talk about testing specialists another day, perhaps. I'm not sure about them. That's a very, very funny way of saying exactly what I've been saying a few hours ago, is that we put the word Agile in front of everything and anything now, so we just semantically stole the meaning of the manifesto. How about Jeff Sutherland? Again, this talk is really interesting. I suggest you search for it on YouTube. It's a pretty short talk. I think it's 25-30 minutes from Jeff, but through his talk, he says, the interesting thing about that discussion is that about half of this group at Snowbird felt that Agile is software, and the other half felt that Agile went beyond software. And the way beyond software, people won the argument, and so the objective is for the next 10 years, is to get people with working products at the end of the sprint everywhere, not just on a software team. Yes, so we are getting 15% of the benefits of this right now. You know, it's like people say you only use 10% of your brain. We are losing only 15% of Agile. Pretty rough. So I would say the threat is getting greater in companies that are not Agile or not implementing Agile well. The pressure is not getting less. It's heating up significantly. It was already 13 years ago. How about Alistair Cockburn? All right, just follow him on Twitter. I have to laugh. Ron Jeffries co-created user stories, story point in Agile, ID use cases in Agile. All of these have been brutally misused and blamed. Go ahead, invent something useful, then watch the same happen no matter what you do, and we'll check on you 20 years on. Pretty explanatory. Another quote, current state of Agile, 3 dots. what it is has been being over the last decades as opposed to intention or what it was being in its first decade. It's devolution. How about some Martin Fowler quotes? Let's see. Martin Fowler wrote, many people are looking to Lean as the next big agile thing, but the more popular Lean becomes, the more it will run into the same kind of issues as Scrum is facing now. It doesn't make Lean or Scrum worthless, it just reminds us individuals and interactions are more valuable than processes and tools. Boom. Our challenge at the moment isn't making agile a thing that people want to do, it's dealing with what I call faux agile. Agile, that's just a name, but none of the practices and values in place. Ron Jeffries often refers to it as dark agile, or specifically dark scrum, as we just saw a couple slides ago. This is actually even worse than just pretending to do agile. It's actively using the name agile against the basic principles of what we were trying to do when we talked about doing this kind of work in the late 90s and at Snowbird, which is exactly when I've been doing this talk. Now they say, oh yeah, we're doing agile already. But you go in there and you suddenly find there's some very big differences to what you expect to be doing. I mean, I could dig their quotes forever, but you get the pattern, it's no riot. But people start gathering to talk about it a lot. Agile was diverted, captured, misused, and blamed. Most of it coming from old world and non-tech profiles. And to conclude this series of quotes, the one I like the most from Bob Martin, and I believe the last sentence is by definition a perfect summary of all I've been trying to demonstrate. Bob once wrote on Twitter, "Agile is not the way to go fast. It is a way to know where you're going. Agile does not increase productivity. Agile increases manageability. Agile does not guarantee you'll get there on time. Agile destroys the hope that you might when you won't." And that's exactly what I've been trying to tell people. I'll just pause on the screen for a second too, so you can pause and get the links to the talks. Most of the talks, you get QR codes here on each of these courses. Really, these people are really inspiring. And there's a second wave of talks that I really suggest you go and listen to. I could have put I've got YouTube playlists for IT talks, but these 8 ones were really good. All right. And this concept by Jesse Watson in 2017, he said, quotes, that is, "The greatest misconception about software development is that it is a separable discipline from deep analysis of the business problem. We think all we need is an analyst who understands the business problem, a developer who knows how to code, then they can email a few notes or a specification. Good to go, right?" And this is just according to his one cranium definition. This is absolutely insanely right. You need to have a good way to have your requirements and to think you can express them. So to sum up, in other words, we are decomposing software into a product development stack, creating code pieces where we need integrated people. So, are you not part of a team? Well, it's time for what Japanese people call a Gemba walk, for real. So now you know, if you're a developer yourself, don't become a stack object. Be transversal from top to bottom. You can speak to the top C high-level presidential administrative owners. If you need to be talking with those people. If you need to speak with the final end users, the one bringing money, you will have to talk to them. And if you're hiring developers now, well, you know what to do. Another conclusion is that Scrum Master is not the new project manager. It always was. And the hardest thing for them now is to remain vigilant, because every single day that passes, their role will be attacked. Reporting, representing, being responsible for advancements, being used as a senior giver of ideas, as technical leader, as part of a team as well to reassure whoever pays them, etc. And the funniest quote I've had from this talk in 2017 from the legendary James Coplin, who said, "I'm a certified Scrum Master, and I can tell people the way you get my certifications is the first time you're fired for doing your job." By the way, Ken Schwaber has been fired more than any certified Scrum Master in the world. I'm a very soft person. James Coplin goes really more hard than I do. And conclusion here about the product owner. Product owner is most of the time, not the end user either. It's about customer surrogates. It's a bloody genius idea to politically let the customer sort out their internal time-consuming disorganization. That is the brilliant thing about the product ownership. And let's pause a little on this comic by his course coach, Mr. Roland Flem. Another thing I recommend you read is the Agile Farm and its extensions. Now, we started from a blog post long ago when then was put into illustration through a talk and then extended to a lot more animals. The core history started when chicken and pigs, the core people to identify on this legendary comic you know here. The idea here is that the chicken take advantage of the result but can still escape, while the pigs have to put their lives in play, a metaphor for keeping their jobs. The people started to add other animals to better describe general behaviors. Think of this as a design pattern for people behavior. And I recommend you read the Agile Farm and its extension. Really, it's just great. All those animals are described with a lot of patterns you might recognize among people. In short, software development roles are perceived as expandable, delaying, accessible, measurable, and docile. While software development is exactly about being the opposite. Software development is about appropriating the growing complexity of business domains, hence the rise of rationalization workshops, which we talked about a couple slides ago. So the questions are, how many software companies can you build with developers only? How many software companies can you build with another profile only? Now, why do you think this job, with all the power it has, is subject to most of control? Well, oh, and by the way, the new trend is in talks to use the cargo cult metaphor. The cargo cult is a historical reference to indigenous populations mimicking the temporary colonialist technology. First, not everyone agrees on the anthropological aspect of such behavior. Part of them think they wanted to get the benefits of cargo bringing wealth and goods, but for some other people who worked on the topic, actually describe it as a reaction against colonization, trying to develop better with the same tools so that invaders could be repelled. So, you'll see that term used for anything and everything across conferences. Though this is probably not a semantic takeover attempt, it still remains a clumsiness. The thing is, people from cargo cults were either trying to imitate newer parts of the civilization or trying to build the same tools to repel them. None of these cases apply to agile modern companies. None of them actually try to do this. They just conceded on the use of some terms, keeping only part of their essences that would not change their course. They never dived into Agile, into the manifesto, into its philosophy. They named individuals to change their processes and tools, but not the way they collaborate. Most of them perfectly understood what to do, but absolutely didn't want to go the proper way. In short, they rotted the concepts on purpose, not in the absence of knowledge. They are toxic. They're not stupid. Don't get fooled on that. Even though it's true that some new efficient concepts like pair more programming are crazy good and prove working amazingly, the old world will still resist. This is a comic strip from Vincent D&L, showed brilliantly. And moving on to more conclusions now, before we go to the next part of this, I'm just going to read the slides again. Can all missions be agile? Answer is, it depends on how your team was sold to whoever pays. Can all teams be agile? Depends on the sales, accounting, finance departments. If they understood this, yes. If not, no. Can all sales, accounting, finance departments be agile then? It depends, again, on whoever leads the structure. Then, can all the structures be agile? Clear answer is no. If your structure is not agile from the top, you can be agile on the bottom. And one day or another, the margins will go down and software production will be even worse than what it is today. When I say not all structures can be agile, you get the point. And again, it's a magnificent comic from Dilbert. I just love this one. And on the beacons are fading against the Scrum-derived words. The words are taken away from concepts. The Scrum terms have now a deep imprint, up to a point they're used outside Scrum, where they have no signified link with signifier when it comes to semiotics. I mean, think about it. How would you call a customer needs summary? How would you call a daily waypoint? What would you say in a daily waypoint? We talked about that. How do you call an iteration? We talked about that as well. How do you call the key person for customer needs? How do you call a fluidifying role? How do you call the noise and runaway people? What do you do at the start and end of an iteration? What happens to the selected tasks of an iteration? How long do all iteration meetings last? Do you have an answer to that? How do you know that a task is going to be long? You see how Scrum, how stuff, aberrations like poker planning and stuff led to twisting your minds. Oh, and the tools are getting rotten as well. I mean, seriously. The tools have to please whoever pays for them. So, guess what they end up looking like? Do you recognize that thing? I'm not naming the product. Do you recognize that thing? I'm not naming the product. You see, the world of software is vast. It's a whole galaxy, and agile is a thing. All those methods, frameworks, principles are others. And there are many, many stars in the universe. Probably as many as there are a number of teams per project per context, which means a lot of billions of stars. Agile thinking has become essential as a response of the world drifting away from sane production. Yet, agile software development became essential as a response to the world of software development going sick. You see the difference between both of these? So now, if you're not part of the solution, you will still be stuck being part of the problem, including if you're a developer yourself that doesn't see how things are supposed to change. The constant between struggling between the old world management and the new world efficiency is a real war. And so far, no one has won. The old world monsters are still out of the cupboard. But regardless of how successful you'll be at understanding, experiencing, and using Agile Manifesto philosophy, I have bad news. This might not be enough. You know all those companies where people don't stay, people quit. Team experience burnout. Silent and chaotic management still rule there. Money doesn't come in, people at top will take the remains and leave. New people will arrive, and they're not involved. They'll be toxic to everyone. Solving your approach won't be enough sometimes to sell all the structures, missions, projects, software. It's okay. If you can't live through it, it's okay if you fail. It's okay if you let them down. There are forces in this world that you cannot overcome. Not every structure, not every project, not everything can go to success. Again, good comic from the Agile Drill Sergeant. I like it. The only key to winning is your knowledge, just like this talk. So you should organize as a production workforce, because it's not against you necessarily. It means whatever it falls down to something, it will fall down on you. You don't own the means of production. Hello, Carl. You only know how to develop software. But the thing is, only you know how to develop software. In the meantime, expect to work in a world of illusion and lies, and everyone will try everything to simplify their jobs, including if it makes yours more complex, pressurizing, and depressing. So, you see, agile requires topmost self-discipline from everyone. You break a pillar and the ceiling crumbles over your head. And finally, I ended up writing this, a piece of text I called the Rigid Software Manifesto. But if you ever ended up hanging a frame of the Agile Manifesto in your office, it should be starting with your top layers office. But you know they won't keep it for long, so you can hang up this one instead, and they will pay for larger frames. So here is the Rigid Software Manifesto. I like reading it. We are uncovering ways of trying to produce income better by telling others how to do it. Well, we have no clue about valuable software, lol. I think I'm missing an S. Through this work, we have come to value heavily rigid tools and track reporting over teamwork and people, endless design phases and Jira issues over developer trust, legal-based behavior over flexibility, and systematic planning and estimates over valuable gathering of requirements. That is, well, we never tried the items on the right, because this is just a job and we get paid the same. We contain our fear through the items on the left. So there you are. You know your roadmap, more or less, because as you know, now nothing will happen as expected. So it goes for software products, so it goes for your plans in general. And don't forget that with software, you're probably standing here. And now, this would look like the perpetual revolution feeling, but as we saw, indicators are moving the wrong directions, very fast, full speed ahead. So prepare for a hide and a ride. It's going to be shaky and brutal. So good luck, have fun, do also for everyone's sanity. Oh, also, this is the Vault Boy from the Fallout game series. It seems like he's getting his thumb up for cheering, when he's not. The thumb here is used to quickly measure the distance between him and a nuclear explosion. If the thumb covers the whole explosion, just run away and should be fine. If it does not, don't bother running. This is the ambivalence of this simple gesture here, and I thought it would illustrate the state of things quite well. And now, let's move to a simpler part. Programming. So, in order to program, you'll need a programming language. Was pretty straightforward, I know. So there's your popularity rank on RedMonk by the end of 2022. You get a crossover between GitHub popularity and Stack Overflow popularity. As you can see, the fact some languages are open source, trendy, thanks to major brands and top companies, are the share of their open source ecosystems make them go to the top here. Okay, this is a plan. On the top, you'll get the languages most commonly used. Does that mean they'll get more jobs? It means they're used more than the rest. Notably the top 10 ones here. They all are very common languages for personal projects and also very famous in the web ecosystem. Hence the presence of JS, thanks to Google mostly, or Python, also thanks to Meta, and Java, thanks to itself, but also thanks to Oracle. Then you'll find C#, thanks to Microsoft, and in the fact that .NET Core is now open source due to Microsoft reorientation strategy. PHP, CSS thanks to the web, and C++ thanks to itself, or beyond source rep. What's interesting is the close to the top finalists, like R, Swift, Objective-C, Rabbit, TypeScript. Those are emerging languages. They generate a lot more activity than the major projects they're associated with, but you need to keep an eye on them. What's also interesting is the presence of the top left and bottom right quadrants. How to say so? Top left means I'm working on it, but it's not really open, like VBA here. This is probably more asked than open source, okay? And there are no needs for project using those. They're really made for a custom code only, like SaaS and stuff. The bottom right quadrant here means more open source activity but less projects, which indicates languages that are late developing and need to catch up, building their ecosystems. Hence, TypeScript, Go, Rust, HashiCorp language here, the HCL. this could also indicate that the languages are made for open source automation and practice only, like Roth, Vim script, or RTF. So this could be used differently because they are on GitHub. When you place those languages, or close to the same set, on specific metrics like professional experience against salary, you get this. What's interesting is that business legacy languages are, of course, very sought after, as companies depend on money, money depends on software, and software depends on this. When the hype is gone, if you're still working with some languages like this, jackpot. I recently stumbled on the Delphi dilemma itself. For a company that was trying to find one less developer or overhaul anything in their critical product. Crystal is the anomaly here, somehow. Now, whatever is linked to science and research is less paid. And as this domain is often public and constrained by money, hence MATLAB, for instance, then whatever is in the hype and very popular gives more competition, and as new people wonder what to start with, they always get hit by the hype. So as young people are paid less, these two factors explain the average age and salary for JS, Python, TypeScript, etc. PHP is a niche language linked to simple projects among the whole, hence its position here. Java, C++ are still holding the same position, more or less. And with C#, they are now the core of business technologies for information management software. Languages on the top part are specific languages for very specific needs, hence the young but still highly paid values. Now, while looking at experience alone, this survey by landing jobs confirms the trend for most of it. I didn't make a correlation graph, but since the population is slightly different, you can expect slightly different results, which is why I tried to gather as many sources in this talk so that we get the general trend, not the fully reliable values and the correct ranking. So you can see more or less the same things here in terms of years of experience. Now, when it comes to crossing the hype path from learning programming to using it in the real world when people have money to invest on this, you can be worried about three things. 1, easiness of educational aspect and embraced programming principles. 2, the youth hype and overpopularity. And 3, the delay due to learning code being expandable as running business code cannot. This explains why SQL, for instance, is used a lot. Because you need to know it, but as modern ORMs and the other abstraction layers free from it, it gets less and less used. Okay? Doesn't mean there's less SQL right now. It just means you don't get to touch it. Then you get languages that are not subject to hype. Usually all players with consensual recognition, so C, C#, C++ being used a lot for learning. Pointers, precision, low tolerance to fault. So it's being less popular for learning, but still used a lot. You can tell learners don't really like those. Java still holds a strong learning position for contemporary OOP, being the top business language, information management applications again. So finally, you can take a look at the hype languages. Those are most of the time independent from technology companies, but they get advertised by them, and as business want to mimic whatever the top companies are doing. Everyone wants the same money story as Google, Meta, Amazon, Apple, so they imitate what these do. And they know exactly how to lead the strategic war on software by simply opening the major projects so that people work in for free. This explains how JavaScript turned from a useless animation language to a business language. Thank you, Google. This explains the huge bump down for TypeScript, which will end up getting more popularity in the next years. Thank you, Microsoft. And now 5 years, something old, bump of Python. Thank you, Meta and Google. C# bumps also due to Microsoft, who went from evil closed source giant to open source investor through VS Code, the .NET core source opening on GitHub, and the providing of many tools, also helping video game companies to also support their Windows and Xbox platforms more. I used time references, so let's see what JetBrains give us. As expected, the Python popularity is still going high. The JS bump is slowly decaying. The front-end framework illusion is slowly going down, and people get tired of the framework solution placements war. And a lot of JS projects are actually run in JS but written in TypeScript. And TypeScript is therefore on the rise. Transpilers are very popular. Java stopped getting more popular a decade ago and now remains calm at the same position. PHP gets a bump down, mostly suffering from now being supported by JetBrains and the PHP Foundation a lot, which is not seen as a good sign by open source people, and JS has replaced a lot of light websites as well. Kotlin slowly creeps us as a hype substitute for Java, and also thanks to Android support. And Rust has been currently making a slow comeback over the recent years. This is because it's a young language, mostly compared against C++ with memory management, garbage collection, a better type system, a better error detection and compile time systems. Using LLVM and a shorter syntax through C++ 20 version is likely to equalize things a little. Now, when being asked the most least favorite language, it's funny to see Java and JavaScript remain the most polarizing ones. If you look at what people answer when it comes to the most dreaded and favorite languages. And the respondents to the same survey was mostly using JS, Python, and Java, so which is pretty much the same. It's funny. And TypeScript. Another source, landing jobs, gives us this. As you can see, again, more or less the same results. This is not an analytic index, though. Remember, it's a usage index, okay? What people used. So it's more or less the same: JavaScript, SQL, web technologies, Python, Java, TypeScript. You always get more or less the same. This is some numbers given by Developer Nation. They ended up with stating that, according to them, there would be 16.5 million engineers using JavaScript globally. Python users would be 11.3 million users, Java something over 9 million, PHP 7.3, and C# around 6.8 million users worldwide. So you're not alone, that's quite a lot of people. And I.N.V.E.S.T, one of the topmost and most reliable indexes in the world, shows us smoothing in languages popularity. As you can see here, it's not really easy to see, Python and C++ are getting more popular actually over the last years. C, C#, and Visual Basics remain the same, more or less. Java and PHP is still going down, and JS is on the rise. And this is the same for this year, 2023, quarter one, but put in numbers. The I.N.V.E.S.T composite index mixes a lot of metrics and places Python, C, and Java on top. Still more or less the same. The global trend is not really moving for the top 7 languages. It's just noticeable that it doesn't really move. Now, looking at the people index, we get this. They group C and C++ together, which is debatable, but still the top languages remain more or less the same. They rank JS and PHP much higher, though. For some reason, they put IDEA as the top raising language, which is something I don't have an answer to. But what are those made for? JetBrains made a heat map of what languages are said being used for by respondents. Things we can clearly see emerge from this. Web is still about PHP and JS. TypeScript is used to write JS front-end applications, but also now backends JS applications, all being transpiled. Small apps are the reign of Python, always was. Python is legendary to quickly write any type of system, app, and utility. Go is the new king of infrastructure and security. Amazing performance, fresh syntax, good. Python is one of the top of data as Google and Meta initialized the move. And C and C++ still hold the gaming industry, even though mobile is still 75% of market in value, console and PC still hold the rest. And C++ is preferred for hardware management. Okay. And this heat map shows the correlation between language, like TypeScript and JavaScript are now close to perfectly correlated to front-end. PHP followed by Java still rules web backend, API, and services, web services. Kotlin has taken over mobile and compatibility with JVM. Desktop applications are C# and C, as always, notably thanks to the Windows ecosystem and the .NET reinforcements. And C++ rules the IoT. When aligned with job profiles part 1 and 2, here's what we get. Are you full stack, SQL, web languages, and TypeScript? Are you backend, JS, SQL, Java, Python? Are you front-end, web languages, and TypeScript? Data science, Python, SQL, or framework. Mobile, working mobile, Java and Kotlin, Swift for iOS, web languages for hybrid. BI, SQL, Python, and JS, surprisingly, for some reason. DevOps, Shell, Python, SQL, JS, and Go. Cybersecurity, Python as expected, Bash as expected, and only JS and Go. And system admins, Bash and SQL, Python as expected, and only web languages too. So why is it important to know that, even though we already knew most of that? First, because Wikipedia lists almost 700 programming languages known. So it's kind of important which one you'll face, and learning one of them is really super complex. So, but being fully aware of all syntax, uses, ecosystems of 2 of them becomes a nightmare already. And second, because it's always important to go against our biases, so factually, empirical data never hurts. Now let's focus on some of them and dive more into details, and this time we're going to add language-specific statistics. First, the start of the movement, the light languages resulting from the advent of the web, native mobile application, JavaScript, which has nothing to do with Java, was created in 1995 and has absolutely nothing to do with what it is today. So yeah, a couple of things. It was developed by Netscape Communications, then acquired by AOL and disappeared. Largely piloted by Microsoft with IE back then. Changed with HTML5, Google Browser, 2006 jQuery, 2008 V8, 2009 Node, 2010 NPM, 2010 Vue.js, 2015 ECMAScript 5 really revolution, and 2016 to 2022 3, now 24. The latest ECMAScript versions are going to be cutting edge syntax. So yeah, looking at closely as the JS ecosystem slowly catches up its lag on other languages, people tend to be less and less disappointed by rapid changes. It's funny. It's stabilizing, maybe. The people trying to settle down through the newborn Eldorado are slowly establishing, I think. Now, the ecosystem is going to fight the demons of older languages. Software abstraction is going to hit JS, and the illusion of speed given by early projects is slowly going to decay. Complex libraries, frameworks that rise are going to face what all the business languages already faced: the industrialization of code contents, satisfying business. Hence, you get dependencies nightmare, complexifying code architectures and specific interfaces, and state-based thinking, state management, mostly due to transversal implementing of interfaces against web principles. As usual, the famous 4 eternal nightmares of programming dates, encoding, concurrent parallelism, and emails. 2 of them already here. JavaScript is very trendy and remains a bubble, but it's very used. But it's more hyped than used, so most JS developers are young. As we saw, JS is only trending since, let's say, Node 2009, so it's kind of hard to have 15 and more experiences of JS, actually. Before that, it was mostly used as light web animation scripting. So this explains the average around 50, and the experience, something like 7 years of experience on the average. Again, as we already said many times, TypeScript is replacing JS in many places, and a large part of the interfaces are simply TS transpiled into JS that's never touched. And as a collateral trend, most people who learn new languages turn to hype, so Python is unsurprisingly the most used other language, second language, PHP being second this time due to web legacy dominant languages, same for Java. Second, universal, open and neutral one, desktop application, performance, video games, C++. Also C, even more popular for embedded. Well, looking at versions, the most adopted version is still the ISO 99 standards. The 2011 version comes around, and considering how many recent standards are adopted, it's less likely that C2X, C23 will be widely adopted until a decade. So quite slow move for C. Then comes a set of languages that still must have, like Python, Java, Assembly, and C++. C++ adoption is quite good and follows the average project age before they had to be done again. So C++ 17 represents the majority of projects, but C20 is likely to change this. And again, C++ 23 will likely bring up a lot of abstraction quite fast, entirely for static management, while C++ 26 is already on the tracks. Moving on to a newer set of standards seems to be quite adopted among C++ developers, according to this JetBrains content, of course. C++ developers seem to like languages that share application types, notable of C and Python. Surprisingly, from JetBrains studies on these two IDEs, people stated that they develop mostly websites ahead of system software and small utilities. Note that games are actually quite popular as a target application type too. Jack of all trades, Python, global, cross-functional, machine learning, quantum interfacing, whatever you want it to be. Python is one of the most interesting languages for scripting small system applications, for educations, for AI, which explains the boom we've seen over the last 3 years. Using JetBrains study now, we can see that Python 3.9 from 2020 is the most adopted version, but that won't hold. 3.11, that wasn't out at the time the study was made, which explains its absence, is going to change things again. Python 3 is and was the biggest update the language ever got, with massive syntax and constraint removal. Performance is also here, as Python 3.11 seems to be 15% than 3.10, and 3 times faster than 3.8 in some synthetic benchmarks. On the right, you can see that adoption between main version of Python is quite fast. It's not very fast, actually. And Python seems to be a little more used in larger companies, according to JetBrains transversal transactions. Okay, so you are more likely to find Python in larger companies. This is the conversion from application types between 2021 and 2022. So Python still shows its retractivity due to Google and Meta choices, with data, machine learning on the top, along with web development and systems. So I didn't put the conversion here, but you can see the top reasons why are more or less the same here. A super popular one, yet slightly in decline since 2000. Safe job, market leaders, science and management, Java. With Spring, Jakarta, EE, J2EE, derivatives being Kotlin, Scalar, Clojure, etc. Java is a language created by 1995 by the company Sun Microsystem. It's a very modern, strongly oriented objects and become a star of management computing, scientific programs, cross-platform applications, everything that's possible, and mobile via Android. So today, in order not to become old-fashioned, it always does when you are a star, right? And not to make Java the new COBOL, supersets give it a second life. Java is still used to build websites, as you can see, especially APIs, and still remains widely used in education, to learn OOP, and still learns its cross-platform support, which is something very interesting in Java. And as you can see, it remains the most studied language to start programming and learn about it, as the language offers a very large variety of programming paradigms in addition to a pretty clear syntax, actually. And Python also holds this very well, as Python syntax is really loved by beginners. It's quite clear from noise, abstractions, or the fact indenting defines really code blocks, and instance, there are many reasons why people like starting to program with Python. C is a really good as well, as it's super strict and allows no mistake, no memory manipulations, pointers, and strong typing. Java users also seem to be sticking to the classic ecosystems of web, which is HTML standards, Java backend, and database systems. So Python seems to be the most popular following this, actually, so it's cool. When it comes to Java web versions, the study from 2022 didn't seem to have people using Java 18 to 20 regularly, so okay. But there's still strong Java 8 version, followed by Java 11, another major version, and all these I framed here with this rectangle are long-term support. Right, that's why people stop a lot on this one. And as you know, the Java applications are very, very heavy applications for super large structures that are established for a long time. So migrations are not decided by developers. They are strategically decided by everyone at the same time. So yeah, you see two different studies leading to the same conclusions. This is confirmed by the JRubble study as well, another really good specialized Java study. It seems the move to the latest LTS version has started, though, and Java 17 is getting more and more popular after quite some time. The slowness is due to mostly the human ecosystems, as I said. The largest companies have a very heavy inertia due to the human nature, precautions principle, and criticality of those applications. If Java falls, a lot of your everyday activities will fall in cascade, clearly, and your government might be paralyzed for some times. The famous Log4j massive attack and vulnerability from November 2021 revealed how much Java was important in our lives. Also, let's mention some legends in the last slides. The essential of the web backends and PHP and its frameworks, especially the war between Facebook and PHP 7. The web formatting languages, the CSLs and the preprocessors, the now living standard of HTML, SVG, whatever. Some database manipulation systems and languages, and the shell scripts, of course. So about PHP, you can see that PHP does not offer long-term support anymore, it's done, but simply 3 years support, 2 years of active plus 1 year security fixes only. So people are upgrading faster and faster, and it's easier and easier to do so. The major bump between 7 and 8, 15% to 50%, depending on benchmark protocol, and the API cleaning and changes seem to encourage people to migrate quite fast, even though 7.4 is already close to 4 years old. Also, people seem to configure environments locally, mostly through integrated web servers, and seem to debug using integrated PHP things and not using an external debugger, which is quite expecting to me. When it comes to package repositories, Packagist is the winner, public or private, and Satis is still in the air, actually, according to that. Now about the web languages and standards, we had a problem. We're trying to focus on code quality, on norms and standards, but actually we really have a problem. According to accessibility.com, 90% of websites are inaccessible to people with disabilities or who rely on assistive technology. The WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, barely known and followed. UX is known to be critical, and it's far from perfect in almost every single website. This means sometimes it generates lawsuits in most liberal countries where people can actually sue anyone. So yeah, and it really blocks people from purchasing. So as you can see, these statistics are absolutely completely devastating. Totally devastating. The web standards are made of 15 domains, and a major study revealed that even though websites that follow standards could load up to 25% faster on the average, barely 1% of the total actually do follow the standards. 0 of them in the top 100 websites in the world of internet traffic. This is just a speaking language where you would invent, replace, or misuse grammar every N words. That would be really awkward for everyone, right? And there are, as you see, a lot of standards for the web. And finally, to finish, if you are curious, we're going to have a few outsiders who are gaining popularity, which means you have to know they exist. But wouldn't be surprised if they become predominant or disappear. We can come out and we can pull out from some old magazine covers from 30 years ago that predict a new tidal wave from languages that are officially extinct, or beware. Compiled but memory safe language to comparable C, Rust, and Rocket Framework and stuff. Go initially pushed by Google, an Apple language that rises Swift. Construction of Windows, whatever, Microsoft ecosystem, C#, I already talked about this one, and Kotlin too. So C#, top C# usage was C# 10 at the time of this survey. Of course, the now C# version 11, which is yet to be tracked because it was out between the time this was released and today. C# migration seems to be very similar to what PHP does, following a regular curve towards the latest, which is good. And when it comes to .NET, despite the recent creeping inclusion of F#, C# remains the king above everything, followed by web languages. But TypeScript also makes an appearance, mostly for transpiling towards JS and ASP.NET Core integration, as the new Blazor frontend mostly uses C# as well, including for WebAssembly generation. And as expected, the ASP.NET Core libraries are on the top, along with the Entity Framework ODM ORM, followed by Microsoft Cloud support with Azure. Then comes Windows Software, video games for Unity, and web separation of front-end and back-end. All right. Now a few words about databases. Oracle seems to be on top as Q1 2023, still closely followed by MySQL and SQL Server and PostgreSQL. Document storage, MongoDB and key value Redis still close, and DB2 seems to be alive more than ever. Globally, cloud storage specific and curated DB seem to grow permanently in popularity. And according to Statista, we get more or less the same content: Oracle, MySQL, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, Mongo, Redis, DB2, etc. All right. So finally, Stack Overflow seems to indicate a way different audience, as Oracle falls down to the middle of the pack for some reason, and the rest is close to the same, if you look back in this presentation. And focuses on Java from Durable Studies. MySQL, PostgreSQL, and Oracle hold the top two when it comes to Java, which is not surprising. Now moving on to the next part, testing. GMI Insight made a study in 2020 to estimate the testing market separately and found out it would reach up to $4 billion, expecting to grow over half more by 2027. Here on the right, you can find all the testing coverage topics they identified from survey, bundled into application testing, services, and component app testing, which is something very deep to go into, but you get the numbers. A couple of facts. IBIS World estimates the testing industry to be worth close to $7 billion worldwide, which is not exactly the same. So you get slightly different numbers. The order is not exactly close to the same. A science paper from 2012 estimated that a quarter of final budgets were spent on testing software on the average, which is quite a lot actually. A quarter of budget from testing. And they also estimated that 10 years ago, half the projects were already automated. 10 years ago. On an Activate MS survey, a quarter of respondents testing estimated testing to improve return on investment, which is quite a good number. And Specialist Press, the QA team, which does a lot of surveys around testing, estimates that 77% of testers worked on web testing. And fully automated testing seems to hit barely 5% of companies, according to another specialized website, is Software Testing News. Testing is adopted, according to CFTL, mostly where software is critical for others. Like, your software going down or not working could have severe, irreversible consequences, like bank, insurance services, public services, health, and also software editing. And testing is widely used in open source, within all projects are intensely used by others. When it comes to the reasons of finding what to test, here's the breakdown. People write tests forward or backward based on specifications. Usually that means they are detailed as hell. And then most reasons testing are exploratory testing. Exploratory testing is where you require experience and very clever testers, and experience-based testing. The rest is way below that. And what about non-functional testing? When you don't test your features specifically? Well, performance testing seems to be on the top, especially when scaling. Usability comes second, when your users are confronted to the app and see if they can understand it, okay? And then comes security, which is growing a lot. Testing in JS specifically, well, Jest, Mocha, Storybook, and Cypress seem to currently win the game and hold their places, according to the State of JavaScript study. Now, when asking the same question at JetBrains, we get slightly different results for 2022. Jest still holds the first place, then Mocha, Jasmine, and Cypress fall far behind. And Jest seems to be liked by its users, so do Storybook and Cypress, which means they could hold up to the same positions. Testing in PHP. Well, PHP unit holds the top by far, especially thanks to open source projects, no surprise here. Testing in C is usually done by writing fully custom tests or Google tests. How about C++? Well, Google tests wins again, along with custom editing codes, as you can see here. Now with C#, XUnit and NUnit currently win and get the top popularity. And now moving on, let's review ecosystems a little around those languages. First part, the platform and tools. This code diagram produced by GitHub provides affinities between different technologies used by respondents. Git seems to be the link to all of them. Docker places second, and then Kubernetes take the third place. So Yarn comes next with JS popularity, and then Terraform and Ansible. The rest was about video game creation, and lastly, the rest was too small to be included. But it's quite interesting to see what people have affinities from to. I suggest you check it because it's dynamic, actually. Stack Overflow results end up showing actually NPM first, ahead of Docker, which is explained by the fact Stack Overflow is here for answers. So the younger you are, the less experience you have, the more you need stuff like Stack Overflow, the more you also use JS. This is a bias due to the platform usage profiles, unless NPM wasn't including the last one. Interesting. When it comes to hosting, the UNCTAD produced this survey in 2021, and it seems on the average accuracy what cloud platform's market share is. Amazon Web Services remains ahead. Azure is taking the second place, after some years creeping third, leading that place to GCP, as you can see. And note that Alibaba and IBM Cloud remain visible and not completely forgotten here. Now about Java, respondents to JetBrains' latest study prefer Tomcat by far. Jetty ends up being far ahead at second place. And the study from Neuralix actually shows the breakdown of using platforms, core using containers or not. As you can see, there's no ghost distribution here, but then 8 cores seem to be the norm after 1 and 2. Neuralink added some interesting facts about JVM configuration. The garbage first G1 server configuration is a server-style garbage collector targeted for multiprocessor Java machines with large memories. So yet as many of the concurrent benefits from default G1 garbage collector or instant Java machines, the JVMs, vanish when running with fewer than 2 cores. All those single core instances may as well be using the serial collector and paying the performance cost of that. So what garbage collector you use should strongly be linked to the CPU usage of Java containers. When it comes to the virtual machine, Hotspot and OpenJ9 are JVMs that offer different possibility of tuning when it comes to running, and depending how you configure them, you get different results. So usually Hotspot has a higher memory imprint, but faster starts and throughputs. So you have to choose. And this starts is quite interesting, so I included it. As quoted from New Relic statistics, 80% of the containerized applications explicitly request an upper bound on JVM memory. There's a reason for that. The average RAM of a JVM environment is somewhere around 1 gigabyte, slightly less. It's funny. And you can see about the servers that the JRobot study here shows the same, more or less, for Tomcat. A little more about JBoss and WebLogic, though. That's something interesting too. As for the garbage collector algorithm, like I said, the G1 seems to win, followed by Serial JC. As you see, there's a huge difference, especially when moving on to newer versions of Java. And now for JS. Most common tools involving our JS environment, they do very different things. Remember, and the respondent count is quite low, so I would be precautious on that screen. Elm, transpiling, was the most used tool, followed by Stencil, the web component generator, and then came Next, a full stack generator based on React and Remix. When it comes to libraries and miscellaneous stuff, people seem to love Axios HTTP clients, Lodash general helpers, and Moment helpers for dates, which is interesting. And about quick utilities, the ESLint for, of course, static analysis, let's say that, Prettier for standard code formatting, which is something JavaScript has been struggling with for years, and NVM to support multiple versions of Node. How about PHP? Well, Synchronous seems to be dominated by Swirl and React PHP, as expected. When it comes to miscellaneous tools used by PHP developers, of course, the legendary PHP CS Fixer is the top, the static analyzer and fixer linter comes first. PHP Ghost Sniffer comes second, just in front of PHP Stan, actually. Those are very interesting projects. As Laravel calls out to the greatest part of structures, it has Blade promoted first as a template engine war, and Symfony comes second, hence Twig comes second, thanks to Drupal as well. Note that 8% of people say they don't render HTML and probably go pure CLI or JSON. And when it comes to PHP profiling, without mentioning any specific tool, HTTP load testing and load bump testers code come first. Xdebug also comes as a tool quite used 21% of the time. It's pretty cool. Shouts out to Derek. C++ now. C++, whatever is integrated in the development environment seems to be going first. So people use what the IDE does. And Clang take the lead when you sum all of them together and you consider as an ecosystem. Same for the performance tuning. For C#, this time IDE goes first in the form of Visual Studio, of course, followed by .trace and .memory. So interesting too. And finally, when it comes to versioning, the expected and definitive migration to GIMP seems complete, as most people seem to use it for CLI, mostly, and only half respondents responded that they use versioning from the editor or the IDE. On the right now, you can see how strong the bias is when it comes to GitHub study. Personal use literally blows up the top usage over professional use. The interesting thing is that for every other online repository storage is the opposite. If you look at closely on the difference on the top personal against professional use, you can clearly see the huge popularity and political strategic aspects that GitHub has but is not really present in the others. To conclude this part, an interesting thing that my Stack Overflow was to cross data between tools and salary. And we get this, actually, which is funny. DevOps, of course, totally rules the top. Chef and Puppet seem to lead the way all together along Terraform and Pulumi infrastructure as code. And whatever is not linked with DevOps is left here for video game creation at the bottom. Now, when you have your code, you need something to execute it and run, and sometimes package it for deployments. Let's see what people claim to do. First, about Java. When it comes to managing everything, the battle within Maven and Gradle is still raging in favor of the legacy one. Maven was out in 2004 and Gradle in 2008. When asked how their web servers are considered, if people responded that they didn't use an external application server, they responded that they embedded the web server with the package, sometimes still as an artifact, mostly Maven artifact. And about the JDK people use, it seems like the official Oracle one keeps going down, probably as a result of Oracle strategic choices when it comes to Java recently. All the other ones are slightly on the rise as a consequence, Amazon Corretto being the lead through OpenJDK as a consequence. As for Java CI/CD, Jenkins still doesn't get old despite being around since 2007, so Jenkins it is. And as for JS, Webpack has not taken the lead in the state of JavaScript surveys. TypeScript is taking over, so is its CLI, as you can see, and Gulp is still there as well on the podium. Now about feelings. The TSC, CLI, Vite, and ES-Build are very popular and also widely enjoyed by the people who use them, among the rest. And where is JS executed from? Answer is most likely on Node, backend and frontend, and browser clients. The problem is you don't execute Node on the frontend in production usually. Your browser has everything ready to use and compiled to web standards. So it would indicate that most people are not really putting code to production, but just playing around with it. It's kind of hard because it would need very further discrimination in the data, which would take a lot of time to separate all this data. But I think it's still used by Node mostly. Service workers are on the rise, which is good news because it's complex. Yeah. And as for C now, CMake here, as usual. CMake is the king with the make utility and make files. You just got everything to do with that. Dependencies in C come from the system itself, but VC package and VC packager and NuGet are on the rise. NuGet is really coming to be a game changer, I think, next year's. And when you need to compile it, GCC still hold the place when it comes to C this time. Yep, C and CLang is way below. When it comes to C++, CMake is the default tool for most people with a large margin, but good old Makefiles and Visual Studio integrated components seem to also be used by the third of respondents, actually. And again, as you expected, GCC holds the top for C++ too. So yeah. When it comes to .NET, the open source .NET core is rising. It's still quite a mess to say that people are working with, but the .NET framework is still to take the first place. The funny thing here is that all answers declined in 2022 while being in %, which could indicate that people work on more versions of .NET, actually. And speaking about frameworks, let's dive into them a little. If you would apply the word framework to anything and everything, including libraries and CMS here, people seem to have the most positive thoughts and emotions towards Svelte, .NET Core, Fast API, Python, and React. When asked on the opposite, ASP.NET, not Core, Drupal, and AngularJS, though being way debatable, the group seem to be the most dreaded ones. It's, I'd say, mostly because of their age, complexity, and the symbols they wear. This code diagram by GitHub shows that Python is isolated from others. Same goes for Java, that JS has strong correlation and transversal work. Same goes for .NET and its ecosystem. The top bijective porosity is between Express and React, which is funny, but quite expected to me as well. About salaries, working in Ruby still looks like a niche for Rails. Svelte and .NET Core complete the podium. For some reason, Laravel seems to be way lower than the first 17 ones. I don't really know why, but why not? I think I know why, because Laravel is more used by medium-sized structure with lesser salaries most of the time. When isolated web from the rest, qualifying Node as a framework is debatable, but and most JS frameworks wrap Node and require it, but I suppose it means Node only. The funny thing is the absolute decorrelation between what the internet is actually made of and those results. For example, PHP still holds 80% of web, WordPress being 30% of it. Then the second one is Java by far, and JS is way below all that. So we can assume that these survey results are mostly for private, non-crawlable projects or studying. And when looking at other parts of frameworks, .NET goes first, followed by NumPy and Pandas, still debatable as a framework library though, and Java Spring. Looking at Python specifically, Flask and Django battle for the top most used framework, as you would expect. This was very expected to me. And NumPy and Pandas battle for the top used data science tools and frameworks. Of course, still the same. When talking about what's labeled as a library of Python, requests for HTTP and Pillow for images hold the first place. Whether you ask JetBrains or Stack Overflow here, the two studies are on the same screen, so it's more or less the same. Spring Boot massively holds the top for Java, as expected, has been the case for years now. And this is confirmed by JRebel study as well, even though Netty doesn't appear here for some reason. The answers are really different, but Spring Boot is still in front of everything. Jakarta Enterprise still exists, and 2/3 of respondents say they were using at least one version of it, mostly Java EE8, far ahead of the rest. Looking at JS, this graph of state of JavaScript shows how usage and opinions have varied over the years. Going bottom left means the hype is decreasing, which means global hype of JS should be decreasing, judging from his graphs oddly, yet as we saw, Webpack, Express, and React still hold the value, but this is in correlation with what we saw a couple slides before when we saw JavaScript popularity slowly decreasing, slowly. The rest is just not really significant here. Then the people on this study were asked to tier rank answers, and this is the global result. The super tier is made of I.N.V.E.S.T, is-build, testing library. For the people who don't know, this is the real name of the library. TSC, CLI, TypeScript library, CLI, and Jest, Cypress, and Next. So we more or less find what we've seen to the other JavaScript slides. When it comes to actual usage, React still holds over the rest by far. Angular and Vue follow. This is more real world, but also where the legacy constraints of companies using so. So there's a double bias here regarding how this top things is organized. Similarly, if you put this data on stacked bar charts, look at the same experience over time, you can see that 2019 was an inflection point for Vue and React. While Angular suffered from a huge amount of disappointment in 2017, 1 year after its release and the rework of AngularJS, probably. Ember keeps going down, Svelte keeps going up interest over time, so do Alpine, Lit, and Stimulus. And if you could use the numbers around a mirror scale from negative to positive and order them, you see how far ahead React and Svelte are, while Stimulus and Ember remain negatively felt. When it comes to the backend, of course, Express, one of the former and most ancient one, took up early and still holds its promises, no pun intended. Next also grows a lot, and but it's just a JS ecosystem so far. Next year, everything could be different. So we have a time span that's too short to better analyze that, as most of these were barely existing 2 years ago. When asked about more backend tools, answers turn toward Adonis, Koa, and still Meteor holding up space. Prisma is more like an ORM, but that's what people answered. So is Node.js actually. Debatable as an answer. Here again, I interpret it as no framework. And same graph here, feelings over time. Express reached a bump in 2019, and Gatsby didn't really transform, while all others seems to be more and more popular and enjoyed in this set. And of course, concluded JS with the same mirror graph here. You can see how much Express and Next are appreciated by people using them on the top here. PHP, without a surprise, here gives first place to Laravel, Symfony, and WordPress. WordPress uses a lot of installation that people are unaware of, mostly as they don't code and have any development skills, which is why it's mostly used on platform as a service cloud. Also, as WordPress has an API that's it's hard to qualify it as a framework, same for Joomla, but alright. Drupal is closer to a framework and still remains mostly a CMS with a very low level API. And one part about the frameworks, workers' profiles. So first, about the salary. On top, I put the most used languages for every framework technology here. It's not complete, it's not exhaustive, but I chose one or two. So first about the salary. On top you get Elixir with the Phoenix framework on top of Erlang and its VM, followed by Ruby on Rails and Play framework using Java and Scala. Fourth place to the Dino ecosystem. Niche, you said? So yeah, I just added ecosystems and languages so you can find the average salary worldwide to that. All right. And now from landing jobs, asking what frameworks do people commonly use. Those were the answers given last study. Node as usual, still on top and debatable as a framework or something else. .NET places second, React very close, and Bootstrap jQuery come after, also debatable as so. And the breakdown by job profiles give the following. Full stack equals React, Node, Bootstrap. Backend equals Spring, .NET. Frontend equals React, Bootstrap, Node. And data equals Django.NET, which is quite unexpected. Mobile apps, no available response, which is fun. .NET and React, thanks to hybrid mobile application generators mostly. BI applications, none. .NET, jQuery for some reason. And DevOps equals none and Django for some reason. And security equals .NET, more ASP.NET for some reason too. Again, I'm not sure I understand the reasons why behind all of this. And sysadmin equals none, .NET and Django, which is more relevant to me. I don't think I have any explanation for those results apart from multiple profiles per respondent, but here we go. When taking the lowest salary, Cake PHP here, as applying factor of 1.0, the survey gives these results. So best paying frameworks, as we saw, still be confirmed by landing jobs with Ruby on Rails, but also Meteor and Ember, which is different from last survey. It's interesting. And when examining experience apart, Ruby still holds the top with Sinatra, PHP literally owns the rest, with the Symfony, Drupal following the top places here. This interesting stacked bar shows the answer, how the answers vary between last study and the one before. You can see that the top decreases are Cake PHP, .NET, and Drupal. So that is the variation of how people use it. And the top increases are Ruby on Rails, Next, and Vue here. The top major increases, absolute major increases, only these ones, are Symfony, Next, and Ruby on Rails, which is probably a breakdown of the reasons why they're getting more popular. It's interesting. Moving on, let's talk about IDEs, the cornerstone of all the interface between developers and code. People who use NeoVim, VS Code, Rider, and Vim and Emacs seem to be happiest about them, even though some of this list might not really be IDEs but only really powerful and advanced text editors, but this is only debatable. So Atom, Eclipse, and NetBeans seem to be not so popular in the end. But you might use several of them. You see, there's a lot of correlations between Notepad++ and VS Code. So lightweight code editors, this and less this, but this can be turned into a real IDE, which is funny because it's modular, heavily modular. And VS to VS Code also. There's a huge conversion to Visual Studio to Visual Code here. And oddly enough, crossing salary data with IDs can be a thing. Don't apply bad correlation here, it's just raw data for fun. TextMate, Emacs, and RubyMine hold the top, followed by Golang. Don't just start using them to get more money, right? It's more than probably that the size of the structure people are working is always more correlated to salary. Salary is correlated to structure size correlated to project size correlated to criticity, legacy code, and legacy languages. Criticity, legacy code, and languages are correlated to the IDs. That's way more probably the whole story behind this interesting graph here. And the survey respondents went massively for PyCharm for Python, followed by VS Code. Note, this is made by JetBrains, who admit that it might bias the results towards their products. Same for Java and IntelliJ IDE. Note again, this is made by Java, by JetBrains. This might bias the results. Actually, Jarable is not biased that much. It's indicating more or less with way more Eclipse presence in the tool. We find the same results for PHP and PHP Storm, again made by JetBrains, so slightly biased towards their products. Stack Overflow, a little more neutral, still reveal impressive stats for Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio as well. And when it comes to JavaScript, Visual Studio Code is the king. These two were born together at the time when JavaScript has no official IDEs, and advanced JavaScript support didn't exist in any IDEs, so people took the newer one and the lighter one in between text editors and IDEs, so popularity is here. As for C, Visual Studio and C-Lion hold the top of the competition. Regarding C++, Visual Studio and Studio Code, of course, take the win, but it's slightly in front of C-Lion actually. And C# has to be dominated by Visual Studio, of course, as it's fully integrated the whole lifecycle ecosystems and everything. Visual Studio actually evolved over the year, now supports more advanced stuff like JetBrains Reshaper, mandatory plugin, C# extension for VS Studio Code, particularly hold the top, followed by Unity and .NET. Now, talking about cloud platforms, another domain to keep a close eye on. But what's cloud business like? Eurostat survey shows email is the key, file storage coming next, Office software rating in the first place, and database coming fourth. In short, it's all about data before anything else. But what's cloud business like? If you look, people use more Amazon services in general, when we saw about a few slides ago, but DevOps engineers seem to be using slightly more AWS and slightly more Azure. That's the difference when it comes to DevOps. But who's holding the key to that in the cloud? If you have a look at Synergy, at the Synergy Research Group, over the years, Amazon has truly established itself the third place, with about a third of the total world market share, which is immense. Microsoft took the second place, now clearly over Google. People mostly adopt Azure from easiness of integration with Windows, Office, and the 365 software service products. Google takes the third place with 10% market, and the next 10 companies account for 21%, and all the others, thousands of others, barely account for 40%. Asked on Stack Overflow survey, we find the same order more or less, with a little more emphasis on AWS. And when asked about salary, people working in colocation inside the data centers, among others, seem to take the top place by far, pretty due to the increased skill and complexity of this requires. Not everyone goes that far. AWS places second, followed by IBM Ecosystems. Linode, now called Akamai Connected Cloud, it changed its name, equal coming with Azure and OpenStack when it comes to salary. And a few key numbers about no-code. No-code is a trend that also reveals how we automate human-to-computer interactions and how we squeeze programming. Bowie.com estimates that application development is reduced by 90% of the average, provided you like the results, of course. And they also estimate that 70% of new apps will use those platforms. Imogen estimated the market size to be around 30 billion in 2020, expecting it to reach 45 billion in 2027. And now, a little word about development processes. According to JetBrains, people mostly don't do pair programming. Pair and more programming have now proven to be really efficient, especially when creating critical code that needs more than delayed review. Screen sharing still wins, as you can see here on the bottom, especially now remote working has taken over people and has won over the panopticon fear. And as VS Code is very popular, live share is really popular too. About the developer/whatever operations habits, the crossover between producing code and having code software that actually runs, I'll just encompass anything in between dev and ops. When looking at the GitLab study from last year, we can see that almost half people have full test automation, which is oddly double the proportion of the 2021 study, which is really immense. And now scrounging 11% more from the year before, about 70% people answered that team were releasing code continuously. That's for CD. Study says a third are using AI ML to review code, a larger study increase, and we can understand why. And most people, 60% of them, found they were releasing code faster than ever. I believe the stats will be a little inflated due to the GitLab ecosystem, but we'll just accept that. The Developer Nation study from 2020 got lots of answers too, and people answered that most DevOps was about continuous integration, about 42%, then almost equally that they were monitoring performance and enabling code deployments. Now the tools seem to multiply. I personally use about 3 all the time, for instance, for various reasons, but look at that. Out of 5 average respondents, 2 use between 2 and 5 tools, 2 use between 6 and 10. It's crazy, actually, see how popular tools are now. And of course, you can see the bias here as GitLab Answers place GitLab on top. Don't forget they also use GitLab on premise, followed by GitHub Actions and Azure DevOps. And when being asked what infrastructure provision tools do people use on the JetBrains study, they use custom configuration management tools, but Terraform and AWS seem to be the most popular ones. And when asked about container orchestration and larger scaling, of course, Kubernetes has been the first of them that's really emerged, pushed by the Google aura, and Docker Swarm is still here, but probably on the decline. Kubernetes, according to GitLab now, is in use by 33% of the teams, which is confirming what we just saw. Puppet has made a survey as well and thought that among respondents in 2021, linearly, the larger company, to the top here, the larger the company is, the more people go from DevOps. So as your company has grows in size, it requires more industrialization, and of course, this requires money. So if you have money for your projects, you can start industrializing this. So this is really straightforward by looking at the results here. When it comes to templating tools, people use a little Vagrant and Packer, but 61% still use Docker or nothing. And of course, how do they run containerized applications during development? Docker Compose and Run all together make everything, just crushing the whole market share. And Puppet made a survey as well. But this is JetBrains results that I found interesting in. How familiar are you with Docker? People are mostly not familiar or not really using it, or just used a container, like mostly not really deep into Docker. And when it comes to Docker Compose, it's even less, actually, which is, I thought it would be more than this, but clearly it's okay, which means if you don't know anything about Docker, well, you're not the only one. And also, when asked, DevOps engineers answered that the favorite way to automate stuff was Ansible in front of Chef and Puppet. And now, let's move on to a very sensitive topic. A topic that changes a lot of what you can think about digital, which is diversity and inclusivity. All right, breathe down, take some time, breathe in. It's gonna be complex. Usually when we think about profile diversity, we think about psychological diversity, we think about people diversity, individual diversity. We break down people in skills and we try to rationalize non-technical skills as well. Again, everything is considered through performance. You might have heard about the profile shapes. Those have been very common over the last decades. The purpose is to identify how diverse people can be, how diverse profiles can be. The T, PI, and cum shape are always ways to tell people how they cannot be good in many things and excel in some specific domain. Among those skills, many studies were made to identify what people would like to find, depending on whether they are men or women, or identify as so. Digits.co.uk made a study, mostly among technical people. It seems the most prioritized skills is leadership skill. Again, we still have a very strong leadership bias and legacy. We still do believe in providing human, the one that knows and needs all. Mostly because we want to take over people's place, to avoid working pressure, to feel more free and enslaved. And less enslaved, You'll note how men expressed more way in interest in that than women, actually. Communication, a base principle of the Agile manifesto as a teamwork, follows. But look at the difference between men and women when it comes to empathy. The largest difference in this chart. What's causing all this? Why is there such a difference? Leadership, clearly more of a male, and empathy clearly more for female respondents. And over the year, almost all the answers went up because more people were responding, okay? Well, I'll give you a few hints. Get ready. Let's dive a little into diversity. Let's try to breaking down topic by topic. So first of all, gender. Yes, gender. We'll use what people define themselves are, and it's not negotiable, okay? You can still talk about sex, biological sex, but we'll talk about gender here, okay? It's faster and easier. If you still don't know the difference between gender and biological sex, you're probably still bugging on aneuploidy phenomena like the Klinefelter syndrome. I suggest you read a little more about both of these concepts, gender and sex, because the next slide might not be clear to you. By the time I made this is the top GitHub 100 contributors. I just cut the top 20 ones, okay? So you can read. Look at that list. What's appealing to you? Found it? The one and only woman? Because if you track them, most of them say their real name and where they are and their gender and pronouns. Where here Waldo is almost missing the picture. Then there's GitLab's top 100, right? Only 30 that I just retain here to remain readable. You found the 3 women? You found them? How about Stack Overflow's top 15? Well, none. How about FreeCodeCamp top contributors? Just follow the links, there's only one. Only one. Now don't forget, among all those topics, some people have undisclosed identity and are quite hard to identify. And also, some people might be non-binary or else, but most of them tell you who they are. Now, look at the state of JavaScript survey again. 71% respondents identified as men, 4% as women, 23% did not answer. Stack Overflow survey, 92% men, 5% women. The rest goes for the last 5%. JetBrains survey, exactly the same, 91, 5, and the rest. The ThoughtWorks survey in 2022 in the UK tech sector found about 60% people thought that companies could do more for diversity. Oh, really? So here's the thing. Let's look at the top employers in the world, the Myanmar and their friends. Okay, you remember Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, etc. Just replace with Meta, Alphabet, etc. Okay, this is what's indicated in the bottom left here. You just have to replace the names. Wow. Please note the scale on the left does not encompass 0 to 100%. All right. So this is how it evolved over the past years, barely going up in the top companies. Less than a third women are workers in tech. And believe me, this is technology in the broadest sense. You'll be amazed that those including in tech are very diverse in order to reach 30%. So no individual shaming here, but a global look. This is still the same study, but other study like Diverse IQ will give about the same results. And those are sorted from best to worst. Those numbers are dated 2015, which is already 8 years ago, but still, wow. Do you see the proportions of men and women? Developer Nation survey, the same we just saw before, gives this result. 20% of developers are women only, even way less than we just saw. The GitNux study even reached 12% of women. And guess what? Patriarchy might have something to do with that. Despite women catching up on men when it comes to studying, getting diplomas, they still don't make it to the top. The more you go in hierarchy, the less women they are. Think about it. Do you have people above you? How many of them are women? I personally, for the moment, have one woman as a direct superior, and she's totally fine. What's that mystery about women not climbing up? When being asked what the glass ceiling is, this is what it is. And it gets thicker as you go higher. And it's not about tech, it's not about digital jobs, it's about all the modern sectors. Did you know most programmers were women back in the age of computing? Look, this is just for everything. All industries, tech, industrial, media, healthcare, everything going down as you go to the higher places. But did you know that most programmers were women back in the age? Do you even know who these amazing women are? Do you know their names? Heidi Lamar, Grace Hopper, Ada Lovelace, Jean Sammet, Mary Keller, Evelyn Boyd Granville, Radia Perlman, Reshma Saujani, Susan Wojcinski, Anne-Marie Mavinon, Gwyneth Southwell, Angie Vo, Annie Isley, creating Wi-Fi, sending rockets to the moon, gathering people in tech, head of some of the largest companies in the world. Do you even know the first 6 people of the ENIAC, the first ever programmable Turing-complete computer in the history of humanity, were all women? Kay McNulty, Betty Jennings, Betty Snyder, Marlene Westcott, Fran Bilas, and Ruth Lichterman. Here, on this last picture in the middle. Massive shouts out for the women for what they did. The first programmers ever. When making statistics about the United States alone, where discriminating studies are legal, here's what we get. Numbers vary from 2017 to 2018. A quarter of the total exam takers in computer science are women only. 19% of bachelor's degrees recipients are women only. 26% of the workforce in computing are women only. 11% of chief roles information sector in tech are women only. But as you see on the right, the lower the diploma, the more you find women. K-12, for reminder, meaning being 18, 17 to 18 in the US, approximately. From Pivotal Ventures and McKinsey, based on US statistics, we get this. Ethnic groups suffer differences. If you're racialized and a woman, it gets even worse. Half workers here, half workers are white men. That's the exact same as all the rest of this graph. All of it. And it was on the rise in the USA until 1993, but since then, degrees in computer science have completely fallen down when it comes to women getting them. STEM means science, technology, engineering, and maths. What you see, looking at women, is that computer science is the only domain where women are mostly highly unrepresented and going down. Women hold fewer than 20% leadership position in tech industry. Only 90% of senior vice presidents and 50% of CEO in the tech industries are women. But still, 74% of girls express a desire for a STEM career. 74 against that, which is a breakdown, okay, remember. Now about salary. We know that currently in the world there seems to be a large difference in salary between men and women, way beyond statistical artifacts. Men earn 30% more than women, and women earn 77% of what men earn. Watching this gap over years mean we would need 2.5 centuries to close it. Looking at this map for our world in data, in 2021 we can see the share of senior and middle management positions filled by women per country. As you can see, there's no clear pattern here. Very few countries have more women than men at this position. Very few got small gaps between men and women in favor of men, so less than 10%. Quite a few got a significant gap in favor of men, over 10%, and same goes for the worst cases. Same source, the Gender Inequality Index, which, as stated on top here, takes care of 3 metrics. Reproductive health, which is a complex index from WHO that measures how people are safe against sexuality and reproduction, health, fear, and control. Empowerment, the autonomy of self-determination. And economic status, which means labor market participation. You can see the map here. According to the United Nations, most of the time this follows economic and global and social developments. Women's rights usually appeared very lately in the most societies after a couple millennia of trouble and dark considerations. But as you can see on this map, the fight is still not over. Nowhere are women socially equal to men according to this index. And judging from these OECD statistics over the past 50 years, it's getting better in the richest countries, as you can see on the right, but still fluctuating. This is the gender gaps in median earnings by country, year by year. I'll let you pause if you want to follow. It's actually interactive on the Our World in Data page. So what about digital? Well, it seems like we're not amongst the best pupils here. Besides the C++ respondents, men earn way more than women everywhere as developers, according to this Landing.job study. Languages, you say? Maybe women don't use them. Well, actually they do. Women work with all the languages. So do non-binary people, actually. According to the latest JustBrain study. And unexpectedly to me, they don't really answer most of the top most famous language, but CoffeeScript, R, and web languages. That's different, okay? And this is the weirdest gender statistics to me, which explains everything. The more you go with experience, reading from top to bottom, the more people are male developers. Gender by age, same thing. Which means two things or both. Either women leave developing as time goes faster and more than men, or women are starting to be more and more present among developer populations. The age statistics show the same probabilities. Who knows? Now let's have a look at some other considerations. Whatever you want to call it, I will call it allophobia in a general sense, a broad sense, which from Greek it means the fear of others, which is basically racism, whatever you want to call it. Here again on Stack Overflow, I took the numbers and I did the arrows so you guys can read faster. Look at the transformation of current self-definitions from learning to professionals. It's true that Europe has a lot of difference among people and other continents, but yet most of us, I'm European myself, are white. Can you see the immense barrier when it comes to going professional? Look at this arrow. Look at this arrow. Look at this arrow. Do you see a problem? This is learning and this is being professional, having a job. I mean, are really a majority of non-white, non-European people that bad so they don't pass test? Do you remember who were the top contributors above that I showed you? Do you really think they were all white people or defying us so? I can tell you, they were not. If we were just to go back on the GitLab Top 100, it's perfectly mixed. Mostly men, but perfectly mixed. White, Asian, Indian, everyone is represented. A little more white, but not that much white people here. All right? Now, looking at OECD stats again, look at the recovery from the 2020 health crisis, how people came back from it. Do you see the differences? When it all went down, it went down further from Black and Hispanic people and other non-white people. And when it started going back up, it did not go up the same way at the same speed. Not really cool, right? And look at the top companies in the world. White versus non-white on the left. The left shaft is for leadership jobs and the right one for technology jobs. What do you think about that? It's weird, right? It's weird. Just like women, the more you go in leadership, the less people are not white. Remember of that State of JavaScript survey? Well, people also asked about how they identify and when it comes to genetic origin. Look at that huge difference between white people here and the rest. White people were more numerous than all of the rest together, worldwide, though most respondents are still US people. The problem you see is that it's not about the top open source and social contributors. Women make up for 51% of mankind right now. And if you look at United States stats from the US Census, less than a third are tech workers, in a broad sense. Look further, everyone identifies as white. Look at the pie chart differences between the US population and the rest, you see? That's just crazy. I mean, if I just add this, it's even more clear. You see the average here and the global population here, the average in tech and the average among the whole US population. You see? That's the huge difference. That's true worldwide. The whole world, every country has 51 to 49. 32% and 51% people being white. And more than this, look at the ethnic groups on the right. There are huge differences between them. It's pretty obvious that this does not represent the global population, right? Do you see the difference between top and bottom all the time? How crazy it is? So why do you think women would leave, for instance? Guess what are the top reasons? And it also applies to other minorities. But the studies are harder to find. According to Women Who Tech surveys on women founders, dated 2020, 44% said they had been harassed. This number reaches 65% among LGBT plus people and of color. If you think of the Me Too movement and it make everything better, it seems it actually generated more harassment. About half women experience harassment in tech globally as opposed to 11% of men. Most of the time by another employee, a colleague, 42% of the time by a superior, which adds a lot of complexity when it comes to reacting against it. Really, it's hard when your superior is harassing you. And year over year, these numbers actually go up. And if you think harassment is subjective, pro tip, you're not part of the solution. You're probably part of the problem, but think again. 43% of women said they were harassed, that said they were harassed, were also sexually harassed. And among these, 35% were proposition for sex and 18% sex for a promotion. Right. But on the other side, reporting is going up. People are starting to talk more, to expose more. They're less afraid of losing their jobs than before. And this has changed rapidly. And this is by far the most appealing number here. 70% of women responded that they have been treated differently due to their gender, compared to 11% of men in tech. If you look at those numbers at a glance, this is pretty straightforward, right? Look at the difference among respondents. Have you experienced harassment? This time women are on top. No, remember, it's just the opposite as the last one. Women are on top. This is women who take survey again. It's written on the top bottom here. 48% against 11. 42 witness against 27. And no, never, of course, 65 against 33. And this, prefer not to say, is probably not the coolest people answers you want to read, because they probably have a lot to say. When did it occur? All the time. It's not news, not all, it's all the time. It's just that statistically, when you look at the periods here, it's logic that it just goes over in time. This is 1 year, 2 years, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, etc. You see the difference? And it doesn't stop here. There are more problems with diversity. The group here is not a closed one. Usually we talk about lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual for some people who use the word, but self-defined as this, don't use it if you're not. Queer questioning, intersexual, asexual, and two-spirited people. Okay? According to McKinsey Company's survey article, this even among this LGBT plus group, women are underrepresented globally in all sectors on the average. As you can see on this graph, women on the left find less position than men on the right. You see the huge difference? Same correlation here. And when sharing experiences and feeling alone, LGBT plus people, women of color, are almost certain to be the only ones on their rooms, in their spaces, if not in the whole structures. The gradient from left to right is pretty straightforward. Are you feeling experiencing loneliness because nobody's like you, nobody's looking like you, feeling like you, identifying like you? If you are a straight white man, simply a man, simply a woman that's self-defining LGBT plus and of color. You see the huge difference here? And look at those numbers. This is exactly what it's about. As long as you're not a cisgender straight man, everything goes off. So it does for microaggressions, here, sexist speech, here, obscene speech, directly aimed at you, or the incentive to participate in any form of sexual content. Do you get it? Do you get it why people are fed up with that? I think it's starting to be clear, right? This is very interesting. Look at the top two lines. Straight men and women are more likely to want to become a top executive. Hence, feel more like so, all right? They also feel they can have an opportunity to impact the success of the company. Again, the leader role fades away when it comes to LGBT. But looking at the bottom lines here, LGBT plus women feel more that they can be a role model and have a positive impact on the world. Guess why? You see the difference? These four here are larger here and larger here, while these two ones are larger on the left side. You get the difference? The reason why transgender people in particular feel their gender orientation might be a blocker to future advancement is pretty clear. On the left bar, you have gender as a reason. On the right bar, you have sexual orientation as a reason. Are you cisgender straight? Do you think it could block your career? I don't even want to know why people responded that, but truly trolls are everywhere, I suppose. But they have the right to answer that. It would be interesting to hear them though. Or maybe not. Cisgender people, which transgender, and transgender LGB plus, not T because they're already transgender. Do you see how much they fear about it? There's a reason for that, right? So, about tech again, regarding the Stack Overflow survey, the one we read since the beginning, it's pretty clear since 97% people were cisgender, all right, which is approximately the same as the rest of the population, a little more in software, a little more in tech. And 84% people identified as straight in the same survey. That's why these groups are pretty dominant. Moving on to disabilities. A reminder, 1% of the 6 has a permanent disability, 2 out of 5 including temporary disabilities, like having an accident, for example. This includes vision impairments, deaf or hard hearing, mental health conditions, intellectual disability, acquired brain injury, autism spectrum disorder, physical disability, and much more. These are the top considered one, but the list goes on and on. 70% of disabilities are invisible. I know, I'm part of it. I'm not disabled, I'm just slightly handicapped, mentally. And psychologically, sorry, that's more accurate. If you look at State of JavaScript survey, these are the answers. As you can see, there are many disabilities than the most common ones didn't make to the top. Like, people wanted to answer, but it was not in the most common disabilities. There are so many of them, like I said, it's crazy. And Stack Overflow asked about physical and psychological disabilities. As you can see, hidden psychological or psychiatric disorders is very existent. Concentration and memory disorders seem to come first, followed by anxiety, then mood and emotional disorder. So if you are concerned by those, as I once were, you're not alone. Breaking down all these thoughts in 3 key concepts. You should, 1. Produce something inclusive. What you create needs to encompass everything and everyone. Fix the world, don't add noise to it. 2. Integrate people with disabilities. Yes, it's a challenge. No, you won't be alone. The medical staff already did the hardest part for you and will help you. 3. Create solutions that actually help disabled people. Don't just follow standards. Think ahead and see how your user experience can preemptively think about anyone that doesn't have all the luck that you have. Remembering it could be you the next day. The reason for that, for all that we've saw since the beginning of this part, is very deep. It's been millennia since we have buried inclusivity. For many reasons I won't go deep in here, as it would be another entire masterclass. Sylvia Duckworth, a Canadian author and educator, came up a couple years ago with his drawing. He has slightly adapted and using digital characters for reading. This is what she called the Wheel of Privileges. You should check her blog post, so it's explained more in details. The closer you are to the center, the safer you are in society, and the more privileges you are, the safer you feel, in other ways. The further you go away, the opposite. And each sector represents a domain, a specific aspect of who you are. I will let you just run through it for a few seconds, see where you place. You can pause the video. Just think you can replace English here with your native country main official language, or one of these. Like if you live in Mexico, it's quite complicated, lots of official languages, but if you live in Switzerland, there are 4 of them, etc. Okay, so you just pick up which one is official or not. But I would personally add English also as another second slide to see if you are not a native English speaker, but your country is not an English speaking country, but you speak English barely, so you can just travel to a country, quite commonly or perfectly bilingual. That's what I would add to the wheel. Okay, I'll let you pause and see where you are on this wheel. And the main reasons for this failure, the failure of all this, are numerous. Again, it's never about the individuals, it's about the structures. That you need to observe and detach to better analyze what's happening. First of all, as we saw, it's about the source of the source. When it comes to education, girls are not oriented towards STEM fields. They're still separated from boys on this. They're oriented towards non-scientific fields more. They're not told that computer science is cool. During the hiring processes, women are absent. They're not mentioned. In French, where I am, we have separate grammar for male and female words, adjectives, and so. And the female ones are always missing. Women are always existing only as, quote, human resources. And also, as the global company culture, when brains get accustomed to being mostly cis white men, it starts building up. It's not your fault, it's just a human reflex, a social reflex. The structures start maintaining themselves as status quo. People aren't bad, people aren't excluding by nature, they just become so. And the weight of cruelty of the employment market and capitalism embody the rest, and can lead up to depression, anxiety, and suicide. Yes, suicide. Remember, International Work Organization estimates 2.3 million people to die directly from work every year, and not everything is an accident. You need to make them visible. It's hard to struggle against your own habits. Use your women experts, employees, your diversity experts, your communication tools and public relation media. Trust them. Trust minorities. You won't lose contracts or customers because your front page expert is Asian, African, South African, or a transgender man or woman, or someone with disabilities. You will gain trust and earnings on condition that you do not lie. The lack of leadership, both in mentoring and recruiting at specific positions. Women are absent for that, as they get well less promoted in these places. Same goes for minorities, as we saw. Retention is another problem. It's not only about turnover, it's about quitting jobs. As we saw, only one toxic employer or work environment can be enough to traumatize a human person and have it leave not only their jobs, but also dropping their whole careers. Promotion is another problem. Many studies demonstrated that it's deeper than you might think. Minorities and women get less promoted. They get given less leader roles, from lead developers to C-level positions, and as so, white men get those positions more often, even at equal performance. This is why companies comparing salaries, which is easily done, is unfortunately not enough to determine how healthy we are with that. And above all things, the social structures are at work. It's not especially about digital, even though digital is not tainted with a very masculine presence, but strong Asian, mostly Indian and Chinese stereotypes. A French sociologist named Pierre Bourdieu, but worldly famous for his work during the last century in emphasizing the notion of habitus, mostly in his work Distinction. This concept was mainly reintroduced by philosophers Émile Durkheim, Marcel Mauss, and Norbert Elias, but draws inspiration from down to Aristotle. Bourdieu defined what kinds of capital individuals have and breaks it down into three, mostly economic, cultural, and social. The social capital is about what you get along your life as you grow. The primary socialization is what you get during your childhood mostly. Where you go to school, what your parents do, the identity of your teachers, the city you live in, etc. Institution creates specificities. Then everything spreads to your way of life, your tastes, your position at work, the study you'll make, the movies you'll see. So you get defined and built from what your surroundings make of you. Even passively, you don't notice it. But it doesn't stop it. As you see this quote from 1980, Bourdieu speaks of systems of durable, transposable disposition, structured structures predisposed to function as structuring structures. That is, as principles which generate and organize practices and representations that can be objectively adapted to their outcomes without presupposing a conscience aiming at ends or an express mastery of the operations necessary in order to attain them. What he meant with that, is that not only the structures are defining people in society, but people, in turn, define the structures they belong to. This transversal concept links the opposition between objectivism and subjectivism. But all this is moving and can still be insufficient to describe people, hence the possibility of change, which means not everything remains about determinism. In short, there is still room for change and evolution, but it can also become worse if nobody acts outside this scheme. What it also means is that what you do and how you consider, approach, and modelize things becomes biased by your social contracts. We people end up thinking according to their constructs, and such behavior prevents from consciousness of their weight. In the end, we create structures in tech that becomes toxic, as they built the toxic habits we found in them, from birth to working. So the social structures actually calcify our work environments and do not include by nature, without trans groups' efforts, people who are not like us. Because integrating transgender people in your everyday life means you have to work on it. They have mostly done anything they could do. Same goes for collaboration with women. Once you have forgotten or never taken the habit to do so. So when few women enter teams, it creates tension until the balance of 50-50 go back to normal, where people won't pay attention anymore. And it goes for people who do not share your sexual orientation, your native country, your native language, the color of your skin, whatever. Remember, in most cases, you have so much to learn from any other people, and in the end, you will be a better person simply by being a mix of respectful, well-intended, nice, and curious. It's all you have to do. And currently, we fail transgressing those social network group barriers. That's why it's not really going well. So what are the consequences of all this? Is it just something that belongs to politics, social, outside companies? In the US, computing degree recipients, diversity is falling, as you see on this graph on the left here, for Black, Latina, and Native American women. And when breaking down into further groups, what you can see is with bachelor degrees of computer science, breakdown is that half of them are captured by white men, and women make up for barely a quarter of each ethnic background item. How is it that we had so many women slowly being pushed aside from tech, for instance? Well, let's ask them. And here's what they usually answered, according to Women for Tech survey from 2020. More than half felt that gender limited their career, which is something we see in many other domains. Half of them said sponsorship had a huge impact on their career development. And 1 out of 5 are thinking about leaving their current role. 2/3 of them think that some form of mentoring or sponsorship is an important thing to attract people to join and stay in an organization. But why do women leave the tech industry? This is from ZPS study, late 2022. It shows that company culture is the main reason, followed by dissatisfaction with a particular job. Only 22% of the time as being interesting, but in a role that's not a technology one, and 10% because of the lack of diversity. So it's real. It's costing you things. It is costing you recruiting and people leaving. That's costing you a lot as a company. Now, looking at this graph on the same study, we can see the difference in people's answers. Women burned out at work way more than men, which indicates the workload and pressure is put more on women than on men. But looking at patriarchal consideration, the second bar shows 4 times more and taken load during the pandemic on women than on men when it comes to household work. Childcare goes the same way, 50% more load on women compared to men, which indicates this is probably about the everyday chores and probably groceries, shopping, etc. But also, responsibilities at work fell more on women than on men during this period. So the purple washing phenomenon is at place and often goes through what structures call corporate social responsibilities, CSR. Yet, some part of it might effectively be dedicated to struggling against those inequalities. Pivotal and McKinsey's survey showed that the most common and cheapest adopted way to change things is employee volunteering. Then came tech events such as conferences, hackathons, followed by office space and equipment. Yet, the wage gap remains. From hired 2019 in tech, you still get differences. Differences between men and women, Asian and white versus the rest. And these are not statistical artifacts. They would spread up to 20% difference. I'll let you a few seconds on this. Do you see the difference it makes? Do you see the difference it makes being a black woman and a white or Asian male? From over, 87 to 1 index? There's a huge difference. And looking at the work-life balance, numbers are crazy. 17 percentage points when it comes to feelings about work-life balance between men and women, plus 12 more with more difference. This indicates that mental load on women is way higher than it is on men, which we know is not specific to tech job employees, right? Because as I said, this is in all sectors visible worldwide. This is World in Data's gender gap in graph in leisure time, okay? Leisure time only. The top left half means more leisure for women, and the bottom right, diagonally broke down in two, means the same for men. Diagonal means perfect balance. Graph axes are the total leisure day on the average between 15 and 65, as you can read on the top here. Take a second, see where your country stands. You still sure that is really making some efforts? Hard to tell, right? All the countries below the line. And be careful when reading stats. Though I did not discuss all the hundreds of biases on the graphs and remembers I use this talk can have, some are worth mentioning. Like this graph, for instance. When Amazon is categorized as a tech company as a whole, you need to be sure that people extract tech jobs from non-tech jobs. Here, for instance, if you watch laborers and helpers apart, the numbers go the other way. White and Asian people become less represented, and all other minorities in US and Europe mostly become more represented. So don't forget, when watching companies that are not exclusively or in majority tech employers like Amazon, who employs 1.7 million people worldwide, you need to zoom on positions. The most common certifications are Amazon's are nurse, CPR, and driver's license, not computer science degrees. You see the numbers we saw earlier, how we see 30% of people at Amazon? If you break it down and try to extract tech will have to compensate the rest of this by miles. And here you can see that for non-qualified or low-qualified jobs, the results are very different from the rest. And from McKinsey study from 2020, promoting diversity gives a pretty positive sentiment from people, but promoting inclusions create the opposite. Mostly due to the fact that people have negative and conservationist views on inclusions, just like we had in politics and electorate, etc. So in order to promote it, you have to truly believe in your actions. You need to be inclusive in your processes. You need to refuse to compromise on internal tensions, bad jokes, comparisons between minorities, especially between women minorities and your team. And most of all, you need to ask questions, not to tell them what to do or how to be. Remember, the core problem is you, the majority not being welcoming and safe for them, the minorities. And if you're part of the minority yourself, you're not exempt from doing the same. This is for you too. If you're a manager, you should actively track any bad behavior. And remember, people who feel bad might not feel at ease or safe discussing it with you, or even able to. You need to open clear and rational salary grids to everyone, so that at least everyone can check that there's no discrimination among the same category, and focus on why, who belongs to what category or job. And don't forget, women have special moments in their lives that men don't have to go through. Do I really need to make a drawing? Then you'll need to do the same when it comes to promotion criteria. As long as you have individual criteria, you won't be able to justify being inclusive and fair enough. And also, what your structure does, what you do produce, who you work for, how you manage the office, the decoration, the activities, at work or outside work, how you create your team, who you give the leading roles to, who you support as a public speakers, who you pay to go to summits, to conferences, etc. Everything changes. Every single aspect of your job is potentially a perfect reason to question yourselves and wonder what can be improved toward inclusion. And nobody will even condemn you for creating safe environments. That's not a warrant that your structure will blow up yearly results, but that clearly won't make those worse. But you may ask, why would it matter? Why, if any true reason existed, should tech not be limited to white men? It is truly a necessity to have more diversity. Even though debatable the whole questions, computer jobs shows no specific requirements for men, for cisgender people, for white people, or simply put, white chromosomes, we might be tempted to think against ourselves and still play devil's advocate. Well, Boston CG studies showed that companies that are below average in diversity performance also perform financially worse when it comes to innovation revenues. Again, it doesn't mean that the correlation between both could be enough to conclude that the first one implies the latter, but there is a clear link between both, right? Looking at this study and report by McKinsey Consulting again from May 2020, measuring performance against inclusion gives actually pretty interesting number. Inclusion champions, the champions here on the left, make more revenue, more net income, and more profit margins. 3 distinct accountability indexes. And the differences is, once again, not really thin, right? Looking at this in details, you'll see that gender inclusion induced up to 10% points over 5 years between 2014 and 2019. This is still the same study from McKinsey. Ethnicity seems to have less impact on the same performance comparisons between the first and fourth quartile. All right? But it still actually makes some details, breakdowns importance, right? You can see how far it can go. And it's actually really, really amazing to see that. If you just are a nicer person, you get more money. That's the conclusion to that. And the penalty goes quite far, according to the same study. While looking at the bottom quartile of the study structure, the more you wait, the more you get distanced. Looking at diversity in executive teams on the right, it seems change is on its way. Slowly, but it's on its way. Now, another study by Leaning.org and McKinsey dated 2015 gave us those charts, pre-informed by the Wall Street Journal. On the left, you can compare how women penetrate the employment market in general on the left, split by role, tech on the right, split by type. Okay, so what's the percentage of women in non-tech and tech? When you see non-tech with different positions, you see the difference between what tech jobs gives. And on the middle here, you can see how both gender consider that it might make things difficult to evolve in their careers. Non-tech versus tech. And on the right part, you have another part of the study dealing with what I mentioned earlier, how line jobs, the non-structural ones, those who are actually producing what the structural core activity is, versus the staff ones, all right? What you say is something you will call, you will often face. Some jobs are more given to women. Usually those are presentation jobs, the jobs that can face tension and public representation. So jobs with employees where they're in contact with external people, like sales, account management, design, marketing, human resources, administrative jobs, office secretaries. These are way more given to women. But when you look at line versus staff proportions, it becomes clear that the pattern still remains: women for visible face, men for hidden production. Now, this CompTIA Outlook study from 2020 shows people's feelings toward diversity among IT workers' opinion. As you can see, it was 3 years ago, people thought decline or no change was barely changing, reaching 30% over the past 2 years. And 20% only thought fostering diversity was reaching low priority or no visible change. So now you can go back and look at the numbers we've seen, which indicate that yes, people talk more about it, people start moving more about it, but that's most probably not affecting truth. Meaning there's probably pink, brown, or rainbow washing somewhere that's actually working, so we need to remain vigilant. And finally, in the same study, when asked about measures taken to improve diversity, people gave us answers. The top 3 ones? Flexible work arrangements. Again, do you need to have biology courses right now? Or maybe also because women are mostly taking care of children in the world? Workforce training. If people can break the barriers of their social groups, use authority to train them. Same goes for management. You can obtain results if supervisors are negating all them. So in the end, this is not what you think. The difference with ecological concerns, which I work on, is that being truly, strongly sustainable means closing your business, while being inclusive and safe doesn't threaten your business, but instead, it enhances it and creates a better society, so why wouldn't you do that? But for now, always remember the immense staticity of our structures, how strong they are, how solid they remained, how unaware they are of the problem. Hey, it's also part of why I'm doing this masterclass, share it. And our structures are not welcoming. Even if a great poster in the entrance, full of ethnic minorities on the stock photos that constitute it, full of women and visibly disabled people surrounded with many key figures generated by your CSR departments, say the opposite. You do not define yourself once per communication campaign. You prove who you are every single day until you'll fail to prove it, and you have to work harder on it the next time. In short, it's not good to be diverse, it's bad to be excluding. And I can tell you, if I can slip a personal note as a cisgenre, Caucasian, white, healthy man, I feel really, truly disgusted by all those statistics. Digital seems like a fresh sector, younger with better population, but in the end, we're just like the rest, if not worse. So let's work on that. Let's make sure we stop making stupid jokes at work. Make sure we have the same considerations for non-white people, for women, for non-binary people. Let's stop using sexual allusions. Let's stop making dumbass sexist jokes. Let's be using people's sexual orientations never as an insult anymore, or to belittle people for any reason. Let's make sure we have female-inclusive wordings in sites, apps, jobs, advertisements, copywriting. Let's consider that what it is to be a woman against work and to be a man against life events. Not just in pictures, not just in videos. Let's make sure we truly understand what disabilities are. Just asked. You just get interested and involved, because tomorrow, who knows? A stroke, an accident, a sudden illness, diabetes, epilepsy, deafness. It could be you. And being inclusive on one aspect is not enough. It's a permanent vigilance. It's not a one-shot fight that you win for a day to better let go the other day. We all have very inclusive and diverse valid corporate content, right? But what's under the hood doesn't seem to reflect that. We are better than this, and as you saw in the first part of this masterclass, much, much stronger problems are coming our way. Those problems may devastate our thoughts landscape. Do you think we can afford wasting more time on those considerations? A couple of short parts to conclude this very long talk. A couple words about e-commerce. Just a head start, this is the World Trade Organization Global Trade of Evolution in the world in billion converted US dollars. As you can see, it was estimated roughly 25,000 billions at the end of 2022. So all of that can be measured and reported by countries in coordination with the United Nations, and this is all expressed in value, not in stock volumes. As digital transformation goes on, commerce transformation goes on as well. Looking at Insider Intelligence report from late 2021, the sales have never really stopped growing. And as many brick and mortar commerce can keep switching to omnichannel or pure online channels. So, as commerce is offering companies to switch to digital, we can still expect e-commerce to grow naturally in proportions. And in total, due to the fact e-commerce volume and values are also growing in size. As we saw in the second part of this talk, this won't last forever, as Earth limits are being reached at the moment. Yep, that's between 5,500 to 6,500 billion euros, or United States dollars, about 42k Chinese yuan, 8.1 billion Canadian dollars, 530k Indian rupees, or 830k Japanese yen for reference. And mobile commerce alone stands between 40 to 45%, still according to Insider Intelligence. Hootsuite ranked top countries where market size and e-commerce adoption is the most prevalent. On top, you'll find Indonesia, UK, Thailand, Malaysia, Poland, Germany, Austria, Taiwan, USA, and the Philippines, all slightly above the average of 77% worldwide, based on 6 to 64 old respondents who bought something online over the studying period, which is 1 month. And still according to the same study, the top categories among e-commerce sales are travel and accommodation, fashion and beauty, physical and electronics, toys and hobbies, and food and care. The top adopted solutions in share, according to Statista, again, are mostly about WooCommerce, thanks to the WordPress market share, which is about the same percent as WordPress, crawlable sites worldwide. No real idea why Woo themes are separate on the same platform. Squarespace, Shopify, and Wix follow. As you can see, no code or low code are the kings and queens here. BuiltWith suggests slightly different numbers among its crawl website when you zoom on the top 1 million sites only, which makes a difference, putting WooCommerce at 23%, Shopify at 21%, Magento at 7%, ahead of Shopify at 6%. Slightly different. And that's the detail of the same pie chart we just saw. Wix still follows, with Squarespace, PrestaShop, and BigCommerce. Please note that most of these are cloud-based, some very low-level API barely, and some are barely interaction APIs to just fill in the catalogs and extract data. Most of these can offer fully no-code support, being software as a service only. An interesting thing here is to note that most of these solutions are API only or PHP-based, followed by Java and JavaScript. Forbes made an interesting strategical ranking of e-commerce solutions broken down by categories, and we more or less find the same place here. We can more or less find some solutions, and they all seem to answer some different facets of information systems, depending on what you want to emphasize. And one last interesting thing to watch, as always, is Gartner's report, this time from 2022, compared by I.N.V.E.S.T between 2021 and 2022, as you can see, the dots with different colors. And they still rank strong companies' solutions as leaders, like Adobe here, Salesforce here, SAP here, or Commerce Tools. Challengers should be, according to Gartner, Shopify, BigCommerce, Optimizely, and HCL Software, IBM WebSphere Commerce, acquired 5 years ago. And now a few words about content management worldwide. Everything is content management, but some systems are dedicated to that. W3 Techs keeps tracks of their crawl website to determine significant content measurement solutions. So for whatever is a generic solution, this only includes prepared content solutions. Otherwise, like I said, everything can be qualified as content. WordPress keeps holding on the top. Here followed by e-commerce solutions. then Joomla and Drupal. In short, the whole PHP ecosystem seems to barely lose 1% to 2% over a year. As many solutions invade the web, and most top players never use PHP. Last year, Amazon shut down Alexa reports. This is extracted from the last end 2022 reports. And as it shows, a little different share, this time in more diverse solution. I think it was Amazon Alexa's top 1,000 seats. So you can see more CMSs appearing here. And it was their last report when it comes to device origin for the requests they could catch. And as you can see, websites were mostly hit from classic websites, followed by mobile applications, then server-to-server requests, then non-owned screens here, voice-activated assistants, and finally extended reality here and smartwatches. It's pretty interesting to see that graph. Now, a couple words about mobile and cross-platform solutions. Quick words: according to Start's counter, Android currently holds at 69%, while iOS stands at 31%. When asked by JetBrains, people answers that 90% of the time, approximately, they are developing for Android and 60% for iOS. About mobile, a few stats are worth noting. I have a whole dedicated talk about mobile applications and progressive web applications, so I won't use the slides back, but remember, most people don't return into a freshly installed applications after day one. And the average application loses 95% users after a quarter, according to Testaleo. This is why mobile development boom never happened. Too many platforms, too many code bases, too many environments, hardware, software changing all the time, and people still don't represent themselves installing applications. It's too abstract for most users. When developing, it seems 2/3 of people use native code development tools, while a little over half of them seem to use cross-platform stuff, according to JetBrains. And when asked in details, you can see that Flutter is the current winner now, after a couple years dominated by React Native. That still holds strong. Cordova and Ionic still hold as well, as the now emerging stats in Unity and Xamarin, which might be under competition with Windows multi-platform application UI, the MAUI. But that's a whole another talk. This 2-year study study from Statista shows more or less the same statistics, and you can compare for reference with this, which again seems to be pretty much the same order here. And the state of JavaScript survey. Remember, JS is the basis of many hybrid applications. Native is going down among its population, of course it is, and the trend we just saw is React Native and Cordova. It seems to be confirmed according to this JS-centered and focused study. Once again, they asked developers about feelings, and it seems Electron.js, used by many applications in the world, seem to hold quite its place, encapsulating a fully browser experience in native apps. And React Native also seems to be a decent positive feedback about feeling, but Cordova, for instance, seems to really most likely subject to abandon and denial. When it comes to some miscellaneous tools used by people, they use mostly native script, but remember, there's not a lot of respondents. This study was about thousands of respondents. Very few of them just use native scripts, are used to access native device possibilities through JS, being by far the most answer tool here, though it represents a very small amount of people then, so yeah. When it comes to accessing components, it seems mobile developers mostly access to storage, especially media separately, but also networking options like Bluetooth and stuff, and device state. The JetBrains study shows that for the 33% people who said they were involved in cross-platform developments, the top 2 targets were web and Windows, as you can guess. And finally, let's stop a minute on whatever is non-tech related software that people use. The JetBrains respondent this year answered about global documentation, however you understand them, mostly through text editors. They seem to come solution, then seemed to come solution from Atlassian, the Confluent solution. And then an Office application, which you can guess which one they are. And most documentation remains, of course, internal documentation, so that human people oriented, so that people don't have to go through investigation or code to understand what the systems do. Followed by in-code documentation, and shortly after comes external contractual documentation, mostly for delivered and contract closing products like you sign that you would produce documentation. The most used tool at work remains email, though getting slowly dropped as less and less efficient. Instant messageries and direct calls almost caught up to it, actually, if you look at numbers. Then come video conference tools, sometimes merged with the previous entry. And when dropping names, Atlassian solutions seem to hold the top, including Trello. Remember, Trello was built by Atlassian 2 or 3 years ago. Followed by GitHub, Microsoft, and GitLab, all quite as expected. The variations between professional and personal use on the right being strongly in favor of open source or lightweight licensed software. The quicker the setup, the more they get used. And now switching to Stack Overflow again, Atlassian products lead the way, but Notion has also made an interesting entry here. And about instant messagery, Slack still holds strong among professionals as the rise of the pandemic boosted Microsoft Teams, strongly tethered to Microsoft contractually working among the Microsoft ecosystem, and the only fast, adoptable, ready-to-subscribe offer that cybersecurity departments could validate in emergency during the pandemic. So the pandemic just saw the rise and the triumph of Microsoft Teams. But because it's hard to use Teams across structures or cross teams, Zoom actually still holds the top place, and Meet is really, really close to Teams. Stack Overflow study shows pretty much the same answer, mixed together with Google Chat, not so far, but you see, when mixing all things together, you get more or less Zoom and Slack equality to Microsoft Teams. When it comes to file sharing, Google was always miles away in terms of adoption from Google Suite, now Workspace. The thing is, Microsoft still struggles a lot in making user-friendly interface. So OneDrive does not beat everyone else for the moment, and as the rest of the Microsoft ecosystem does, even though Microsoft Office integration will probably be a game changer. This is also why, as you can see on the right, Google Docs still beats Office 365, as it's super fast to start using and, of course, totally free. So they gain because of the reference, the historical, the legacy use, but also because it's more user-friendly. And finally, to conclude this part, a much skill trend report for last year showed this as being the top items picked: Photoshop for graphic design and editing tool, Gmail for emails, Chrome as a browser, Figma as UI tool and UI automation, Illustrator for vectorial and illustrative tooling, Excel for spreadsheets and PowerPoint presentations, Slack as a messagery chat, Dropbox for file sharing, Jira for project management, Python as the top programming language, and the legendary After Effects for visual effects and video effects. And that's all for me today. This was recorded in one shot. What you see here is the result of over 1 year of work, step by step. This took me about 300 hours to assemble and design slide by slide. And as you see, that's going to probably be 6 hours and a half. Straight away, my voice is fading away, but I still have it. The general idea, the content, most of it is not by me, but still a good fraction of the slides are totally designed by me, and that takes a lot of time. Once again, I wanted to thank all the source of data I used for the slides. Massive shouts out to them for assembling all this and making everything clear. They're all accessible through Google search. I have most of them in my browser history if needed. I tried to put links and mention sources every time I could. I hope I didn't miss any of them. And finally, thanks a lot to you all if you're still alive after this. Remember, this is all about the journey. You're doing your best. That's what counts. You probably won't be doing the same thing in 5 years. Maybe you will be doing something totally unrelated to tech, but as you saw, the economy is strong, growing, not piloted correctly with a lot of waste, currently very fluctuating when it comes to employment, moving over time when it comes to technology. Nothing in software development is really consensual. The only common thing is we use computers. It's being more and more clever when it comes to producing quality. It lacks diversity and inclusion. Game changers appears every month. And appearances sometimes don't tie to reality. But the world we know and its stability is most likely going to an end. At least deeply going to be transformed and not in the way we would like it to go. What I wanted to do here is give you a lot of survey and study data so you can better decide whether you're an entrepreneur, a CTO, or developer yourself. And I wanted to mix in some very personal experience feedback so that I can give you tools to better understand, defend yourself, and share a broader vision of what's happening at the moment. That was heck of a journey. I hope you made something out of it for your work or whatever. You are wonderful. I love you, whoever you are, wherever you are. Keep on learning at your pace, as it feels, and that's your cheat code. I will always be available for discussions, as usual, and I'll see you in space.